Free cash flow guide, and we raised our numbers slightly, and our price started at 14.50. But yeah, and shares were up 2% yesterday. I think they probably, and I think investors got what they were looking for. They were definitely looking for a raise to fiscal 25 guide. But I think it would have had to been Herculean for it to be up significantly off the print, just given the run as you just mentioned.
But being up is one thing, being down is another. It's still down about 2.7%. To the extent that this company could have given investors a little more to hold on to, what would that have been?
Yeah, I mean, well, they raised revenue guide $1 billion at the midpoint. They raised the margin guide to 30%. I mean, I think some people were kind of picking at engagement. They're publishing this engagement report. It was up 1% year over year. The market share has been kind of flat in the since 2020.
Good morning. Good morning. All right. Futures are up a little bit, basically flat, up $6. 6 points on the futures, S&P futures. New York Fangs are mixed. Amazon's up a bit. So is Google and Tesla. Nvidia's down a bit. Let's see. The NASDAQ 100, the same suspects as yesterday. ANSYS, ASML, AppLovin, Costco, Pinduoduo is new. Pinduoduo, PDD. PDD is new. Tesla, Google, CTSH, and Constellation Energy. And, of course, Lulu. Lulu, we started the position in yesterday. Let's go take a look at that. Lulu. Double bottom on Lulu. Okay, so this morning, Lulu is up, what was it? Marginally, 1/3%. So we're starting to move towards the upper Bollinger Band through this 20-day moving average. Perhaps we can turn the corner. Good thing about double bottoms is your stop is very close by. So if it doesn't work, we'll look for that stop to get hit. For now, let's see what Lulu looks like. Lulu. Okay, here's Lulu. Only 2% earnings growth, 2.4. Revenue growth, 7.3. They missed expectations, but beat the low estimate of 250. And I don't see yoga going away anytime soon. If anything, it's going to grow. Maybe it's just a slow period, summertime. I imagine I haven't been to a yoga class, but I've seen them. I don't see yoga pants being worn during the summertime. If I'm wrong, ladies. Maybe short shorts, or some of these other yoga outfits I've seen. My wife goes to yoga. I don't really pay attention to what she's wearing. I guess I should, for yoga. Anyway, it is Friday, so we made it through another wonderful week. Let's take a look at the S&P 500, how we closed. Don't forget about IREN yesterday. IREN was mentioned by a couple of people. Okay, IREN. Did I not? I thought I drew. Okay, let me just do that real quick. The thing I noticed about IREN that others pointed out, aside from the breakout, Okay, we got these wicks overhead. Is this volume? The volume is crazy right here. So they like something. MACD's turning up, stochastic's turning back up, RSI showing muscle. Muscle is just indicating strength of trend, so that could continue. Okay, let's look at the S&P 500. Okay, pushing a bit higher. Let me just mark this up a little bit. We got 7 minutes to go. 7 minutes to go. As you know, if you've been around for any length of time, the first 15 minutes, I'm not doing much of anything except taking profits off the table. Even more so now that I'm following Spot Gamma's alpha platform, because really need to give the markets a little time for Gamma to set up. Okay, the low here. That's the low. Okay, low high.
It takes a collective effort from all of us to inspire, to educate.
Previous daily high and low. Okay, RSI turned back up, so I don't know if this is going to be divergence or not. Doesn't look like it. Looks like we're trying to make another higher high on RSI. Okay. That's more of a question mark now. Okay. So volume's picking up. Okay, it was tapering off, but now it's picking up again. Call skew is pretty elevated. Puts are cheap. So with an OPEX, you want to make sure that you're not chasing. Okay, maybe taking some more profits off into strength. If you read the Gamma update, Brett is looking to. He's already bought some cheap out of the money puts. I think he said he bought 6100s. Not that we're going to see that, but go out a month, maybe buy. What's the 21 day at? 21 day, 6185. It looks like. Get rid of this here. Don't need this anymore. Okay, 6147. No, 6185. Sorry, the 20 day is at 6185. The middle of the Bollinger Band, 6185. So maybe 6180, 6175, or SPY puts, cheap. Let me get rid of this. It looks ugly. There's no divergence here at the moment. That doesn't need to be there. Got 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes to go.
But maybe it's worth it, especially if you have a Jensen Huang who's now being able to shape White House policy that's being allowed to sell 20 chips into China. You could look at it not exactly the same, but kind of like Elon Musk in the beginning.
I find it very interesting. Maybe I shouldn't say what I'm thinking. But I see a lot of pretty faces on Bloomberg. The old guys aren't there anymore. The Tom Keens, he's over somewhere else. I'm just like listening to them. It's like, what information are you actually telling me? A lot of pretty faces. I don't know. Tom Keene, people like Tom Keene, Art Cashin, the late Art Cashin. Those people know, I mean, they've been through many, many bull and bear markets. So when I see talking heads, especially the pretty ones, that aren't really giving me much information, it's kind of like, all right, let's change the channel. Okay, at least I will say that Schwab, even though it's a little annoying from time to time, Schwab, at least they talk setups during the day. So that I really like. I really like that. Because it gives you things to think about, right? Just telling me what the levels are doesn't really help, especially if you're listening to it, you're not watching it. Are we open? No, we're not open. All right. So everything just jumped just now. Okay, all the New York Fangs just jumped. Let me just take a snapshot of this. Okay, we'll see if this holds. There was a data point print or something. All the New York Fangs just jumped. Okay, everything just jumped. With 2 minutes to go, everything just jumped. Mic check, mic check. Okay, here we go. Get ready for the open.
Going to be the market on open imbalance data.
Okay. Okay, first 15 minutes, not doing much of anything. Reassess the markets. Another thing, since using Alpha, the Alpha platform of Spot Gamma, I got to wait 15 or so minutes because these dealer hedge flows don't really give you correct or a confirmed direction until after a few minutes. At least 15. Let's see. Let's go to 18. I don't know why this isn't updating automatically. This should be the 18th. This should be the 18th. Okay, so we're looking for today's data. Okay, we're open. So those all jumped, but back down now.
Market on open imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 862 million.
Extreme high
Nasdaq
took alert.
100 buy
High
side
took
400
alert plus
million.
800.
Dow 30 buy side 124 million. And maximum buy side 184 million.
Okay. Okay, so we've got a nice little pop in some of these names. S&P 500. Okay, we're choppy there. There goes Tesla.
Eastern time at the White House. As a reminder, so at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, Trump is expected to sign the Genius Act.
Trump to sign the Genius Act. Okay, so give it a few minutes for the markets to settle down.
Extreme high took alert.
Okay, what? There goes Bitcoin, BTCX. BTCX, sorry, not BYT. And watch Coinbase. Need to take some Coinbase off and scale out into strength. Okay, Coinbase. Coins on the move. All right, big move on Coinbase. Sometime today, if we manage to make it scoot up to the highs or whatever, I'm going to buy some puts, probably down there, 61.85 zone. Okay, out of the money, like a month out, cheap. Okay, the market, the New York Fangs are mixed at the moment. Google is higher. There goes Tesla. Google, Tesla. Google, Tesla looks good. Okay, let me take some Google off here. Google got 15 August. Create a closing order. All right, those are up handsomely. Those are up $100 per contract. I did buy Netflix. Or rather sell Netflix iron, what equivalent of an iron condor. I had put credits to start. Going into earnings, I decided to keep them. I sold call credits to make an iron condor. Looking for a bounce here. Any dips most likely going to get bought. I would be thinking about buying some calls as well. On dip, Palantir pulling back a bit. All right, so The call side is a bit overbought. Okay, it's a crowded trade. Excuse me. Okay, so since the April low, we've managed to string together 1 to 2 weeks maximum, 2 weeks maximum, and then we get at least 1 week of consolidation. That's exactly what happened in the last 4 weeks. We pushed up 2 weeks, we consolidated for a week. We're making a new high if we can manage to hold on to this to end the week. 1 and 2 weeks. Where the only thing about 2 weeks looking for another week higher next week is that the call side is pretty elevated. Maybe this expiration eliminates a lot of graph, and we can look for more support. Okay, there goes Coinbase is ripping here. Coinbase is gone. Okay, I need to take some of these calls off. I have a pretty decent sized position in Coin. July 25th, next week, 425 calls, 425, 430. So I got to take these off anyway because we're at max profit.
American Express shares down 1.4% after Q2 results.
Okay, I'm right at maximum profit.
Seeing the Dow turning negative last at about 0.14%.
Okay, so that's
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/.
That's hilarious.
And save
425, 430
on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge, very, very big, very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
It's funny as hell. All right, took profits. Okay, 430s, max profit is 430. I got the 425, 430. I bought the 425, sold the 430. $14.65. Nice profit there. Okay, Netflix, looking for a bounce in Netflix. Okay, Netflix. The call side is just poof. Call side got destroyed. Let me see. I can. Let's see. I'm up nicely. Call side, I can trade. I can close for 14 cents. I'm going to go ahead and do that. Okay. Netflix. Iron Condor. Closing call side for 14 cents. $14. $162. Okay, call sign. I'm out of Netflix. Looking for a bounce to take the put side off. Okay. Apple fading, Coinbase. Okay, so I'd like to get a little bit better re-entry on Coinbase. I don't know that I'm going to do anything right now. Okay. A lot of pretty faces. Not a lot of information. I hate to be mean, but does it? I don't know. It seems kind of obvious what Bloomberg and other channels are doing. You put a pretty face on, you expect me to watch? Only if you give me information that I can use to trade. The longer you watch any of these programs, if you watch them at all, the only reason I watch them is because if there's any news that comes out, I'm watching the chyrons and the things that are going on around. Just have to mute it, I guess. Now, Tesla's up while I'm talking here. I need to take profits off the table. Okay, Netflix, the put side's gone. I mean, the call side's gone. The put side, call side. Okay, so the put side, I'm okay. 1160 is that's another 50 points lower. I don't see it dropping there. If anything, I see Netflix, the dip getting bought. Netflix, they beat everything. They're sitting at the 50-day. I'm actually thinking about buying some calls here. Netflix. Let the profit taking take over. Let's see what the implied volatility is on Netflix. Netflix. Okay, and I got to stop yapping here and take some of these other things off. Let me concentrate here for a second. All right, so volatility crush is real. Okay, we dropped 20 basis points in under 10 minutes. Okay, so if you don't know what volatility crush is, basically the dealers run the prices up. They keep bringing the prices up as it goes into earnings. There was a 5.6% expected move, so they priced that in plus a little bit of lagniappe, a little extra, as we say in Louisiana. A little lagniappe, they priced that in. So once the earnings are behind us, the volatility crushes and it drops. So you could actually be right on your calls, but the volatility collapses, and all that volatility premium that you bought just evaporates. So you're sitting here with calls that were looking like they're going to make a lot of money, and they go nowhere because the volatility is collapsing. You want to sell that. I like to sell it. I love this time of year because we got lots of opportunities to sell. In this case, it was $1,800 total on the position because I only had 5. I could have doubled it up and made it about 3,600, but I didn't want to take the additional risk. So, $1,800 for a 1 or 2 day trade, not bad. I still have the puts though. The puts I've had for a week, so. But earnings season, I really like earnings season for that reason because I can sell some of these stocks that are expected to move like 10% or so, sell 20% out, and very, very hard for that to see that kind of drop. Okay, so we're below the 50-day right now for Netflix. Okay, Tesla. Call side basically paid for the flip side now. Okay, Netflix. We'll see when institutions start to come in and scoop up shares. When people keep throwing away their shares, you'll see institutions will come in and you'll see it. Okay, let's watch Hero here. Okay, so after the first 15 or 20 minutes, we start looking at what is the What does the dealer hedge flow look like? We've got Amazon turning up. Okay, dealer hedge flow starting to turn up. AMD, Tesla's going here. AMD, look at AMD. Look at the hedge flow. Hedge flow.
Tech earnings this quarter than it has been in almost 20 years. What do you think that's telling us about, implied volatility on earnings?
Yeah, I think implied volatility in earnings has been lower than we've seen.
Okay, note that AMD.
Which is one of the most liquid markets around there. And I think what we're seeing is
Okay, AMD is rising. I know this is going to like hurt your eyes going back and forth, but
over the last 6 months, and it's
so be it.
maybe the dollar probably weakens from here. And so
Okay, we're not going anywhere, but the hedge flows are turned up. It's still early, so that's telling you right there. We're probably still a little early. Once we get a trend going. Okay, I'm looking for a little dip in Coinbase so that I can get in because the POTUS is supposed to sign the Genius Act here this morning. Okay, it's been a great week. Okay, so if there is any suggestions, my suggestion is what I'm doing is taking profits off into strength, reassessing the markets. We'll reassess the markets over the weekend, but I'm reducing my exposure over the last 3 weeks. We've had 2 weeks up, the last 4 weeks, 2 weeks up, a pause, and then a follow-through week this week. Be nice to see us close at the highs of the week. I don't see us taking another week higher next week. I see a little bit more of a pause just because everybody is so exposed on the call side. And it's very little on the put side. Puts are cheap. Let's look at VIX. Puts are cheap. You always want to buy protection when you can, not when you have to, because this jumps up to 20. It's not going to make puts are going to immediately become very, very expensive. So if we do have any kind of pullback on the S&P, like maybe back to the 20-day, if we come back to the 21-day, that's right around 18 or so. Middle of the Bollinger Band, 618. So maybe some cheap 615 puts. Let me see what those cost right now. Actually, you know what? I got to take some profits off here. Okay. Oh, I'm yapping away. Some profits are evaporating. Okay, Netflix, NVIDIA. NVIDIA is starting to turn up. What do I have on NVIDIA? I have August 15th, 175. Okay. Okay, I have August 15th, 175s on NVIDIA. Okay, what's Constellation doing? Constellation Energy is up. CEG. So just write it down. If you're not listening, write it down. Maybe you want to consider some cheap puts. SMR. Okay, the SMR follow through. SMR. Okay, SMR, it looks like it's just going to start grinding. Okay, volume looks good. MACD crossed. Bulls are definitely in control. Volume tells you SMR is being accumulated at highs. Okay, let's take a look at the weekly. We know what the rest of the group looks like, and we know what the catalysts are. Okay, SMR, that's a bit extended. Maybe I'll take some SMR off. If I do, I'll probably regret it. SMR, okay, coming out of a squeeze. SMR. Okay, let's see what SMR squeeze. SMR squeeze. Okay, CCJ, materials, and other stocks, ferrous metals. CCJ looks good. Thank you, Susie. CCJ. Now, in addition to what I'm talking about on any given moment, just pay attention to the trading room because there's a lot of things going on. Buy the derivative on Netflix and FXL. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, actually, Corey. NFXL. Yeah, that's starting to bounce actually. Um, you know what? I'm gonna buy options though, Corey. Thank you though. I'm gonna buy options. I'd still be out what's $6,000 per 100. So I want 500 shares or 5 calls. Okay, Netflix. Let's see Netflix. Let's see. Go out to August. No, maybe a little bit further. August 15th is fine. August 15th. Let's see what we can do with. I did have the 1,300 calls. By the way, I sold them right before the close because it just didn't seem like Netflix was going to get anything going. Let me buy 24. Nah, 24 Delta is too far out. Let's go at least 40 Delta. 40 Delta is a 1255. Oh yeah, we can definitely get there. Buy a 1255. Sell. Okay, I'm just going to start to scale in. Okay. 1255, 1260 for now. Okay, the volatility has come in, so I'm going to scale in. I'm going to do 2 or 3 at a time. Try to get up to 10 or 15, maybe 20 of the Netflix 1255s. Um, 1260s.
Minutes away from the top of the hour, give the University of Michigan sentiment prelim forecast 61.5, prior 60.7, with a range of 66 to 53.5. University of Michigan 5-year inflation
16% off the lows of the pre-market. We have these published reports.
Okay, David.
Percent unchanged.
Listen to our British
Michigan
friend.
expectations prelim forecast 56.9, prior 58.1.
Tesla's still going.
Conditions prelim forecast 63.9, prior 64.8.
Tesla's still going. Okay, so I'm buying a vertical on Netflix. It's a little early, so you may want to wait a little bit. I'd like to get up to about 10 of these, maybe 15. 1255s. Okay, that's just above. This just seems like too obvious that it's going to hold the 50-day. But then again, the obvious part is maybe what's going to stop me out. So we'll see. Put a stop on it. $1 stop. Okay, Coinbase is still going. Geez, it's not going to give me a chance. Maybe I do CONL. Maybe do CONL on this one. SoundHound did pull back a little bit, a little profit taking. Coinbase. Okay, I'm going to scale into this. It's probably going to keep going. Okay, CONL. It's at the highs. Probably going to regret this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because he's supposed to sign the Genius Act here shortly. Okay, let's see what we can get out of this. Okay, it is Friday the 18th. Just keep in mind that this OPEX will eliminate a lot of the puts and calls that are currently going to expire today. So next week, we'll start to look at August expiration and assume some directional information from that. So with the call skew being fairly elevated and lots of expensive calls are more expensive than puts is what I'm trying to say. Just get to the point. So I'd like to buy some puts about what do we say? SPY 6, SPY down near the 20-day. Okay, the 20-day is at 617, 618. So I'd like to get something down there, maybe 618 actually. 620, that's a support level. So that wouldn't be surprising to see that get tested. Maybe a month out. Okay, Tesla going more. Tesla's ripping here. Watch Tesla. Okay, Netflix, it looks like it's not done selling. So be careful on Netflix. Tesla, big move on Tesla. Okay, we're through the 50, through the 200 day. $200 we moved above the 200 day on Monday. Okay, so Tesla, just keep in mind that short, intermediate, and long-term trends are all bullish now. Okay, above the 200 day, above the 50 day. Supplies up there, supply at 345. Yeah, me too. Me too. Exactly. You hit the nail on the head. Okay. Exactamundo. Okay, there goes Coinbase. Jeez, look at this market. Okay, the other FANG stocks aside from Tesla are all pulling back. Snowflake is pushing higher. Let me see. I had Snowflake position. Let me take that off. Into strength.
5 minutes ago now to get the University Sentiment Commission prelim data forecast 61.5 prior 60.7. You mentioned 5-year inflation prelim forecast.
Love that British accent.
Prior 4%.
Sounds so intelligent.
Prelim forecast 5% unchanged from prior. Expectations.
And usually is.
56.9 prior 58.1. Conditions prelim forecast 63.9 prior 64.8.
Most of the Brits I've met, very smart people. They tell me, except for the ones from Liverpool. Just kidding. If you're from Liverpool, I'm just joking. Yeah, I love those British accents. Okay, Coinbase is starting to flag right now. Tesla. Man, what a go on Tesla, huh? Tesla. I'm glad I held on to calls on Tesla. Let me see what I want to do here with Tesla. Yeah, that's up nicely. I think Mondo hit the nail on the head. Okay, I have next week's calls, so I'm going to go ahead and take these off. 332 Tesla. Okay, we could get a little bit more out of this. I'm going to go ahead. I'm not going to be greedy. I'm going to go ahead and take profits off on Tesla. I've been sitting on these for maybe a week. I think I bought these a couple of weeks ago, actually. All right, so Tesla, I'm going to take some profits. That's me taking profits on Tesla. Okay. I could have waited a little bit longer, maybe make a bit more. I made that mistake on Microsoft earlier. I think it was Wednesday or Thursday. I've sold Microsoft too soon. Now it seems like a genius decision because Microsoft is off a little bit. Coinbase is still going. Okay. Coinbase is still going. Okay. So in the next couple of minutes, we'll start reviewing the. Let's go ahead and look at it now. There's Coinbase now. Let's look at the flows here. Okay. So you saw AMD was a doji. Now the flows have turned back down. Apple, that's off. Apple lower from 3 o'clock yesterday. We just started seeing some profit taking. Tesla's hot to trot this morning. I do have TSLL shares. Tesla, you can see that the flow is still very solid. Tesla's flow is very solid right here. Okay. I'm going to just pull this up here so you can see it. Okay, that blue line. Okay, that's the flow. The flow is outpacing. You bought some Mara? Okay, cool, Jim. Thank you. Rocket Labs, Mr. Turchini, taking some Rocket Labs. Rocket Labs. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Let's go to Schwab.
About 2% return just to sit on the sideline.
IMF Global Outlook says WEO projected global growth of 2.8% in 2025 and 3% in 2026.
Palantir, Tesla. Okay, you can see Palantir's dropping off a bit. NVIDIA, looking for a bounce in NVIDIA. Okay, that's you can see the flows are dropping off on these.
Says global headline inflation was projected to decline, but at a slower pace, reaching 4.3% in 2025 and 3.6% in 2026.
Netflix flows still dropping a bit.
I'll lead with the University of Michigan sentiment prelim.
Meta. Okay, Meta lower. Microsoft. Okay, these will probably reverse at some point. Once they do, we'll have some good set. Okay, there we go. Lulu, I bought this yesterday. Lulu. Let's see what the flow looks like today. Lulu. Okay, off a little bit. Let me go take a look at the Lulu chart. Lulu, I bought some looking at this double bottom as an opportunity with a stop below. Okay, so we have an inside day for now. Lulu, inside day. That's okay. That's okay. Coinbase still rocking and rolling here. Kratos, you're looking at? Okay.
10 seconds.
Kratos, nice rip to the upside.
61.8, 61.8, high in the forecast of 61.5.
UMAC, looking for that to get back up. I guess Kratos also sells drones and stuff.
66.8, high in the forecast of 63.9. Expectations 58.9, 58.6, 58.6, high in the forecast of 56.9. 1 year inflation expectations 4.4%, 4.4%, lower than the forecast of 5%. And 5 year inflation expectations 3.6%, 3.6%, lower than the forecast of 3.9%.
Kratos. They sell drones, I believe, right? Among other things. Let me just check real quick here. Okay, Coinbase is still going, by the way. Coinbase is still going. Okay, this is rocking and rolling. Holy smokes. Okay, don't get greedy. If you've made a few $100 on this morning, maybe you want to think about taking some profits off. Nothing worse than seeing profits evaporate. Second worst thing is seeing the stock keep going. Let's see. CoreWeave is dropping off. CoreWeave's at 129, so that stopped me out, CoreWeave. CoreWeave stopped out.
Well, it's me again. It's Donald J. Frickin' Trump, okay? And if you're sick and tired of hearing my voice in this ad, which is pretty sad, all you've got to do is go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription.
Killing me.
Beautiful, big, huge discount. So what are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
Hilarious. You got to find comedy in this world. Everybody's so goddamn so damn serious, right? Everybody watching too much YouTube. Maybe shut off all the YouTube channels and the news for a week. Go out into the woods. Get one with nature.
0.23% and NASDAQ up about 0.26%.
Everybody's like, it's insane what's going on in the world right now. I feel for my kids. Hopefully I can teach them enough. You're not serious? Yeah. Well, you're probably chill, right? You're a chill person? Me too. Yeah, I mean, if you do watch a lot of YouTube, especially any of the news and stuff, the things that are going on, especially in Europe and Spain right now, I had to shut it off because I want to throw something at the TV.
Heads up, Japan's Finance Minister Kato, currently speaking in South Africa, says G7 needs to prepare for downside risks.
Coinbase is still going here. Coinbase. All right. So that was a good decision to sell because my calls were at max profit. My calls were at max profit. So I jumped on some of the CONL. That's that's going. That's going. So it's like jumping on the train while it's running and getting off of it before it hits the station. That's the way I like to visualize it. A lot of times you'll get these stocks that are flying. I'll give you an example here. Okay, so look at the open. What do I always look for at the open? I'm looking for buy order blocks. Do I see buy order blocks? You bet I do. Right there. There's buy order blocks right there, right before the open during the pre-market zone. Usually that'll be institutions right before the open. Sometimes you'll get shorts covering if there is any kind of downtrend. Not much. It looks like mostly bullish. People expecting the Genius Act to get signed here shortly. Probably we'll see a sell from that, sell the news. All right. CoreWeave just diving. CoreWeave is diving. Ooh, that one's getting scorched. Got stopped out of CoreWeave. When I post setups, they're exactly that. Setups, you have to have stops. Okay. Not every setup is going to work. We don't expect every setup to work. If you expect every setup to work that I put there, then you're not being realistic. Okay. I put a setup there mainly because the strategy is setting up. You got buy order blocks. I don't see any overhead supply. We're trading at highs, it looks like. Let me go to the daily. Okay. Coinbase. Yeah, we're at all-time highs, right? So there's nobody up to here to sell it to you except the people that would be taking profits. Where are you going? Okay. I'm using a trackpad and it just like went crazy here. All right, so the daily. Okay, so we can see what's going on here, right? So there was supply overhead. There's no supply. There's no supply. You see any red bands up there? No supply up here. Okay. So you got to take profits when you can, not when you have to, right? Okay, so this is still going. I would like to buy another dip in Coinbase. This is extremely extended. Okay, looks like CoreWeave. Looks like they just flushed it. Now it's turning back up. Good. I can still get back in a little bit higher where my stop got hit if I think this is going to go. I'll leave CoreWeave alone for now. We were looking for a base in CoreWeave. Okay, CoreWeave. Let's go see what's actually working right now. The markets are kind of fading a bit.
Japan's Kato says Japan to continue constructive discussions with the US.
IBZ. IBZ. What is IBZ? IBZ. I don't know what that is. IBZ. Occasionally we'll get something that's on the screen that I have no idea what it is. Invesco. Invesco is an investment management firm. Company provides comprehensive range of enduring solutions for its clients. Okay. Let's look at the earnings. 33%. Revenue growth 3.7%. Beat the top estimate. Okay. So July 22nd, next Tuesday. All right, so I wouldn't chase this, but Invesco's on the move. Now we know what it does. As the name would sound, Invesco. I thought it was the company. You know who it is? Invesco. I think that's the one that does the various ETFs, right? Coinbase is still going. Coinbase is still going. Okay. Look at the volume. Look at the volume. Five-minute. Look at the 5-minute chart. Look at that volume. Jeez. Okay, I'm gonna exit some here shortly. This is ripping. Shorts are getting creamed right now. Okay, shorts are getting. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is like Eiffel Tower. If I saw one, this is what it would look like. Run up
According to
and run back
ICE,
down.
E3 and Iran diplomats are expected to meet in Europe next week.
Okay. Wow, that's a hell of a move. CoreWeave. Coinbase, rather. Coinbase on the move. Okay, SMR. Rocking and rolling, SMR. Okay, might take some of this off too. Penny, why don't you just stay with the stock when it's breaking out? Because I'm trading options. Most of the time, I'm trading options right now when we're at all-time highs. A bit extended. VIX at lows. Calls sort of expensive. So I'm looking to take some off and see if the markets continue next week. Just my trading account. The investing account, I have. I mean, my retirement accounts, basically, long-term accounts. I'm not doing anything with that. I have TRBCX, SPHD, SPMO. I did reduce it a little bit on SPMO, but that was in my trading account. SPXL, RGAFX, VGT, the Vanguard Technology ETF. Okay, I'm not gonna do much with this unless we get some sort of big base starts to form. VGT, I'll just keep adding to this one. That's in my investing account. VGT is the Vanguard Information Technology ETF. A lot of the big boys and girls in the AI. Okay, IBM bounce. Nice setup for longs, IBM. Okay, bouncing at the lower Bollinger Band, RSI turning up. Oh, this is a beautiful setup. Just need volume now. Okay, IBM looks a beautiful setup. Just need a stop below today's low to start. Okay, so let me go ahead and buy some IBM here. Let's see, IBM. What do I want to do? IBM. Trade IBM. Let me look at the intraday. IBM. Okay, it's looking like it could form a BNC pivot. Okay, IBM. Okay, UMAC pulling back. Palantir turning up. Coinbase. All right, starting to sputter. Coinbase. I'll go ahead and take some of this Coinbase off into strength. I just threw a 200 shares at it. I'm going to take 50 off at a time. See how far this goes. Coinbase. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Okay, I'm selling into strength. 50 at a shot. That's me taking a little Coinbase off into strength. I don't need the very top. Looks like it could keep going, so I'll keep some on. What's Netflix doing? Netflix. Okay. Netflix did make a little bit lower low. Looking for buyers to step up, push it back above the 50-day on a hammer setup. IBM. Okay, IBM. I could scale into IBM if it doesn't fade more. You know what? Let me check the ATR here. ATR on IBM. ATR is $4.75 per day. It's currently up 450. So yes, I will wait on IBM. IBM ATR 475. Is that what it said? 475. Okay, so might not get the opportunity, but I am looking forward to retrace about 50% into today's run-up. Maybe 382. If it's super strong, it could be 236, 382. Okay, Lee Star was a champion at this. Okay, the late Lee Star. Okay, so you take yesterday's close. Okay, can we get something like this? Okay, and I'm going to take yesterday's low and today's high. I'm going to get some confluence. Okay, so 382 and 50%, pretty close together. Around 284 is what I'll do. Okay, 284. All right. Coinbase. All right, I'll take a little bit more off of Coinbase.
Mr. Cato says that we will address market voices over bond moves, and we will continue to work toward ensuring market trust.
SMR. Okay, so I said that I want to take some off here. SMR. SMR. Okay, I missed my opportunity to hit the high. That's okay. New scale power.
IMF says that we have seen strong evidence.
I don't know. Maybe I'll hold on to this.
Increases and some trade diversion.
I only have 200 shares of SMR.
And falling energy prices point to continued decline, albeit with variation across nations.
Okay, so it looks like the New York Fangs, people taking profits off if they have them. NVIDIA dropping off a bit. Okay, looking for a bounce. Maybe we'll get some bounces later. Google trying to bounce. Okay, Tesla's flagging. I took Tesla off into strength. That was wise. I had Coinbase, took that off. Max profit at the upper calls that I had, the 430s. Coinbase kept going. We're currently at 440. So once it gets to 430, I no longer have any kind of okay, I'm going to take the rest of my coin off. Coin, profit taking, FOMO crowd, going to get crushed. Okay, you never want to chase something like this. I jumped on the train. I like to use the analogy of a train going by. The train hasn't gotten up to speed, so I'm running along the platform, grabbed onto it, jumped on. Before it gets to the station, I'm looking to get off, so I'm standing on the platform ready to jump off. And once I see some nice soft soil I can jump off into, I'll get off the train. So I just did that a few minutes ago. All right, taking a little bit more off of Coinbase. Okay, here we go. We're starting to drop pretty fast here. Okay. Okay. So now what's happening? Okay, so we're going to get this pullback. We're going to have an opportunity to get long again.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for
Yeah, I miss my buddy, Lee Star.
The markets.
He'll always be with us.
If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase. and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a
S&P
67%
500 erases
tariff,
opening
you get a
gain.
discount.
Nasdaq 100
It's
is now down
huge,
0.1%.
very, very big, very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
Sorry, this commercial's cracking me up. Okay, somebody took some profits there. All right. So let's see how far this goes. Okay, so what we want to see is another buy order block. Okay, so you had your nice setup. Here's your setup. Okay, this morning, if you bought into this, as it started to run up like I did, I just threw some shares at it, took some profits off into strength near 430. Okay, so it's really 430. Where's 430? Right there. 430. Okay, taking some profits on the existing calls I had, the 425, 430s, took those off, bought some CONL shares on the way up. It just hit the high. We had 3 to 1 there, it looks like. 3 to 1. Yeah, 3 to 1 at the high. That was a good place to start taking some profits off. Okay. Okay, so you might be saying, okay, Vinny, I can't do this. I'm at work. I can't trade fast like this. All right, so I give you lots of different setups during the day. In this case, this is a very quick trade to the upside. We have other trades like IBM. I just told you IBM is going to be a great setup, most likely. It is a great setup. Do we have an opportunity to buy a dip? It's just flagging. It might not give us an opportunity. So I'm still waiting for IBM to give us something, a better entry. I'd like to get it down here near like 284, 285, because it's 100% of its ATR already. It's got a $4.75 ATR. It's up $4.75, so I don't want to chase it. I always like to buy dips. Just get into the habit of saying, I only buy dips. I only buy dips. And that'll keep you out of trouble most of the time. And you usually will get a pretty decent entry. Here's Lulu. We bought Lulu yesterday. So Lulu, although it is coming back in, it is a double bottom. My stop is down here near 220. So if this does take out the low, hey, the setup didn't work. Move on to the next trade. But if we do start to see some buyers come in and Lulu can manage to get above the 20-day next week or today, then we're looking for the upper Bollinger Band around 250. Okay, what's Coinbase is still coming back in. Coinbase. Okay, so there you go. Okay, let's go look at some of these for dip buys. Lulu. Okay, watching Lulu's flow. Google. Looking for flow to turn. Okay, nothing yet. Coinbase. Okay. Coinbase. Okay, you can see how we hit the high, Coinbase. It's another reason to take some profits off, right? Okay, you see the peak. Now, a lot of people will say, well, it just follows price. Just follows price. Not really. It peaked before price did. See that?
US crypto-linked stocks rise after US House passes crypto market structure legislation.
Okay. Okay, so it peaked before price. Are we going to get a turn? I don't know. It's Friday. I could probably play this again. Futures look like they want to turn. Let's take a look at Trace and see what dealer hedge flows are telling us. Dealer hedge flows is that purple line. Still dropping. There's really nothing underneath here. I would like to see a bounce, actually, buy some puts. I wanted to see a follow through and a push towards 63.50.
To the resumption of NVIDIA H20 chip shipments to China in letter to Trade Representative Ladnick.
Okay, Nvidia is still pulling back a bit. Netflix looking for the turn. Give it a few more minutes. Give it till about 10:30, maybe even 11 o'clock to see if we get any kind of pivots. Okay. If you don't get a pivot early, I usually look for pivots, either a high or low pivot, depending on what the market's doing. I look for a high or low pivot around 11:30. It is a Friday, so taking profits off into strength was a good idea, obviously in hindsight. But Coinbase could see more buying activity.
And,
I don't know. I
Clubhouse
can't
on
go after
House
this again.
Republican on House China
I'll have to wait.
Committee objects to the resumption of NVIDIA H20 chip shipments to China in letter to US Commerce Secretary Ladnick.
The other thing is when I'm day trading or short-term swing trading. If I'm short-term swing trading, I already know that I don't have a day to follow tomorrow, so I have to wait for the whole weekend. So I have to be careful. I've already taken Netflix, okay, at the low. We're starting to turn back up now. I did take some Netflix. Was it 1255s? 1255s. I sold at 1260s. I have the put vertical still left, the credit spread. So I want Netflix to, over the next couple of weeks, to move back up into the range. Let's see what Netflix is doing. Move back up towards the previous highs, hold above the 50-day. I'd love to see a hammer today. These would all give me indications of what we might do next. But on a Friday especially, I'm going to take fewer risks. We have nothing but a great week of profit. So right now I'm just sitting here waiting for the best setups. Okay, being patient. Focus. I will say my focus has become much greater from my perspective. I've been taking magnesium, about 500 milligrams a day, magnesium. I forget the exact kind, but magnesium is good for your focus, especially as you get, 45, 50, 55. You want to make sure that you're taking some magnesium. Stay focused. Don't be so quick to jump into a trade. Analyze it for a few minutes. You can always wait 5 minutes. You might miss a few dollars, few pennies, whatever, but always gives you an opportunity to analyze your position. Make sure you're not making a mistake. All right, watching. Okay, so Coinbase, perfect example. All right, so we exited almost entirely into strength. And what's it doing? Coming right back down. Okay, so FOMO crowd chased that one. Okay. Okay, Netflix starting to bounce. So anyway, it's a Friday. I took a couple of risky trades here. The Netflix trade. I took the Coinbase. Coinbase I'm out of. Netflix I'm still in. I have plenty of time on. CoreWeave is making a new low here. So is UMAC. UMAC is selling to 1160. Okay, so you might be saying, okay, well, the markets are pulling back. I had profits. Now I don't have profits. If that's the case, just hang in there because more than likely we're going to bounce. Markets don't go straight down or straight up, as you can see with Coinbase. Markets are going straight up forever. So Coinbase, what told me to start thinking about Coinbase as a sell? Well, this right here. Let me show you why I started selling some Coinbase. Okay, so we're looking for these reversals to start showing up on the hedging flows. Okay, let's go to AMD. AMD was good at the high, and then it dojied, and I don't know, did it pull back a little more? Looks like it. Hedging flow is still very bearish at the moment, so not going to do anything. UMAC getting sold. Shorts are hitting UMAC. UMAC. Okay, let's see. Okay, Coinbase still pulling back. Coinbase still pulling back. All right, so Lulu, let's see. SMR. Thinking about scaling out of some SMR. Okay, yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that.
UK tightens oil price cap.
Okay, that's me taking a couple of hundred shares of SMR off. Okay. Next time it hits the 90 May, I'll get back in. This trend is bullish, 921.50, 200-day up and to the right. You might be asking, well, Vinny, you just got into this week. Why you're taking profits already? Well, I've been day trading this one too. Short term, 1-day swings, up quite a bit the next day, like we had on Wednesday. Took some off. It wound up moving higher. That's okay. I bought the dip on Thursday, selling some into strength today. Always buying the dips, even if it's intraday. Okay, these dips here keep getting bought, like over here at 11:30. On Wednesday, we had a lot of stocks dipped at 11:30. The president was talking about some stuff about Fed Powell, and then he came on news and he said, whatever. And the markets took off to the upside. So we had a little dip there towards the close yesterday, a pop this morning to sell into. So that's what I'm going to do. I'll keep some shares, but Coinbase looks like it might bounce now. Coinbase, let's take a look at the hedging flows. Coinbase.
EU action will lower oil price cap from $60 a barrel to $47.60 a barrel.
Coinbase looking for a bounce. Not yet. Not yet. Okay, maybe a bounce here in Coinbase. Okay, maybe I'll buy some options this time. Should I? No, we don't have a signal, right? Coinbase. Watching Coinbase here. Okay, the hedging flow is the purple line. There's food right here, cats. Look, they're right here. Okay. Top of the list, top of the NASDAQ 100, Mercado Libre, Melli, Constellation Energy, going to provide energy for many of the
US stocks continue to
AI companies out there like Microsoft.
0.06%, NASDAQ down 0.14%.
So Constellation Energy, Frank, you know this one, right? You got me into this one a few weeks back. Constellation Energy, did they sign a deal with Microsoft or was that a different company? Do you know? If you know. Okay, so Coinbase, I'm just going to wait. There's no flow yet. No flow yet.
JP Morgan expands research to private firms, starting with OpenAI.
Well, it's me again. It's Donald J. freaking Trump, okay? And if you're sick and tired of hearing my voice in this ad, which is pretty sad, all you gotta do is go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Beautiful, big, huge discount. So what are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
Okay. Coinbase still sitting here. Coin. Okay. Coinbase looks like it might hold here. Let me just check the flows again. Okay. No, still lower. Coin. Yeah, I made a nice little chunk of change there with the Coinbase calls and the CONL shares. So I'm just going to leave that alone for now. I'm going to exercise a little patience and wait till about 11 o'clock, 11:30. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday. We've had an excellent week. For the past 4 weeks, we've had 3 up. Last week was a doji. And we're getting a bit extended now, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a little pullback. Okay, so since the April 7th low, we've managed to muster at least 1, maximum 2 up weeks before having a week off. 2 here after the reversal, week off, 1 week up, 1 week sideways, 2 weeks up, 2 weeks sideways. 4 weeks ago, started a 2-week rally, doji week. And this week, if we can manage to hold on to these levels, push a bit higher, we can have a bullish week again. So we're getting a bit extended from the 10 EMA weekly. Calls are getting expensive. Puts are very cheap. The trade is crowded on the call side. So I don't know. Well, I do know. It's a bit more risky at this point. So I'm going to exercise more patience and wait a bit longer. Let's see what Netflix is doing. Netflix with earnings, that is showing a bear flag, but it is rising up a bit more. Let's look at Netflix. Coinbase is still sitting here. Netflix.
Heads up, Deputy Treasury Secretary Faulkner, currently speaking on CNBC, says crypto rules further cement dollar as the standard.
Okay, looking good. Okay, 10. Okay, Coinbase still hanging in there. Coinbase.
Falkender says the private sector must educate public on stablecoins.
All right. Netflix just looking for this to start to rally back up. I do have the 1255s. Okay, those are out on August 15th. That's between that and Coinbase. That's the only risk I really want to take is a Friday. So far, if we start to see a reversal between 11 and 11:30, we'll start to consider some day trades. I do want to see buy order blocks. I don't have any buy order blocks on Netflix, for example. So let's take a look for buy order blocks. We had
Falkender says Treasury wants Trump to cast wide net for Fed pick.
so we had some, little fades here, but I don't see buy order blocks. You see that? Usually at the open, like on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we had buy order blocks right at the open on many of these stocks. Let's look at Microsoft. Okay, at the lows, you see buy order blocks? I don't. Okay.
Falkender adds that one should question why interest rates are so high.
Low tick alert -800.
Okay, another low tick. All right, so hopefully we'll have an opportunity for a bounce where we can actually buy. You know what? Maybe I'll buy some puts anyway. I know we're starting to move lower. SPY, go a few weeks out. What did we say? 61.85. 618. SPY 618. Let's go out to August 8th. 618. 618 is a 30. Oh, it's already a 30 delta. Okay. But volatility hasn't picked up. So 618. 615. All right, I'm going to do 615 buy 615. Oh, dumb. I don't want to do that. Delete that. 615. Okay. Buy a vertical. 615. Make it cheaper, but still have the protection. 615, 610 maybe. See what that goes for. 615, 610. That's $4. All right, I'm going to wait for a bounce. Okay, there goes Snowflake pushing a bit higher. Netflix is NVIDIA's turning. Watch NVIDIA. Okay, let's see what the flow looks like on NVIDIA because we're starting to see a turn. Looking to buy the dip.
According to AP News, Trump appointees requested more marble for Fed renovation.
Who cares? Gives a shit. Okay, Coinbase, big drop there. Snowflake, okay, Palantir bouncing. Okay, NVIDIA, starting to see some short covering, but that's about it for now.
So it's been reported earlier on in the day as well. The Trump appointees requested more marble for the Fed's $2.5 billion renovation, now attacked by the White House as excessive.
Oh, please. Man, that,
So
you know,
news
they are
Trump
searching for
prices.
straws.
Other news wise here.
That happens a lot. That happens a lot in construction. Cost overruns, change orders. Mondo knows what I'm talking about. If you've been in the construction industry for any length of time, you know that you can always find fault with change orders during the process of construction. Maybe I'm an architect by trade. Maybe maybe the client decides or didn't account for enough marble in this case for the project. They're talking about this, trying to catch Powell. He's not the one. I don't think he's managing the project. There would be a project manager, an architectural project manager that managed the project, and they would be working for the government. So they have the government agency, the architect of the Capitol. I applied for that position at one point, but I really suspect because I'm conservative, I'm a Republican. Now I'm independent, but Republican. That the then Democratic. It was during Obama period. I was thinking about switching, and while I was trading during the same time, thinking about switching, moving down to DC, but didn't get the job. So they have the architect of the Capitol, and you have architects that work for that particular purpose, just the Capitol buildings, because there's always something that needs to be done. Anyway, what do we got going here? This is Snowflake. Snowflake on the move. Look at the flow on Snowflake compared to everything else. Snowflake is running. Tesla. Okay, a higher low on Tesla. Let's see what Tesla flow looks like. We've had a great week, so just temper your new positioning. Okay, just temper your new positions. Friday is not usually the best day to start taking on a bunch of new risk. In my opinion. Okay. Coinbase is starting to turn again. Coinbase. S&P is just sitting here. I'd like to see a bounce. I'd like to get a bounce out of the markets to buy some puts overhead. Buy some puts lower, say the 618, 615 strike, something like that on SPY. About a month out. Just a hedge. Just a hedge. Okay, let's see.
Rob Network contributor Kevin Hayes is with me, co-host of Fast Market Live at the CBOE. We've seen the records. Kevin, some of your thoughts on this day?
It's starting to get a bit worrisome, Nicole, that good earnings.
Okay, Snowflake is still going.
Causing stocks to rally. I look at this morning, Netflix and American Express, both the stocks. American Express showed a strong U.S. consumer, record revenues from affluent shoppers, and yet the stock can't hold these levels. Netflix,
Tesla.
thing, they put up good numbers, stock not holding here. So this high bar, because these stocks have run so far, is affecting the beginning of earnings season, despite strong economic data coming out across the board. Good economic data again this morning here with firm housing starts and permits, and a slightly better, though not a number I really pay attention to, consumer sentiment. But all things considered, it's earnings that are causing stocks to hesitate here, not the economy, Nicole.
Right. And look, I mean, in the earnings, in that consumer sentiment, did talk about inflation expectations. Some of those folks were feeling better overall, and they expected less inflation. JD, what are you watching here?
Okay, Tesla's starting to turn back up. Tesla. We took some profits off Tesla into strength. Okay, S&P is starting to move. Okay, let's take a look at S&P. Maybe we want to trade something on S&P. Okay, watching for a turn. Okay, looking for Hero to turn. Okay, S&P still.
Maybe it's a little unclear for investors how much higher it could go, and you're seeing some downward pressure on a lot of these names that, hey, for the most part, they check the boxes on earnings, but we're seeing investors with a bit of a different reaction on this Friday morning.
There could be some profit taking your highs recently, so that was some good news. You're also watching ASP, Netflix. You've watched a few more names.
Yeah, pretty similar to what Kevin was saying.
Okay, let's see if we can turn here. Apple turning back up. Apple turning. Snowflake is still going. Snowflake is ripping higher.
For a company that has had such a big run up there, and we'll see. I think we got the 1 year price target for Netflix right now set at about $12.99. That's about of a jump of 6 to 7% from where.
A little short covering on some of these New York FANG components, but not much to follow through. We do have a pretty decent day, though. Advancers are outnumbering decliners. We got 65 advancing on the Q, 65 advancing out of 100 on the Qs. S&P 500, 280 stocks advancing, 280 stocks advancing on the S&P out of 500. And IWM's 510, 512 out of 2,000. Okay, Coinbase starting to turn up. Let's keep an eye on Coinbase. Might be an opportunity there, Coinbase. Apple's turning up.
As a trader, I looked at the end of today, and I looked to next week. And what's on
Okay, what's AMD doing?
In terms of economic data until we get to next Friday in durable goods. We've got new home sales, existing home sales. Obviously, we'll get mortgage apps.
Meta's starting to turn up. Meta.
Durable goods is another.
Okay, Meta's making higher lows and higher highs. Maybe Meta gets something going. Tesla, looking for Tesla to turn up.
It's Tesla, it's Google Alphabet. Those are
Tesla's
names
above the
that
50 and the
you-
200-day now, so that's good.
A lot of these names, not necessarily Tesla or Google Alphabet.
Let's add IBM here. IBM we want to keep an eye on. Okay, IBM is making higher highs and higher lows gradually.
This week, so it's rallying into their earnings event, but that'll always be volatile. Obviously, they're into so many things, as is Google Alphabet. I mean, think about it: Google Alphabet, streaming, cloud, AI, search. You know,
Snowflake is ripping. I do have a position in Snowflake I got to keep an eye on. All right, let me take, let's see what we got here. Snowflake. I think I have next week's call. Snowflake. Snowflake.
Regulation and investigations into them. There's a lot of reasons, but I think that's going to be a big one next week. And then you get things like actually 3 more airlines in Southwest and American Airlines on Thursday, Alaska Air on Wednesday. So we'll get more looks at the airlines. So I think we're starting, the pace of earnings is really starting to pick up as we get into the second week of earnings season. I think that's going to drive the market in many ways. High bar, low bar is a key theme for this earnings season.
10 seconds, JD.
In addition to durable goods, we've got existing and new home sales next week. And then, of course, into the weekend for the Sunday shows, Powell Watch continues. Do you have other Fed officials, former Fed officials, publicly jockeying perhaps to be on the short list of consideration?
Meeting is supposed to be quiet. But
Correct.
maybe you could read between the lines, folks.
There's a lot
All right.
of between
Thank you
lines.
both. JD. See you guys. Thank you so much. I'm Nicole Petalides. Thanks for being with us here on Morning Trade Live. The Dow is down 161. The S&P is hitting records, but it's turning negative. And we have trading 360 with Tiny King Hall.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates.
Snowflake flow is still going. Look at Snowflake.
Overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your
Okay, we got a little bit of divergence there on Snowflake as it hits the highs. Coinbase bouncing up again. I can't do this for. All right, so the nice little bouncing Coinbase. Coinbase. Apple's starting to turn. Apple. Okay, there goes Apple. Look at the flow on Apple. Okay, Apple. Okay, what do we got there? 210s, 212.50s for today. Apple. Apple's not going to keep going. Maybe giving myself another week. Oh, I do have calls that expire next week. Apple 212.50s. Oh, I bought those yesterday. That's right. 212.50s. Monitor Apple.
After he passed away, the torches were passed to me, and my advisor Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The 2 grandchildren,
212.50s.
their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Okay, I'll leave that alone for now. Apple.
Morning movers. Be the first to find out what shape.
Okay, let's look at some of these stocks that are actually moving. Stocks that are actually moving. Mercado Libre, MELI, Mercado Libre. Okay, double bottom. Booking.com, that's been active for more than a week. Very active. Constellation Energy, that's one that Frank brought to our attention. That's pushing a bit higher. Constellation, looking for the breakout of this flat base, more or less double top. Constellation Energy, okay. It's got some resistance between this current level, 330 and 350. A lot of resistance overhead.
seminars, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Okay, NVIDIA, no follow through yet. Netflix still sitting at the low, a lot of profit taking. Coinbase, not going to chase it. Okay, so going through the stocks that are actually moving this morning. Number 4 is Ansys. That was active the last couple of days. Ansys, that came back down yesterday. Tesla above the 50 and the 200-day now. Trending. I'm thinking that the upper Bollinger Band is probably going to be tested. If the Bollinger Bands start to open up, you would expect quick or fast price action. So Bollinger Bands need to open up top and bottom, move away from price. Okay, so what I'm talking about here is what you should be looking for on Tesla is for Bollinger Bands to start to do this. Okay, move away from price. That's telling you look for a fast move. Watch RSI in concert. What would that look like? What would that look like? If Tesla were to start moving like that, what would it look like? It would look like this chart, SMR, okay? See how the Bollinger Bands move away from each other fast? Look for a fast move, move away, think fast. Okay, what's Oklo doing? These were trailing. Okay, so you can see Oklo, finally, the Bollinger Bands starting to open up on Oklo. And Nano Nuclear, these were tight Bollinger Bands. See, Nano is still doing it. You can see that upper band is still turned inward. Lower band is still fairly tight, but Oklo is starting to open up, so that's probably going to go. Needs to get through 73.50. There's probably some people that want to sell right here that bought the high, waited for this entire move 4 weeks, 5 weeks later to finally get back to where they entered. They'll wipe their hands of the stock only to see it break out higher. Happens all the time. People buying the highs, selling the lows instead of the other way around. Selling the highs, buying the lows. Okay, Snowflake pulling back in. Okay, so those look pretty good. The nukes look good. SMR, I did take some off of SMR. Coinbase. Lower high on Coinbase. Okay, remember we're looking for a little BC pivot on IBM. Here's Coinbase. IBM. Okay, we're starting to flag now. Right on VWAP. Okay, so IBM, I might start to scale into IBM. When is their earnings, IBM? IBM. IBM's earnings, July 23rd, so next week. Damn, why can't it be a little bit longer? Okay, so IBM might be an iron condor candidate for next week. Or short-term day trade. Short-term day trade, IBM. Week swing trade, short-term swing trade, day trade. This is probably going to rise up. I don't know. Earnings next week. I'll pass on. I'll pass on IBM for now.
Good morning, Diane. Yeah, American Express under some pressure here to start Friday's trade, despite reporting earnings per share on an adjusted basis for their second quarter that was better than anticipated. They reported $4.08, which beat estimates. They also reported $17.86 billion, which was ahead of estimates as well on the revenue front for their second quarter. They reported billed business for the second quarter of $416.3 billion. talking about the performance, CEO of the company quoted, "Our second quarter results continue the strong momentum we have seen in our business over the last several quarters, with revenues growing 90% year over year to reach a record 17.9 billion and adjusted
Okay, what
EBITDA
else?
rising 17%.
Constellation,
Regarding guidance,
RF, Regions Financials gapping up. What are the banks doing? Goldman Sachs a few days later now. Still flagging. JP Morgan. Okay, JP Morgan looking a little better. American Express pull back to the 50-day.
Did see some comments from the company's CEO as well regarding crypto, not seeing it taking the place of fiat currencies, but did say
Okay, Palantir, been looking for a pullback in Palantir for a re-entry. Okay, looks like we might get something over the next few trading days. So anything back to the 90 MA or 21 day that gets bought is what I'm looking for. It'll look like this price action right here. The pullback, waiting until the bullish turn starts, and then getting long, put a stop underneath, say 130 if we had gotten long here. So that's what I'm looking for right now on Palantir, looking for it to pull back a little bit, a couple of days, maybe to the 9 or 21 day. So that's a possible trade next week.
What I would say is, I know you're going to talk Netflix later on. I think the same story can be applied there. Same story largely can be applied to the banks that we heard from this week. It does seem that the earnings have come in relatively robust, but the rally off the lows has been so strong. What's enough for the market? And it doesn't seem like what we've gotten so far has been enough.
Yeah, what's enough for the market? To your point, shares of American Express off a little bit more than 30% right now. Thank you, Alex Spencer. Alex Stock, the senior equities contributor, co-host of Next Gen with the latest look at American Express. Some insights on the news that's shaping markets. For that, we want to welcome in Blake Miller, Director of Investments at Sandbox Financial Partners. All right, Blake, let's talk about where we stand now. We're a little off records, but we're essentially around the records. When we look at the S&P 500, the NASDAQ. The question on many investors' minds, especially when we think about our audience, we have a retail investor, retail trader community, is the opportunity behind them.
Diane, great to be here with you on this beautiful summer day here in New York. Look, we at Sandbox,
yeah, it looks nice out. It's hot already. Apple's going here a little bit more.
We're at the halfway point. This is a good time to sort of take stock. Where have we come from? It's been a very difficult first half, especially with those waterfall declines that we saw back around the tariff announcement. We're showing our clients these statements. They're quite pleased just to see that some of them don't even realize that the market is positive on the year. But again, that's behind us. So it's now more what's in front of us. What's that opportunity set look like? Is it too late? And we would argue no, that there's a number of things to look at. One of them would be just when the market does make a new high, people are always thinking maybe that's the top, right? But what we fail to sometimes realize is markets make new highs in bunches. They cluster. So just because we're making new highs now doesn't mean it's the top. The second point I'd like to make is when you think, back over market history and you look at cyclical bull markets, most of them,
Okay, Apple.
around 5.5 years. We're not even 3 years in on
Apple flow on Apple continues to rise. Apple.
And, the market risk that we've seen this year, there's been tremendous amounts of them. Now we have to start worrying about Coldplay concerts, but we would be looking at credit spreads. That's the real tell. We don't listen to, President Trump. We're not looking necessarily at the VIX. We're looking at credit spreads. Those blew out earlier in the year. They've retraced all of that. So at least the bond market is not showing any signs of stress at this moment.
Okay, let me ask you, going back to the point about sitting at near records for the equity market, there's this debate around valuation. Yep. So when you think about the valuation debate, is it justified or are we stretched?
Great question.
Apple's still pushing here. Apple flow still pushing.
This market, it's a little bit
You can see the flow from the open rising up and to the right on Apple. Let's see if we get any kind of follow through. Apple, we're looking for buy order blocks. Okay, we're looking for buy order blocks. Apple. Okay. No buy order blocks, but we did have some liquidity below. If we get through this supply at 211, we should see a push on Apple.
Look back over the last 5 years and argue that this market and investors at home have essentially gone through 6 extinction level events, and we've made it all the way through on the other side. So the market multiple, where we were pre-pandemic 5 years ago and where we are today, it's only 1.5 turns higher. And when you think about what we've gone through a once in a lifetime pandemic. We've gone through the Fed hiking interest rates at the fastest pace in history, inflation, 50-year highs.
So you're saying we're
almost a nuclear war.
Yeah.
So we're battle tested. This market.
Oh, jeez. Hyperbolic a little bit.
So, you know, it's over. So we move forward. Chevron call now at 12 p.m. with analysts at an analyst meeting November 12th. And I'm sure they'll be much more aggressive even than it was this morning on your show regarding the synergies that they'll achieve from this deal, which I think they'll achieve very quickly.
And what do you want to know on that front?
Well, I think the prevailing view here, as you know, I was just listening to Jeff and trying to get over the comments about Jeff and your husband, but the fact is that people are very bearish here, and the latest bearish on oil, and the latest bearish argument is that the first half was characterized by China massively building inventories over 1 million barrels a day, which obviously isn't going to continue forever, but which also likely masks the weakness that all the barrel counters can see in the oil market, because there's a lot of concern about, you guessed it, things like Guyana, which has a major project starting up just this quarter with incremental supply coming and coming and coming. There's still a significant concern in the market, even though the distillate side of the oil market is very strong at the moment. So there is good demand this summer. It's just that there's even better supply. And that remains a major concern. The reason we've held oil prices high has been China building inventory at over 1 million barrels a day in the first half.
Speaking of China, Paul, I wanted to get your take on Brazil, where things are very spicy between the president and Lula. There was an item yesterday out of Reuters that Petrobras might start diverting some shipments to China. I don't think it's a lot of our own supply, but is it material, or do we have enough spare capacity to make up for any oil that doesn't come our way?
Well, my weekly call this week, we had Mark Wilder, who's Wall Street's top paper and pulp analyst, and he was saying that those tariffs on Brazil are going to be a major problem for the pulp market, and actually for the U.S. toilet paper market, believe it or not. And that's just the pulp and paper side. So yeah, I mean, the 50% tariffs on Brazil are, there would be a major problem for markets, including U.S. markets, if they were to be pushed through. I think our concern there is it seems political. It seems more to do with Bolsonaro than it does with trade balances.
What's the primary driver of oil now? That things have come down in the Middle East. That I guess the outlook appears to be brighter on the economy. What's the swing factor here?
Well, the end of summer. So basically, things have been good in the Middle East in terms of oil demand for sure. And so, with summer, we've had Saudi burning 400,000 barrels a day of oil for power generation. That will stop as we get past Labor Day. So the next phase here is really to move through Labor Day. And that's where you test the bear case into February of 2026. If we don't go down a lot by February of 2026, given the incremental supply and depending on how winter is, obviously, that's when 2026 is when people have the $50 forecast in for that year. And we can see exactly where they have that. It looks like there's probably 1.5 million to 2 million barrels a day potentially of oversupply in the market in that time frame.
All right, well, thank you for joining us, weighing in on the deal news of the day and much more. Paul, thank you. Appreciate it. From Sankey Research, the CEO, Charles Schwab, is coming up on the other side of this break. Revenue jumping 25%.
All right.
Jump this morning as well. That was a new all-time high.
We continue to watch the markets today. Stocks have pulled back after hitting some all-time highs at the open. The two big downward components on the Dow at the moment are the two names that reported today, 3M and American Express.
Apple looking for a follow through. Not much going on today, so. Okay. So Fridays aren't usually that active for me anyway, unless we got some sort of flow and the markets are obviously in play. Um, okay, there goes Tesla. Tesla's pushing a bit more. Maybe I'll do something with Tesla. Apple looking a little better. Looking okay. But if you see what I'm looking at here, just want to show you what I'm looking at here. Okay, being it's Friday. Okay, here's a New York FANG. New York FANG. On its 10 stocks. Okay, we're going to go look at junk bonds too. All right, let's go take a look at junk bonds. Okay, I think if you could follow this methodology that I've developed over 38 years of trading, it's going to help you out a great deal. Okay, not only will you have a sense of direction in the markets, but you have a reference point to be able to go from day to day and week to week, month to month. Okay, so in this case, junk bonds are above the 9 EMA, 21 day. Okay, so for 3 days, we've come off of a low. We got near the 50 day. Now we're turning back up. Now, what does this mean to me? It means that the people who would trade this are risk on. Okay, they would be exiting the market like they did over here in February and March if they thought the markets were going to roll over. They would be exiting. They wouldn't be buying. And I would suggest that because these people have such great numbers when it comes to dollars traded, we're talking big flow. Okay, so if this is moving higher, you can see that they have risk on. Okay, this is a risky asset class. High yield, still risky, but not as risky as junk bonds, as the name implies. If you want to read a good book about junk bonds, I find for summer reading, what's his name? Stewart. Den of Thieves. This is a good book about bond trading. This is what got me interested in the markets. This book right here is what got me interested in the markets back in 1986, I guess. No, 1991. All right, so I'd already been investing in reading Investor's Business Deal, and this book came out, and it was at the time they were talking about Ivan Boesky and Michael Milliken, if you've ever heard of his name. They got caught for insider trading junk bonds. Michael Milliken was considered the junk bond king. Great book to read about, insider trading and the whole. It's like a thriller. I really enjoyed it. Maybe you will too. Anyway, they were involved with junk bonds. Okay, so junk bonds are companies that can't afford, are basically about ready to go the way of the trash can, right? because they're having difficulty refinancing their debt. Maybe they're in an industry group that's not doing well, and they startup company. They're looking for funding, and they sell these junk bonds to try to meet payroll or whatever. And they're very risky, because if the interest rates all of a sudden make big changes, junk bonds can dive. Long story short, it's a risky asset. If it's going up, that's bullish. If it's going down, that's bearish. It's that simple. Let's go look at breadth. Okay, I know that was kind of a belabored point, but sometimes I feel like I need to explain myself. So, okay, so here you go with breadth. So S&P 500 basically flagging. Mid caps, small caps are saying contraction, and NASDAQ is managing to see an upward slope. So I would focus on NASDAQ related names, the Qs. Okay, if it trades on the Qs, I'd be looking at that. S&P is kind of flagging right here. All right, so this is advanced decline percent. This is more of a daily, intraday, short-term swing indicator. Okay, what else? Let's look at high-low. New York Stock Exchange high-low. Broad measure of market participation. 2,000 stocks on the composite. It's above the zero line, so I have a bias to the long side, neutral to long. And remember what junk bonds look like. That's long. Advanced decline staying at high, so that looks good. It's not rolling over. Not rolling over like December or February, March. It's not rolling over. It's making higher highs, higher lows. So that's a bullish signal. The New York Stock Exchange is green and blue elder sticks. So that's telling you blue is telling you pause. Green is telling you bullish, a bullish bias. Red is telling you to start considering taking profits off. Okay. Let's look at the put call ratio. Put call ratio. Put call ratio. Okay, put call. Okay, so it's getting on the call. You see, when it's in the green zone, that tells me that there's a lot of calls. Okay, so calls are expensive and crowded. It's a crowded trade on the call side. Conversely, the puts are very cheap because we're nowhere near the red zone. Okay, puts are not being bought. So we know that VIX is at lows, right? We know VIX are at lows. VIX can stay down here. Okay, so I'm not going to sell volatility when VIX is at the lows, because the possibility of it popping back to 19, 20, 22 could happen anytime. You just need a catalyst. So mostly bullish signals for now. Let's look at the equal weight index. Let's remove the weight of the big cap tech names, and we got a doji. Actually, we have a gravestone doji. Gravestone doji is one where we gap up and then fade and close. Actually, we start at the low, move to the high, come back down, and close at the low of the day. So Bollinger Bands are tightening up. That's telling me to look for consolidation, not a sell-off, given everything else we're seeing. Number of stocks above the 20-day, just kind of meandering between 50 and 60%. So that's kind of a neutral signal. Same thing with the 50-day. Okay, so no sell signal, no buy signal, just neutral. Let's look at the S&P 1500. Okay, this is taking the big cap 500, mid cap 400, small cap 600, putting it into a composite index. If that line is climbing, that's bearish. That's bullish. If it were turned down and crossing below the red line, that would be bearish. Okay, like over here. Back in February, you see the signal in February that looks nothing like right now. Right? Looks like nothing like February. Okay. All right, stock charts, whatever. I don't know why it tells me that. 1500. Duplicate panels? What are they talking about? What are you talking about? Okay, so this looks neutral. Okay, coin continues to fade, so that was a good exit on Coinbase. Good exit. Netflix, looking for that to start catching a bid now. Okay, so the idea with Netflix is I bought some earlier, 1255s. I'll add to that. I'll double my position, get it up to about 5 calls. If we start to rally, I have the August 15th, 1255s. I sold at 1260s, I believe. Vertical, so I'm looking for it to start to rise back up. Remember, I have put credit spreads 1160, 1150. So I want prices to start to rise so I can take those put credits off next week for a $200 credit, $1,000 trade for just sitting here and doing much of nothing. Netflix staying, it would be nice to see Netflix climb a little bit. Anyway, back to what we're doing here, 1500. Okay, you can see that we got a bullish trend. Blue and green elder sticks. You see any red here? The last red we had was over here. So this is neutral to bullish. The trend is up and to the right. Arca Institutional Index. This is what the institutions have. 75 stocks most commonly held in the institution's core portfolios. Green and blue, no red. Bullish trend. Yeah, but Vinny, we're at highs. We could turn back down on Monday. Sure, we could do that. We could do that. But for now, it's a bullish trend. So keep moving your stops up. All right. All right. So the way I would trade, all right, as we start to break out, as the markets start to break out, this is the way I look at the markets. It's not the only way, but it's the way I look at it. So once we break out, okay, you put a stop underneath that low, right? Put a stop underneath that low. You keep moving higher. You keep trailing your stops. Keep trailing your stops. Keep trailing your stops. Trailing your stops. Trailing stops. So on and so forth. We're trailing stops. We're right up here. So even though this is bullish and you say, okay, well, we could see a big drop next week. Okay. But you've managed to gain since moving above the 50 and the 200 day, where you just keep moving your stops up. Stops up. Stops up, right? Okay, what's the S&P? S&P just kind of sitting here. S&P. You know what? Let's take a look at some of these. AAII bull bear ratio. Okay, where would you rather be bullish? Would you rather be bullish at extremes up here? Or would you rather be bullish on the reversals? I would rather be bullish on the reversals. Now, that said, we know that we're at highs and we're due for a little correction, but I'm not looking for anything more than a couple of percent, if at all. Long term, we got 3 more years of the current administration, and he's looking at growth, growth, growth. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the trend continue after maybe a little bit of a 1 or 2% pullback, maybe back to the 21 day. That wouldn't be so bad. Let's look at what's the treasury yield deal doing? Okay, back to 50 day. The industrial production index, we'd like to see that. Okay, industrial production turned up. Okay, industrial production turned up. You see that? Okay, so the live screen just covering. Okay. All right. So industrial production turning back up. So you know that Trump is into the whole growth thing. And you can see since 2015, we've pretty much triple top on this indicator. If we start to break out and start trending like over here, okay, in 2000, 2010, 2011, into the peak in 2015. Remember, the markets topped out in 2017. So prior to the prior to the pullback that we saw in 15 and 16, the markets were rallying. Okay, so back in 2015, we had this little pullback in the S&P. 2015, kind of getting off the track here. Apologize, but 2015, 16. Okay. 2015, we had this pullback. It was about a 15 to 20% pullback into 15, 16. Inflation was only 2% at the time. 15, 16. Okay. November 16, that's Donald Trump, right? Trump administration. Trump comes in, first term, inflation. So we had a 15% pullback. And the biggest part of it was August. You see that right there? See August. Okay, August tends to be a weak time. Okay, August tends to be the weak time of the year. All right, so we're looking for some weakness. August, September. What is he talking about? I'm talking about this. We tend to see in the second half of the second half of the third quarter, we tend to see August 16th through September 30th. That tends to be a weak time of the year. So we're probably going to see a little bit more upside, I would think. MP is on the move. Okay, MP. So just remember August. Most indicators are bullish. MP on the move. Mondo's been talking up MP. Okay, looking good. I'd like to buy it on a dip. You guys are already in this, so I can't chase it. Okay, what's Lucid doing? Lucid. Okay, bullish again today. It's supposed to have a 10 to 1 reverse split. 10 to 1 reverse split. Okay, so we'll be trading what at $30? ABCL. Okay, ABCL. Abcelera Biologics. Okay, looks good. Okay, Apple looking for the follow through. Okay, Meta. Meta's been trying to turn back up. It's right above the 50-day. You can see the wicks underneath the last 3 days candles, right around 695, 700. Meta continues to find buyers. Snowflake, high or low. I don't see anything really worth doing right now, so I'm just going to keep reviewing things. QS. QS continues. QuantumScape. Nice, Susie. QBTS. That's one that Brother Bill's in. That pulled back today. Little profit taking. Okay. Quantum stocks. Let's see what these look like. Quantum. Most of these are IONQ. I mentioned. What was it? Wednesday. IONQ. Quantum. That's on the move. IONQ. This is one that gets a lot of press from IBD from time to time. All right, looks like it wants to take out the high. IONQ. Okay, buy order blocks at the open. Where is supply? Supply overhead. Okay, supply at 47 is trading at 46, so you only got a buck more upside. Yeah, JP Morgan, I like it. JP Morgan, I like it. Acceleration. S&P starting to go. All right, let's see what the flow looks like on the S&P. Let's see if hedge flows, dealer hedge flows have turned up. They have. Okay, so we could get a rally. We could get a rally up to 6,300. Where are we right now? S&P 500. Okay, 63 is there. Maybe 60. Maybe the high of the day, 63.12, 63.15. Looks good, Brano. I like it. Okay, 0 day. I might join you. Let's see. Okay, 0 day. Uh, 63.15. Okay, looking for that flow to continue on watching the flow or continuation. You trying to get my attention? Are you hungry? Hmm? There's food right here. Oh, you don't like that? Okay, watching the flow on the S&P. Flow's turned up. Okay, the flow is turned up. Tesla looks like that's going to go. All right, so the New York Fangs look like they could catch a bid. Okay, New York Fangs look like they could catch a bid. Watch, some of these are short covering. Okay, check the difference. We got changes here. New York Fang. Okay. Okay, all the New York Fangs are turning. So if you got any of these, look for shorts to cover. Apple could go. So is it Meta. Tesla looks like it wants to run. Okay. What's going on here? Okay, let's see if we got to follow through. Apple looking for it to pop through 211.25. Apple above, gets above 211.25. Could run to 212.50 quickly. Okay, we've got Meta, looks like it could go. Microsoft turning off the low. Netflix turning up. Netflix calls are working. 12:55. August 15.
The general take this morning about the price action is, I think, a creeping sense of just more competition. Is that fair?
That could have been competition related was the comment around engagement, where they basically said, overall engagement was up 1%, but users are growing more than 1%, and there's some noise with the way, with account share, and so they said organic usage basically like on a per person basis basically flat, and they tried to say that this year was an unusually back-weighted content year. So they
Okay, ABCL, you guys talking about? All right, so that one's running. ABCL. ABCL running. Okay, let's see if there's any buy or blocks on this one. ABCL.
The buyback in Q1 was pretty aggressive relative to last year's total level.
ABCL.
Questions going into the print last night about
Okay, buy order blocks at the open. This one's running. It's up 50 cents from the open.
They still have something like 12 million remaining on the authorization, and the company just is absolutely minting cash right now. So unless they're going to do some very large M&A, which they continue to talk about not wanting to buy legacy media assets, you know, it's going to go to buy basically our content. That's really the only place to spend.
Okay, what do they do? ABCL. ABCL. Abcelera, they have earnings on August 7th. Okay, the fundamental numbers look awful. A technology company searches, decodes, analyzes natural immune systems, finds antibodies that its partners can develop into drugs and prevent and treat disease. So Abcelera, not so great looking numbers, but doesn't mean it can't continue to move. Abcelera. Nice move there.
we mentioned the price increase over at our parent, Peacock.
Palantir.
What does the pricing backdrop look for 26?
They basically just did the major markets that like the US and Western Europe have already played out. So really the 26, we'll call it like revenue per subscriber swing factor is really going to be more advertising. And then to the extent you could, you know, we'd argue they haven't fully finished the
ABCL on the move. Okay, looks good there, Ricky. Looks good, Ricky. A number of you talking about ABCL.
We'll look forward to the programming slate as we move into the second half, Jason, and we'll talk more about it in the weeks to come. Thanks. Have a good weekend. Sure. You too. They had a lot of hits this quarter. They had the Adolescent, they had Siren. You've been watching one of them.
All the New York Fangs just look like shorts covering for now. If we get any kind of new money coming in, we'll let you know. For now, let's go back to S&P. Watching dealer hedging flows. Dealer hedging flows need to make higher highs and higher lows. Okay. Okay, you can see resistance at 6,300 and then again 6,310 perhaps. Palantir turning back up. Palantir. ABCL. Okay, that one's getting some action. Okay, what's going on here? Is there some kind of news for it? Overweight by KeyBank. That was 4 days ago. No new. Do we have any news here? Let me go look at Thinkorswim, see if there's anything here. ABCL. KeyBank maintain. Okay, so nothing new. I don't have any news on ABCL. Just taken off to the upside since the 14th. KeyBank maintaining overweight. $4 stock. That's really weird because most of the time these institutions don't touch stocks below $5 for some reason. That's the number I've always heard, $5. Maybe they have, you know, some connection with ABCL. Abcelera Biologics. Okay. We'll come back to this in a minute. Let's take a look at a S&P 500, S&P cash, looking for that to turn back up. Okay, let me update this. Let me update these numbers. Need to update the numbers manually, unfortunately. That's okay. I can manage that. Don't always remember to do it, though. That's the problem. Okay, so the numbers updated. S&P numbers updated. So this L1 is resistance at 6,300. C3, combo C3 is at 63.14. You can see that level up there, combo C3. Combo level. That's taking the S&P spiders and the S&P 500 cash resistance levels, combining them to make a combo strike. 63.14. Can we manage to get back up through this area? We had a little bit of buying there. Looks like buy order blocks. Okay, buy order blocks. That was yesterday. Okay, no buy order blocks yet. Like to see some buy order blocks and markets move higher. Like to have a close at the high. Oh, Goose, you ate a lot there, baby. Do you want some, Turtle? What's she just whacked her sister. There you go. Why are you whacking your sister, huh? Why are you doing that? Why are you biting me? Kitty cats are in the office. They like being in my office. Nice and peaceful in here. Okay, ABCL just keeps going. It looks like ABCL, continuation. ABCL is on the move. KeyBank.
Further cement the dollar as the world's reserve currency, because by making it easier for people trading internationally, for imports and exports, for trade even domestically to take place through electronic means, through blockchain technology, by providing this legislative clarity for those participating in this space, they know the rules of the road, they know how to operate, and it'll bring faith to the American people on how to negotiate, how to make payments, how to utilize these new systems.
Joining us now, the University School of Law and Professor on digital currencies at NYU for nearly a decade. He's been looking into Bitcoin for longer than that. He was on another network with me back in 2012 talking about Bitcoin, the only person who was talking about Bitcoin then. And you say now this is really Liberation Day. Why?
This is a really important moment. And Trump has really demonstrated that he's the crypto president. He governed on he campaigned on a platform that he announced at the Libertarian Party convention of being pro crypto, and he's doing what he said he was going to do. And this is an important day, not so much for what the federal government and the Treasury and Congress has done, but what they haven't done, which is back in the day, a lot of people, I remember back in 2011, Chuck Schumer was talking about banning crypto and banning Bitcoin entirely. And the fact that the first time that the Congress is dealing with this, they're actually passing positive legislation and not outlawing it is a fairly remarkable thing. Correct. I mean, it is a very American thing that there are certain technologies that we recognize do bad things. So the internet email is used for all sorts of crimes. Email can be used for tax evasion. We don't let the government read our emails, even though maybe it could help solve some crimes. In the same way, crypto can be used for bad things. Crypto can be used for terrorism. It can be used for money laundering. But we don't limit the bad things because in a free society, we tend to think that the onus should be on the government to make its case that it should restrict things rather than the people making the case that they should be allowed to do something.
There have been some pretty remarkable projections on what the stablecoin industry, how large it could be by the end of the decade. Do you think it grows 10x from here?
Yeah, I don't know so much about where it could go from here because it's a really different market than crypto. Stablecoins in this bill, the Genius Act really cements this, have to be backed by the U.S. dollar. So it's called a coin, so it sounds crypto-y. But it's not really a coin. It's not like Bitcoin, which is not backed by anything. So they're two very fundamentally different things, and they serve two different communities.
So how do you think the legitimacy then affects Bitcoin?
Well, I think in general, my gut is that people who buy Bitcoin buy it as a kind of hedge against inflation, and it's a different thing.
I don't. I buy as a day trade, swing trade.
What you're thinking around the outperformance of Ether over the last 3 months?
Yeah, I mean, there's more buyers than sellers. Yeah. Who knows why? I think there's just so much momentum around crypto generally.
The new kid on the block.
I think some of it is people see the price is lower. Not in nominal terms, the price is just lower, and so people just might think that they're getting it cheaper, which is not necessarily the best way to think.
Okay, ABCL looks like a lot of people talking ABCL. All right.
The competitive advantage of the U.S. Yeah, so this is viewed now as a country where we tolerate financial innovation, and especially the Clarity Act, which is really reining in the SEC. President Trump, one of the things he said when he gave that speech to the Libertarian Party convention is that he didn't like what the SEC was doing, which was regulating by enforcement. And so he appointed a new chairman, Paul Atkins, and there's tons of people like Senator Lummis, who we call Senator Satoshi. Yeah, I think I renamed her, maybe. It's a thing. President Trump, this is something that he said he was going to do. The crypto industry voted. There's,
What time is it? 11:50. Okay, cool. All right, having a good day. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We're 10 minutes away from lunch hour here on the East Coast, the best coast, the coast with the most. I'll be with you here for the rest of the day, giving you the play-by-play. Fridays usually aren't that big a deal for me. I did join you, by the way, Fran, on the S&P Big Cap calls, so we're looking for that to continue. SPX. I won't stay in these very long.
Stablecoins do you think will get created?
I don't really understand, to be totally honest, the point of stablecoins. If I'm just being honest, it seems basically just a way to make more efficient the existing payment networks like SWIFT and like ACH, which are these kind of sporadic old institutions. But there's not a real need to have tons. If they're all backed by the dollar, it seems to me there's not such a huge reason to have a plethora.
But that would be the thinking of a Walmart or Amazon, is to just improve their own payment structure.
Yeah, and then at that point, it's almost like saying like how many gift cards are gonna, Starbucks has a gift card, Amazon has a gift card. If they're gonna call it the Amazon coin or the Amazon gift card, like I don't see that there's any like deep difference between those two things.
Right. What are the other sort of regulations or changes that you expect from this SEC or from this Congress? We do have a crypto-friendly president administration, as you say. What else should we be watching?
I think the big thing is the central bank digital currency to look at. So that was stripped from the two bills that were passed, and it's something I feel very strongly about, which is that central banks should not be issuing digital currencies. They really give huge amounts of power to the federal government to be able to monitor. If you were to have Democrats have talked about having the post office run retail accounts, basically people with retail accounts at the post office.
Okay, ABCL on the move.
You see how institutions get politicized. You could have a president who would say, anyone who's pro-life or pro-choice, we're going to change their interest rate. We're going to change the rate that they get on the deposits. So the central bank digital currency opens up all kinds of problems. So, I think that a lot of people are going to be against this both on the left and right.
Okay, Coinbase, what are you doing, Coinbase? We got anything here? Let's see, Coinbase up for 4%, just kind of hanging out here. All right, so I might actually start to add to some Coinbase calls. Do I want to wait? I probably should wait. I had a really good week. So Netflix is working out all right. Netflix. Yeah, I'm going to wait on Coinbase. Feels overbought. Feels overbought. Coinbase. ABCL.
U.S. chip sales to China present an opportunity for investors in Chinese tech. Web is outperforming the Nasdaq this year. We'll talk about it after the break.
Okay, looking good. Okay, there goes Amazon on the move. Amazon pushing through. Okay, ABCL. Don't have any news today. Had something on KeyBank on Monday. Maintained at overweight. Kind of an odd thing to say for KeyBank is like a third tier firm. JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, that would be considered tier one. Tier two, you might have like Stifel and Raymond James and those kind. KeyBank, I would consider a third tier. So, interesting comment. Maintained at overweight at $4 per share. Wish I had more news to give you. ABCL, AbCellera Biologics. Maybe something happens here. It's a lot of activity, a lot of talking, a lot of people talking. Okay. Okay, Apple's trying to push through this area. Okay, this is starting to giddy up a little bit. ABCL. All right, what's going on here?
New Energy Finance, Bloomberg NEF. Great to have you on the program. Thank you very much. So that does it for this edition of Bloomberg Tech. What a week it's been from
Shares of NVIDIA up about 5% since announcing that it does expect to be able to resume selling those H20 chips in China. A move that could add some fresh fuel for China's AI ambitions. That will turn to do for most of today's Tech Check. Happy Friday, D.
All right, once it gets through 450, this ABCL doesn't have any supply. It doesn't look like overhead.
Into NVIDIA's ecosystem. The downside is that Chinese labs are getting very good at doing more with less. DeepSeek's original R1 and now the latest breakout Challenger Kimi K2, they have proved that models can be scaled and optimized on far less performant hardware. Now, despite the export ban, they've already been gaining ground, Chinese models. Take a look at the model rankings on elamarina.ai. Kimi 2, an open source model from Alibaba-backed startup Moonshot, it's in 5th place overall, jumping ahead of DeepSeek. The next non-Chinese open source model on the leaderboard, that's Mistral's, while Meta's Llama, which was once the gold standard in open source, it has fallen way down to spot number 34. Now, the hardware story may be shifting again. NVIDIA is preparing
All right, NVIDIA's turning the corner. Okay, let's take a look at NVIDIA. All right, turning off the low. What does the market think here? Let's see. NVIDIA. Okay, these have all turned. Okay, so waiting until 11 o'clock, 11:30, giving us a good read. NVIDIA. All right, what do I have on NVIDIA? I have next week's calls. I have August calls. All right, so NVIDIA, I'm good with August calls. I got 10 of those. 175s, NVIDIA. Only 3 points out of the money. Okay, NVIDIA, Palantir, coming off the low. Palantir, I wanted to buy Palantir on the dip. I got my dip. Okay, so I'm going to buy some Palantir, just small for now. Palantir, not going to take on a whole lot of risk. Remember, I'm thinking that we could pull back a little bit next week, so it could have better entries. We'll see what Palantir does. Palantir. Okay, Palantir 40 Delta. Let's go 165 by vertical. Vertical 165, 170.
U.S. companies so far, U.S. consumers are in pretty good shape, or at least less uncertain.
Okay, looks like we're going to get something moving here. Palantir.
This market's new highs.
Yeah, April was a dark period, but definitely coming out of it. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday. Let's get to Frank Holland.
Okay, I bought some 165s for Palantir. Palantir flow is rising. Palantir 165s. Okay, Palantir, PLTR, Palantir. Nice dip buy so far. Buy order blocks, buy order blocks, buy order blocks. Okay, we need to get through this level here. So I'm looking for buy order blocks. I have none. I have supply overhead, so it's a little bit more risky. Need to see it push through 155. I'm not going to take too much more risk on. Broadcom turning the corner. Broadcom, let's see what that looks like. Broadcom. Dip today, Broadcom. Jenny talking there. Oh, it's 12 o'clock already. Wow. No buy order blocks. Note there's no, most of these don't show buy order blocks this morning. Okay, sell order blocks at the open, but no buy order blocks. That's interesting. Amazon. So usually we'll see, if it's going to be a bullish day, usually we'll see buy order blocks first thing in the morning, not sell order blocks first thing in the morning. See that? Okay, so that's an indication that we probably are topping for now. Do we keep going? I don't know. Be nice if we did. But I see sell order blocks overhead first thing, not buy order blocks. Let's see what Apple looks like. Apple had a dip first. Okay. Apple with a dip first thing this morning. Survey says sell order block first thing in the morning. You see that? See the difference? If you're catching on to that, sell order blocks first thing in the morning on most of these New York FANG components. Broadcom, we just looked at. Snowflake, I think was the exception, right? Snowflake, I believe was the exception right at the gate, right out of the gate this morning. Okay. Still no buy order block, but it's drifting higher. Okay, so it is what it is. ABCL still going. ABCL still going. ABCL.
So I think you'll see some agreements in principle. I think the positive that could be, you get a major deal with India. There's a word that could be coming. The EU, you hear that also, but that's less likely because so many head of cattle are hurt. But that'll push the market up. It is a risk though. if the administration.
Coinbase still drifting lower. Coinbase, so that looks like it's off for now. What's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin is taking a break. It's at the low right now. ABCL still going. ABCL. Microsoft drifting a bit lower. Microsoft.
So is that because of AI? Are you saying that investors don't think it matters, or is there some other factor leading to valuations being less relevant?
It's not AI.
It's not AI. It's just you have a new cohort of investors that are used to markets only going up, and that may be the right thing to do. I mean, you want to stay invested. You don't want to trade markets. I'm happy to trade them because I've been doing it for so long. But the point is, what could derail the market? To your point is, I don't see the Fed easing in September.
Yeah,
I don't see that happening.
So it's certainly not July then. Like Christopher Waller is calling.
Amazon back up to the highs. Okay, ABCL still going. ABCL needs to get above this band of supply.
Consider the motivation, right? You always need to consider the motivation.
Consider motivations like canceling Colbert. Yeah, it's a must-watch show.
CoreWeave still pulling back. CoreWeave.
Everybody's auditioning now, so everybody's going to be talking about that's a reasonable prospect, and even some underdogs we're all
Supermicro. Supermicro looking for the follow through. Supermicro.
Going higher. So without the tariffs coming in, so I really think the Fed's on hold right now, and I think what Trump's actually done is he's put Powell back on his heels a little bit, and he's probably more resistant to cutting. So he can keep the independence of the Fed. That's his interest. I think he's altruistic in that. So we'll see. But in the meantime, tariffs can hurt. Worsening economic data can hurt. And we'll see from there.
All right, Kevin, they got the softballs. I'm going to come over to you. Are we at the risk of a bubble? Michael Hardnett from Bank of America out with a note. A couple data points he's kind of spreading. Equal weight S&P versus the regular S&P at 22-year low. Small caps versus the S&P at 25-year lows. Value versus growth at a 30-year low. In his mind, all signals U.S. economy is slowing and/or U.S.
Okay, ABCL at the high. Let's see. Palantir. Palantir still rising.
Seven stocks. There was no breadth. Nothing else was doing any part of the heavy lifting. At least here, it's not just megatech. It's not just AI. We've got industrials. We've got financials weighing in. Well, I don't care about small caps.
To your point, though, the Mag 7, they're about half of the earnings growth for this quarter. So it's like 7 stocks doing a whole lot of the lift.
Well, and we need them to, because if they don't deliver on earnings, then you can forget the markets being higher on a broader index basis because they're delivering so much of the earnings. But I think that the bubble story is probably a little bit stretched at this point because I think the earnings will deliver, Frank.
Let me just pause. Can I just point out the Netflix chart right now? I mean, let's take a look at the Netflix chart. Shares are down more than 4.5%. They beat on the top and bottom line, improved their outlook for the second half of the year, and this stock is still going low. Are we at risk as we see some of these mega cap tech names?
Okay, CoreWeave is still dropping 123. CoreWeave. Palantir. Okay, no follow through yet. ABCL still pushing.
Yeah, but then I thought I saw it last. Whatever. It's just not that much, right? So, and I think when we think about the valuations of the Mag 7 overall right now, I'll call them stretched a little. They're not stretched a lot. In the past, I've kind of freaked out by how stretched the valuations are, and that's just not the case. So for us, right, we have our disciplined growth strategy where it needs a 5% or better free cash flow yield to get in there. Like Apple's on the short list. Oh, Google's kind of on the short list. The value is shorted. No, on the short list of potential things that we could buy. But the reason being, the cash flow's there, the valuations are reasonable. So when we look at the Mag 7,
What's IBM doing? IBM. IBM has earnings next week. Okay, IBM. Okay, still fading a bit at IBM. Netflix. Netflix coming off the low.
This is a story like no other story out there. Now, take your question a little further. If you see Google, Alphabet, if they miss because of cloud, and then Microsoft misses because of cloud, those factors, that's more of a market story, that growth, because that feeds into so many other elements of the market. But no, I don't think I think
Okay, let's look at breadth again. Breadth, this morning we had NASDAQ turned up. Okay, that's starting to flag. Small cap, mid cap. Okay, everything is sort of flagging right now, so not giving us much of a good follow through signal.
take a look at a number of the firms that came out, raised their price target in advance of it. And
You got risky penny stocks being bought.
sell the news from the traders that got in, they're getting out.
So everybody's feeling good. You don't worry about any froth in the market. In fact,
I'm not feeling
feel
good.
good.
I always have concern.
You look good though. I like the pockets where you
If you don't have concern and worry about risk in the market as professionals, if that's not your primary concern, then you shouldn't be in the business.
All right, let's touch on something really quick. This is an ETF I wasn't that familiar with before today. The Next Generation AI US Sentiment Leader Index. The ticker's BUZZ. Bill from BTIG Springsky saying he's seeing more and more signs of short-term froth in the market. He's pointing to this ETF up 45% in the last couple of weeks, 29% above its 200-day moving average. And some of the top holdings are some of your holdings, Kevin.
Okay, Palantir still making higher highs and higher lows. Flow, S&P 500 watching the flow on S&P. Survey says. Okay, so. Okay, see if we can recuperate and push a bit higher.
This thing was trading in the low 30s. And now I don't know where the chart is, but probably close to $110 a share. Yeah, that is an incredible run, but I'm not ready to bet against it because they control the ecosystem.
Okay, Coinbase pushing a bit higher. All right, I'm going to take a couple minute break. I'll be right back.
Palantir a little bit different, but if you look at how they're expanding away from just being purely dedicated to government contracts, how they're getting to private sector, I'm not going to be the person that shorts betting against them.
Can I go to Palantir for a second? I'm just looking at the data. Palantir has been trading under its 30-day moving average for like the last 10 trading days. Is that something that you would pay attention to? The fact that it seems the enthusiasm, at least, is a little bit less than it was. The stock's obviously still moving higher over the last week, up over 7.5%.
I'm usually not that short term on a momentum basis on something like this, but literally the year-over-year earnings for the first quarter were up 39%. So they've got a big bar to leap over on the second quarter numbers. So maybe some people are thinking, hey, maybe they can't achieve it forever to perpetuity. So if you're taking profits here, you made a fortune. You never lose money taking a profit. I'm just not ready to get out of it. But remember, Frank, I can also write calls against these names. So it's a little bit easier for me to hold something that may be a little bit extended.
And you did a great job writing calls against Netflix in front of the earnings.
But here's another thing. When we talk about froth, and I started to say, well, like I don't think the market overall is frothy, but I think there are elements of froth. And so when you say earnings are up 39%, that's lovely for the fact that I believe, unless these numbers here on the CNBC app are wrong, it's what, like 60 cents-ish or less of earnings?
Well, if you look at multiples and you care about valuation, we've heard about Palantir.
So 39% sounds great, other than the fact that it's trading at 175 times earnings.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. And so I see pockets of froth. And this is why I like being a stock picker right now, because you can avoid the pockets of froth. You don't need to buy everything by sector or by ETF. You can be more nimble. But I think to answer your question, there are pockets of froth out there.
All right, so pockets of froth. Let's look ahead to earnings season next week. As we mentioned, 20% of the S&P reporting. A lot of notes out here. UBS, one of them, saying investor tech enthusiasm is running high in the earnings season. The recent rally in large cap tech and AI stocks mainly fueled by price to earnings multiple expansion. And they go on to say, while we remain structurally bullish on AI, we would prefer to see further gains underpinned by upward earnings per share revisions rather than valuation expansion alone. Kind of speaking to what you guys are talking about. Again, 50% of the earnings are coming from the Mag 7. Is this a time, as you're talking about, maybe taking some chips off the table? Weiss, is this a time to be a little skeptical about this year-to-date rally in these stocks in particular? Jenny, I mean, you tell me, what's the view here? Because it seems like there is a lot of risk coming up next week.
I own those stocks, so I'm glad there's such a. I'd love to be 75% of the S&P. I'm bottoms up.
That's an unhealthy
I'm bottoms
market.
up. I don't manage against the benchmark.
I just manage for absolute return. And so they have fortress balance sheets. They have very strong business models in most of these cases that they are the primary, they own the market. And where they don't own the market, there are markets that only the 3 or 4 or 5 of them can own. So sure, do you have concern when stocks have done that well? You have to be a fool not to have concerns. But the fact we keep citing all these numbers, like 30 years since you had this kind of spread in valuation. Who cares? He was probably saying the same thing.
You just said you
in
care about
20 years.
valuation. You said the next generation.
I care about valuation on my stocks. I care about
But not the
I care about fundamentals. What goes into valuation are, does this deserve a premium to the market? All those names, absolutely. Is management a great management team? All those names, absolutely. Do they have a great balance sheet, et cetera, et cetera? It's not just the PE, it's not the price, the EBITDA. That's what makes up valuation. In terms of Palantir, it's not trading on valuation whatsoever. That's the least of it. If you bought a valuation, then you're making a mistake. But if you buy it because of where positioning and where they are, and I wouldn't buy it. I just can't buy a stock at 175 times earnings.
You know what? There's a great Howard Marks quote that says, "It's not what you own, it's what you pay." And that's the thing. Like, we all know Palantir is a great story. We'd all love to invest in a company like that. But if you do care about valuation, it's what you pay. And if you pay 153, you may not have a 200% return in the next 12 months.
That's a value investor's quote and a great
It's a
value
credit.
investor.
It's a credit kind of like bond
Right.
investor, value leaning.
Right, which is a lot of what they do. But he also would have missed out on a stock that's gone up 8-fold in a short period of time.
But I think
So
it's when you say, when you say, look, I can't buy it at this price, that's why, because you actually care about price.
Well,
Price when the
at
two
the
work
end of
together.
the day, you've got to be grounded in a discipline.
Yeah.
The discipline can't go back and forth at any point.
Right.
What the shiny new objects are.
Right, Frank, can I say one more thing on your question about the 50% of earnings?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so there's an interesting chart in the JP Morgan Guide to the Markets that shows the Mag 7's earnings growth over the last several years and looking forward versus the rest of the market. What you see is Mag 7 earnings growth outpaced the other 493 by over 35% in 23 and 24. Going forward, and this is earnings growth, it's not the absolute number. Going forward, this year it's expected to outpace by 9%, next year by 2%. And so I think as we see, to Kevin's point earlier, the market broadening out, that's why, because these growth differentials are narrowing. So when we say, look, it made up for 50% of the growth in the S&P, that's today and backward looking. Going forward, the growth rates are moderate. The growth rate differential is moderated.
Well, we were talking about
The forecast.
the EPS forecast. I think it's 14% for the Mag 7 this quarter. Forward quarter is going to be like 9 to 11%. But what we're looking
Something
for,
like that.
let's look ahead to some of the earnings next week. Let's go to some of your holdings, Kevin. Alphabet's one of them. Price target raised from 200 to 210 by Bank of America. Also want to talk valuation. We're talking Alphabet trading at a discount to the broader market, 20 times forward earnings. What's your take on earnings coming up? Weiss mentioned it. The hyperscaler business is really kind of the key when it comes to these big three, Amazon, Microsoft, and Alphabet. What are your expectations?
Alphabet trades at a little bit of a discount, Frank, because we know that they're losing the monopoly in search, and that's a given. But what we're seeing is that the statistics versus ChatGPT, for example, is that people are still staying within the Google ecosystem and utilizing that free AI as opposed to going outside into OpenAI, maybe as quickly as people would have thought.
AI overview when you search at the top.
I think 70% of the people are still using Google and using the AI overview. I'm about 50-50 between ChatGPT and Google. It's YouTube TV, it's Waymo. There's so many other things behind it that are incredible between how they're diversifying away from just a pure search. But the search is the golden egg. The ad revenue off of that is going to dwindle. It's going to erode, and that's why it's trading at a little bit of a discount. But I would expect it to be very, very impressive on earnings, as I expect the bar to be high for all of these companies, Frank.
Look at one of your other holdings, Tesla. Other side of the coin, forward PE, 168. Totally different story, and a lot of concerns about the EV business, about the self-driving business. Can they stay competitive? Not only with Waymo, but Apollo Go over in China. Maybe even the brand may have suffered some damage. We don't know if it's repairable or not, with Elon Musk dipping his toes into DC.
To Jenny's point, it's about what we paid, and with Palantir, I think we paid 118. I know for sure in Tesla it's well under 300. But you've got to look at this and hope that the robotics and that the autonomous driving and all of the other things outside of the car manufacturer, what you're what you're hoping will produce returns over time. And if you own Tesla, I don't know that I'd be buying it ahead of the print for sure, Frank. But again, this is a call writer's dream. So it gives you the ability to generate some income and get paid while you wait. But this is a stock that has a completely different risk profile. I'm not expecting a big number out of Tesla by any means.
Let's get to another company you all own, Meta. Note from Wells Fargo talking about the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill and the impact on some of these names. They say, in part, Amazon's the largest internet beneficiary from the One Big Beautiful Bill tax changes, adding about 36% to free cash flow, followed by Meta at 23%, and then Alphabet afterwards at 9% gain on free cash flow. Jenny, let me go to you. Do you see Meta having long-term benefits from the One Big Beautiful Bill and that free cash flow being invested in a way that improves the stock, it improves its position?
Well, okay, yes, so far so good. Where I start to get a little sketched and worried about Meta, it's just on these huge hires. And so if we think about what's happened to Meta over the past, what's it been, about 5 years? It was trading at $79, $80 back in 2020. Why? Because there was no fiscal discipline. When the share price got so low, all of a sudden it was the world of efficiency. And now that there's lots of cash flow, right, and maybe growing cash flow, will that efficiency and financial discipline remain? And we really need it to. So I think that is a juicy cash flow coming their way could cut both ways. As long as they take it and remain disciplined, that's great. If they take it and start to feel a little like loosey-goosey and we're going to spend here, we're going to pay this person $200 million and that person $300 million, that's when we start to get concerned. So there's a lot to be, not to be said.
So you think we might be in a cycle where they're spending too much on AI, even though it's not infrastructure this time?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Is that what you're basically saying?
It's just, will they take the cash flow and be as responsible with it as they've been for the last 5 years? So the hope is yes. I don't think I'm the right one to say they're spending too much on AI. It seems like right now you can't spend too much on AI. But you need that combination of, yes, we're doing well and we're still remaining efficient and disciplined with the
Nobody has the confidence, whether it's us sitting here or whether it's the analysts following the street, to determine whether they're spending too much on AI.
Yeah.
So if you don't have faith in management, which I think has done a stellar job, that every time he's been hit with an issue, he's quickly overcome it. Going back, almost a decade ago, they had no presence on mobile. Now they are the presence on mobile through Instagram and others. But AI, let's just go over it. It's the fastest adoption of any technology in history. And that includes the internet. The internet is basically free for everybody, whereas you've got to pay for their services. So to me, yeah, of course you can overspend on it, but right now I'm glad they're spending. And what we went through last year, they're spending so much, CapEx is so much. You've got to invest in the future.
Right.
And that's what they're doing. And you can't catch up to the future. You've got to get in front of it. So
right, and only time will tell if it was overspent or spent appropriately.
You know,
That's a
wake
total
up a day and say, who am I going to spend $100 million on? First of all, we don't have those are confirmed.
I'd spend it on you,
Number two, I guarantee you they're not cash, all that payment.
So you think a lot of it's stock?
Yeah, I do.
And deferred, kind of stretched out a little bit. Kind of like showing you the time. Kind of stretched at times. Kevin, I want to come to you. Any quick thought on the Meta? And also I want to go to your covered call on NVIDIA. Kind of walk us through that trade.
I mean, just real briefly, you guys covered Meta perfectly. It was our top pick coming into the year. It remains that way. Time will tell from an AI standpoint, but don't forget the hardware. Don't forget what they're doing with advertising, how they're monetizing AI in advertising specifically. Margins are just going higher. I think the numbers are going to be fantastic. But let's pivot to NVIDIA, because I think this goes back to the opening of the show. If things are frothy, what do you do? Because many people, many viewers are lucky enough to own NVIDIA, and it's gone up a lot. The last time we bought it in mid-April, I think it was under $90 a share, and it's in the 170s right now. We now have a 12.6% weighting in our growth strategy in the QD vote, Frank, and that's a lot for one name. This isn't a hedge against a stock going down. It's a hedge against position risk. So we wrote a 1 month covered call for $180 strike. We bought it at $3.50. It expires in a month. If we're called out of it, we're called out at 183.5, which is over $10, more than 6% from where it is now in a month. And that's on half the position. So it's just risk management, not a critique against them by any means.
When you're doing a cover call like this on NVIDIA, of all names, I mean, actually, why on NVIDIA? I mean, especially with some of the news that we have. Did you do this before the news earlier this week with the H20 chips?
No, we did this yesterday because the position size, and we're running a portfolio with a risk lens being very, very important for our investors. And anytime you have too much in one stock, it's great that it's going up. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's really wonderful. But things don't always go up forever. And when they roll over, we want to, I'm not suggesting that this was going to, but when things happen, we want to make sure that we've got the position size properly. So this is professional risk
And
management.
was it intentional 1 month? Because I believe, not looking at the calendar, they would expire before the earnings come out.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Right. So
Because NVIDIA reports later than everyone else.
August 27th. So are you going to be naked in protection? In other words, when the quarter goes, you don't make that decision now.
No, that would be our expectation.
Right. Because if the stock goes 200, I imagine in advance of the earnings, I imagine you'll have a different view.
We will, if it's at 200 at the end of next month, the week before earnings, will be called out. But if it's not, our option will expire on the 25th, I think, and then we'll just remain long into earnings.
Right.
Because we're expecting earnings to be good.
Well, you own NVIDIA as well. So, I mean, what do you think of his trade and also just your outlook from now until earnings? Obviously, we're going to get reports from the hyperscalers, a number of other players. So we'll have some sense of demand.
I think it's generally a smart strategy. It's not necessarily what I do. I'll do it in some instances, not here, because this stock could be up or down for no reason. $6, on a day. I'm just picking a number, and I pick that number because it would take them to 183. So I think it's a good trade. Look, it's all how you manage your portfolio, manage your risk, and what you've told your investor you're going to do. So he's abiding by his discipline as communicated to investors. That's what he's doing. Guess what? It's worked marvelously for him over the years. So why wouldn't he keep doing it?
That's why I'd pay him $100 million if I could.
Well, where do I sign?
Okay, we want to get to one of your other trades. You actually bought some more Apple. We actually had Bill Baruch on the show. He also bought some more Apple. What's the motivation behind
Answer with the, I got to take a break. I'm just being too nice today, so out of character.
No, it's just surrounded by your flavor.
You got water right here. We're going to have this drink.
I feel like it's a Friday in summer. We're all out of character.
Why buy more Apple here? A lot of concerns about Apple's ability to compete in AI. Also, some talk about buying Perplexity. You're trying to get in front of the idea that they might make an acquisition that would juice this stock, or some other reason.
I don't want to pretend to know what they're going to do when it comes to artificial intelligence or Apple AI, but I do believe that they're going to do something. I feel like this device will be a great catalyst for us to be able to interface with artificial intelligence. How they decide to do it, I don't know. But remember, we're an active portfolio. So I sold out of the position, Frank, just to go back in time, back in December. So we liquidated Apple at 247. At that point, we thought it was a little bit too pricey at 250. At 200, we feel the stock is very attractive. And it's a longer term investment. We know we're going to get paid while we wait. But think about it. If you're just an investor, you're in an index.
Low tickler minus 800.
It went to 260. It's back to 209. Nothing really happened. You collected a dividend. We sold it. We netted a 20%
Extreme low
real
tickler.
profit in the position. And we started buying it again. And maybe we started early. The first position was at 234, and we bought finally our last position this week at 209. So we now have a 5% full position again with an average cost of 209. So we delivered a 20% real return net on the position. We collected the option premiums that we've been writing against it, and we collected a small dividend. So I feel comfortable here as an investor again at 200, where I didn't at 250.
All right. Apple shares right now up just about 0.5%. Coming up on halftime, more on the Netflix earnings download. Shares are pulling back big after some big gains this year. We're going to get to Kevin's move on it coming up next. Much more halftime right after this.
Up those strikes, in this case, doing a $2 wide put vertical. Remember, you can still do more of them, but it's lower levels of margin, and the premium for the risk looks much better in this case, Joe. Your final thoughts?
Yeah, that's you bring up a really good point, Kevin. I was initially looking at doing maybe a cash secure put in this, like we did in earlier or last week, or the United Airlines trade. But just as you mentioned, it just didn't seem like a real good bang for the buck for this type of trades, kind of shortening that and making that two strike wide as opposed to taking us all the way down to the zero strike cash secure put made a little bit more sense. If you get, if you're shooting for somewhere between that 30 cents per dollar. That's kind of where this falls in around 58 to 60 cents. And then, you'll know fairly quickly next week. I think the expected move for this is around 6% or around $4 or so. So, you'll find out fairly quickly with Chipotle whether or not this trade is working out. We'll let this if need be. If it's in the money, you want to roll it down.
15 to 20% minimum tariff for all EU goods.
The next couple of weeks and roll down a few strikes, you can do that as well. But you know, the belief is that if you are bullish, this is a decent way to kind of optimize the credit that you collect relative to the risk that you have in this trade.
Yeah, the max profit on this trade is the credit received, and the risk on this trade is the width of the strikes, in this case, $2 minus whatever credit you receive. So if you sell it for, let's say, 58 or 60 cents, it's around $1.40 in risk you have. But a good start to the show, a short put vertical in Chipotle. I want to thank Joe Mazzola for hanging out with us for the first two segments of the show. Have a great weekend, Joe. When we come back, Megan Brantley from Lightfolio is going to talk about Domino's Pizza and what they have to offer, their deal with DoorDash, and how that's affecting their prospects going forward. Take a quick break. Come back.
Okay, ABCL coming back in a little bit. Let's see what Coinbase is doing. Coinbase still drifting lower. Coinbase still pushing lower.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Think with Swim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical stocks. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your number one broker with the best full service wealth management skills in the business. Actually, see something.
Most stocks are fading at the moment.
Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own. And if you want, they can even manage it for you. That's an interesting.
Tesla's hanging in there. Apple trying to do something. All right, we've had a good week, so don't put a whole lot of risk on. Talking to myself, don't put a whole lot of risk on. Would like to see more follow through, but not the case at the moment. All the indices are backing up a little bit at all-time highs. Coinbase, big reversal from up high. There'll be some supply up here. People who got stuck on Coinbase.
M&A in that industry. And a quick check here on Bitcoin. It started crypto week making a new high above $123,000, but has since meandered. And what you're looking at now are crypto-linked stocks. They were gaining after Congress passed the first legislation to regulate stablecoins. Circle did gain as much as 12%. It has since turned negative. Robinhood and Coinbase still trading around record highs. Top crypto officials in the Trump administration have been appearing on Bloomberg Television as stablecoin legislation made its way through Congress. They see these new policies as just the beginning.
And I think this would increase confidence in the industry. And I think that you would also see banks getting into the act. I think you'd see traditional financial players getting involved in it. And that's why the float is expected to grow from, call it roughly 250 billion to trillions of dollars.
We're also going to have the stablecoin legislation, which I think could create at least $2 trillion in demand for Treasury bills.
So these are not securities, and it's the banking regulators who are going to be looking after them. And I think that's appropriate because of the role that stablecoins play, and I think will play in the future.
Under the Biden regime, it was really mostly just policy through prosecution.
These folks were victims of overregulation. When we started, devising a plan of how we would solve this problem, we kind of looked at it in three phases. We said, we're going to have a demolition phase, getting rid of the overregulation. Then we're going to have a construction phase, which is underway. And obviously, we have one building that's been constructed here with stablecoin legislation, but we're heavily reliant on our colleagues up on the Hill to get this done. And then we have the implementation phase.
Momentum, and that is translating into a new milestone for the crypto industry, which is now worth more than $4 trillion. To give us some much needed context from within the industry, let's bring in Rebecca Reddick. She is Chief Legal Officer at Shiva Labs, which is building infrastructure for the Solana blockchain. Rebecca, thank you so much for joining us. I think about Crypto Week and how it was a declaration, a mission statement from Congress that the U.S. is now serious about creating policy and setting rules for the road for the industry. Yet, the week started off with a procedural vote that failed because a handful of Republicans rebelled. Things are back on track once again, but I'm curious to hear from you what that tension signals.
I think the tension really was, as you said, a bit of a procedural fault and maybe some political maneuvering. But I think more importantly, as you noted, this was Crypto Week. It is a historic watershed moment, even to just have something called Crypto Week in DC. It is being featured in every financial and other type of news outlet. And about a year ago, as we heard from Bo Hines, the industry was in a much different position. There was a lot of regulation by enforcement, and there was a lot of tension between DC and the industry. And now to see historic legislation in the Genius Act, which was the stablecoin bill that passed yesterday by an unprecedented margin of 307 members of the House, 102 Democrats voted in favor of the bill, and is going to be on the president's desk to sign in 2 hours, is, I think, really important and a good signal that the U.S. economy is really keeping up with our digital world.
How important is it to you and other industry participants that this legislation is bipartisan, or does that not matter as long as it gets done?
So I think getting done was the most important part, but I think seeing such strong bipartisan support, both for the Genius Act, which is the stablecoin bill, and for the Clarity Act, which is coming out of the House and going to the Senate, means that there is a much broader recognition from the country that crypto is an important part of how our economy is going to continue to build and grow and expand. And so I think that this is signaling really where the country is going and less just about politics.
So one of the sticking points, of course, with the procedural vote is that some House Republicans were worried that the Fed could issue a central bank-backed digital currency that could then be used for government surveillance. That has since been resolved with a provision to an annual spending bill, and it's kind of off the table as an issue right now. But it does raise a question of the role of the Federal Reserve and other central banks around the world. Do they sit back and let this happen, or do they get in and develop their own sovereign banked currency, digital currency? As an industry participant, I'm curious, what is your take on this? Is there value in something like a central bank-backed digital currency?
Great question. I think that central banks around the world have been visiting the idea of a CBDC for a very long time, and we haven't seen any really get off the ground in most major jurisdictions. I think that privately issued stablecoins are the future of how we're going to engage with digital dollars and how most Americans are actually going to engage with crypto, whether they know it or not. Stablecoins are being built behind the scenes for rails, not only on financial matters, but also companies like Walmart, Shopify, and others are really looking about integrating stablecoins in their business because it will make their businesses faster, cheaper, easier to maneuver. And so I don't think we need a CBDC. I think it does bring many questions around privacy, and Americans are used to financial privacy. And so I think having these privately issued stablecoins that are regulated by the Genius Act, both at the federal level and potentially at the state level, depending on the size of the stablecoin, will do exactly what we need, both as an industry and as an economy in this country.
So interesting that you point out rightfully that companies like Walmart have already started to move ahead, while the big banks are only now talking more seriously about issuing their own stable coins. And there are some worries that perhaps that could engender financial instability. Are those concerns reasonable?
I don't think so. Genius Act has a provision that really cabins who can be a stablecoin issuer to those participants in the financial markets or in the crypto markets. And it, I think, very much we will see those types of entities offering stablecoins as a back end to people like, well, companies like Walmart, Shopify, and others. So there's a lot of work already being done in thinking about how to implement Genius. It started even a few months ago because I think people saw that Genius was going to move in the way that it did and with such strong bipartisan support.
Watch Apple. Apple's on the move. Apple's on the move.
Even with the three legislation that's under consideration, one of which has already gone through, the outstanding issue is still who regulates what, the SEC versus the CFTC. This feels like it's been a decade, well, maybe not decades, years long debate, certainly. What's in the way of some kind of resolution?
Apple's on the move.
I think we are going to see clarity move into the Senate, and that also has for very strong bipartisan support. So there is a signal that market structure legislation is needed. To your point, it does delineate who between the CFTC and the SEC will be regulating crypto at one time. In time that these types of instruments come to the market. So I think that the Senate is going to work on the bill. We will see a lot of movement as well.
Rebecca, you noted that regulation has finally started to catch up with innovation here in the United States, but there is still how sizable is that remaining gap?
We worked around for when the securities laws were written or the commodities laws were written, but the typical way that these types of financial regulations and legislation gets put together is the markets develop and regulation moves to meet it. And I think we're seeing that with crypto as well. People talk about the industry being largely unregulated, which wasn't the case. There were all sorts of provisions in place, and the largest players in the space are regulated under a number of different traditional laws that are already on the books. And so seeing additional legislation be put into place to really give guardrails to how innovation can continue to grow and support the American economy is really important.
Chief Legal Officer over at National Labs. Thank you so much for joining us today. Coming up on Bloomberg Markets, Chevron finally won its arbitration battle with Exxon, and Chevron CEO Mike Wirth has to say about the long-awaited development. This is Bloomberg.
Life with Norman is fun and full of adventure. He just started to slow down a little bit on walks and seemed like he had some discomfort. His doctor diagnosed him with osteoarthritis pain.
Yeah, Corey, Hero is real time. Hero's real time. So if you're looking at Trace, this is updated every 10 minutes. What they're doing is updating the gamma added to or subtracted from, whether it's positive or negative. That's calculated every 10 minutes, and then it's input into these values. That's Trace. Okay, Trace. Okay, so here's Trace. All right, this is updated every 10 minutes, and that has to do with the gamma. Okay, and the GEX over on the left being updated during the day, both for S&P cash with 0 day and without. Here is without 0 day. Here is with 0 day. You can see the gamma changes a little bit where people are betting on prices going with and without. Now, Hero, for example, this is the cash index, and this is telling you what the hedging flow is. This is hedging. Okay. So with Trace, you've got that overlaid. With Trace, it's overlaid. Okay, the purple line is overlaid. Okay, so Hero, the hedging impact of real options flow is what this is. All right, so Hero is hedging impact real-time options positioning for dealers. Okay, so we can see that's turning up on the S&P. Apple's turning up. Okay, Apple's going. There goes Apple. There goes Apple, excuse me, for coughing in your ear.
No more secrets and find out how you can get it. That's shadowroom.org/find-truth.
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talked with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on our journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Premieres Tuesday, only on Bloomberg.
Markets, I'm Scarlett Pope. Let's highlight a couple individual equity movers, and for that, we'll bring in Bloomberg's Natalia Kanevich. Hey, Natalia.
Let's start with shares are down by 5% despite second quarter results beat expectations, and the company raised its full year forecast. Barclays analysts are just saying expectations were already high ahead of the results, in part due to US dollar.
Okay, a nice move on Apple. Nice move on Apple.
And JP Morgan analysts shares maybe just needed a breather. Also, Humana shares, they are down by 3.2% today after the company lost.
There goes Apple.
And was seeking to reverse.
Okay, Apple on the move. Okay, Apple's on the move.
Squeeze the company's profits in 2026. Humana filed a lawsuit in October after the U.S. Medicare program downgraded its star.
Okay, watching this hedging flow. Okay, watching this real-time hedging flow. Dealers watching that.
Oil companies, Chevron shares are down, reversing earlier gains even after the oil giant won an arbitration battle with ExxonMobil and closed its $53 billion deal
Okay.
to buy acquisition of Hess and its assets in Guyana.
Okay, they got the B team on right now. Bloomberg.
People is looking at Sarepta shares falling back just about 26%, I believe. Thank you very much for that. All right, time now to get some of our calls today. Why don't we start with Eli Lilly, added to a catalyst-driven idea listed Morgan Stanley. Kevin, you on this one?
Okay, Apple, Amazon, nice pops there, giving you an opportunity if you have options that expire today or next week. Maybe take a little profits off into strength, anticipating that next week could be a little bit more volatile, given options are expiring today for the month of July. We'll start to fill in options for the month of August. August tends to be the month that has the least upside or the more risk associated with it, August. So I'll be repositioning into that August weakness. Okay, taking some profits off stocks that have run very much to the upside. There goes Amazon. Amazon's on the move. Amazon. Amazon on the move. Okay, looking like Amazon wants to break out.
I'm sorry, which stock we talked about?
Materion? Do you want me to say it again so you can remember? Materion.
We got to move on, guys. Going to DC, we have our Megan Gasol in Washington with some more news on this potential tariff. Because it could be put for the new May.
Hey, Frank, that's right. The Financial Times is now reporting that President Trump has been pushing for a minimum tariff on all goods coming in from the EU of between 15 and 20%. They think that's according to 3 people who have been briefed on the talks. The FT is also reporting that those people familiar with negotiations.
Okay, we got to get through this supply from this morning. Do note that we have usually on a bullish week when we have trending days, We usually see buy order blocks at the open, not sell order blocks. So that's something that needs to be noticed, if you will. Okay, we usually see buy order blocks. Markets continue to trend higher. We don't have that. We have sell order blocks. Most of these stocks have seen sell order blocks in the open. Let's see what Coinbase is doing. Coinbase. Okay, nice little pullback on Coinbase. So you can see that selling into strength, looking for the dip. Okay, I'm looking for a dip to buy now. We could actually pull back a bit more. This is a bit overbought. Coinbase. Now we can go over to the scanners part of the site here, and we can input Coinbase in here. Is it in here? Coinbase, no. Coinbase. Okay, well, let's see where Coinbase winds up. Coin. Where is Coin? Oh, there it is. Okay, fairly expensive with potential downside, Coinbase. All right. Okay, it's just below the center line here in the bottom right quadrant. Coinbase, 1 month IB at 35%. Risk reversal rank of 87%. So not surprising we could see this pull back. Pretty expensive. Call walls at 420. Coinbase. Okay, we're below the call wall now. Coinbase is below the call wall. 420. Put walls at 382.50. Wow, that'd be something if we got to 382.50 and then started to bounce. Let's see what Money Magic's levels are. Money Magic has updated levels too. Money Magic on Coinbase. Coinbase. Let's see. Coinbase, we got 410. 410. Okay, so we got another 7 points to go. Coinbase, if it does fade down to 410, we'll be looking for a bounce there. Coinbase. All right, Coinbase still fading. 410 would be the breakout zone. Breakout zone 410. All right, hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. There goes Amazon. Amazon's on the move. There goes Amazon. Rally, rally, rally. There you go. Okay, that's the high of the day. We need to get through this level to take out the supply that's overhead from the morning trade. You see it right? Okay, we just disappeared as we're looking at it. Okay, it's just starting to disappear. You see it flickering off and on. Watch that on Amazon. You see it flickering off and on. Okay, cool. All right, the daily over on the right, we're looking for price action. Looking for price action through this area to continue. You can see the wicks as we come down to this area. You can see the wicks start to show up. So that's telling you the psychology, I guess, if you will. What's going on in the market psychologically? We've got people buying the low, pushing this back up. So we got buyers along this area around 224. Amazon, I've told you multiple times what my thoughts are on Amazon. I'll just repeat it just so that it's fresh in our memory. Okay, Amazon. Where's my notes on Amazon? Okay, Amazon. No, that's not Amazon. That's not what I want. Amazon, Agentic AI. Okay, Agentic AI. Amazon's big into Agentic AI. Dominant leader in the cloud market. Okay, it has 750,000 robots, the second largest employer of robots on the warehouse floor and logistics centers. When I wrote this about 2 weeks ago, it was 33%, a 33% discount to fair value, with a 50% upside 2 weeks ago. Okay, so 2 weeks ago we were right in here. We broke out. So as we're breaking out, there's a 50% upside. The target is 311 on Amazon, 311. Okay, so there you go. At the time of that writing, it was $207. So Amazon looking good.
steady dividend yield.
6.5%, right?
You just about. Well, yeah. So we went back and we looked at the very first time we bought it, and you know what my compounded annualized return is? 7%.
What's your compound annual?
Thank you for asking, Steve White.
You're welcome.
It's 7% annualized over time. For the purpose of this holding in this portfolio, which is better than a bond, better tax advantage income stream, it's been great. What I expect from earnings is a snore fest. That's what it should be. That's hopefully what it will be. It's cheap. It creates up the income. Don't expect any fireworks.
All right,
And it's for the right reason.
Sorry to cut you off. IBM also reporting its earnings on Wednesday. Kevin, you on this thing?
Speaking of traditional snore fests.
Did you hear Frank? Frank, sorry for cutting you off. So he's so opposite Wapner. Wapner will just walk all over you. I don't know where Frank is from on CNBC. Very easygoing guy. I love when he's on halftime report. Wapner, not so fond of. He's kind of growing on me, but he is very abrasive, know-it-all kind of guy. Anyway, Amazon pushing a bit higher. We've got a target of $317 for fair value. Fair value. Calculated on its earnings metrics, fair value would be about 311, 315, somewhere around there. It's a discount to fair value of about 45% now. Okay, Amazon's trending, looking for more follow through. All right, hope everyone's having a good day. Okay. I'm just going to finish my lunch. I'll be right back.
Than the width of the spread. So you have to be willing or able to defend this trade if it gets up to 302.5. Could be very interesting, but you're collecting theta, you're long Vega on this trade, and you're looking for a move. Like I said, this is a bullish trade. It's got about 33 deltas. This is a stock replacement trade in its more fundamental form. You're buying it in the money call instead of the stock. You're selling it out of the money call in line with that expected move. And the risk, though still $8 and change, is the risk on this trade. I think it's trading right now around, just around $8. That's the risk on the trade, but it's a lot less than buying the stock and selling the call. So there's one of the utilities of the diagonal spread. All right, that's our show for today, everyone. Have a great weekend from all of us here at the Schwab Network. Have a great day and a great weekend. We'll see you Monday morning with another edition of Fast Market. Have a great day.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide. No overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your
Low
money
ticker
safe.
at minus
Also,
800.
because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
All right, market's just kind of chopping around. It's been a good week. Not expecting a whole lot from here.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just
Coinbase still fading. Coinbase.
right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach.
Low tick alert.
We're gonna look for some buyers maybe after lunchtime, after 1, 2 o'clock. For now, though, it just feels like the markets are settling into this week's gains. Let me just take a look at the S&P. S&P 500. Spiders. Let's look what SPY looks like. Oh, don't want that.
Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 800 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists.
Trend and consolidate. Trend and consolidate. SPY. Okay, we're up over 32%, right? This could last a lot longer than anticipated, this trend. About 31%. About 31% on the markets so far.
Well, Alex, my friend, happy Friday to you, and of course, all our viewers watching at home. I suppose there are worse things than stumbling or near all-time highs, as opposed to stumbling if you're kind of further down the range. News in the last little bit reports the president pushing for higher EU tariffs, and we'll have to see into the close here on this trading Friday if there's a bit more of a knee-jerk reaction, as we're basically near session lows for a lot of the major indexes. And it's a reminder here, Alex, that hey, we're not entirely out of the woods on the uncertainty surrounding Trump White House related tariff policy. Of course, nowhere near the remarkable reaction we had at the sell-off, of course, across the markets back in April. But it is a reminder
31% on the upside since the April 7th low. Not bad. Okay.
Yeah, the story you're referencing is a Financial Times headline in which they cite multiple people briefed on U.S.-EU trade talks, and the headline is that Trump is pushing for 15 to 20% minimum tariffs on all EU goods. Now, the market, whether or not it's kind of playing hand in chicken with some of these headlines, JD, I'm not sure, but they just don't seem to pack the same punch. Let's take a look at the heat map, though, because when you do look at today's action, I think this is another way to put it. This is more to me, and I'd love your thoughts on this, indicative of maybe of a rally that's just run out of gas a little bit. I mean, there's no bright colors really on the screen. It's just sort of a quiet session, and I like the terminology we both use, it's kind of a stumble. It's almost like you're walking a little bit too quick and you stub your toe or you catch a curve you didn't see. It's not going to set you back too far, but it's kind of annoying when it happens.
Kind of reminds me if you're in an all-out sprint at the gym, you're running really hard. Hey, you could be in great shape, but every once in a while, Alex, even the world's most premier athletes, they need to take a step back and catch their breath. I think that's largely what the market has in store. And throughout the day here on Schwab, we've been talking about companies like 3M, like of course, like Netflix, which reported its quarterly results after the bell. It's a comparable story for a lot of these companies, some more so than others, that have had this really incredible run up in the markets, either year to date or over the course of the last quarter. And although the metrics may be good and they may be largely right in line with what investors wanted to hear, it's just not entirely clear a lot of those key names are able right now or in the position to take that next leg higher. And arguably, you can say the broader market is seeing some of that kind of movement on price action here today.
Hey, well said. I mean, that's been a very clear theme. Hold that thought, because I'll take a quick preview of what's on the show. We're actually talking about some of those names you mentioned throughout the program. We'll, of course, get to some of our movers in a second, of which JD just mentioned a few in Netflix and American Express. But for FOMO, we're going to look at Dell, as it's got plenty of positive analyst moves and catalysts here today. We'll be joined by Marley Caden for that discussion in a little bit. We'll chart and trade with Rick Ducat, CrowdStrike, and Palo Alto, as we're kind of in the heart of earnings season, but those cybersecurity names slated for kind of later in the season. Looking forward to those discussions with Rick. And then we have two fun interviews to close the show. Former offensive tackle Winston Justice, who now, of course, in the money management game, will discuss some of the lessons he learned along his fun career. And then we'll close things out with a consumer conversation with Eddie Yoon. Let's get into some of these movers, though. JD, I'll tee it up here for you. Let's talk Netflix. This was, to me, what I had circled at the beginning of the week as something that could have set the tone one way or another going into earnings season. I thought the numbers were pretty good. I would love to get your thoughts, but not enough to keep the party going. Netflix down about 5% here in real time.
Yeah, I thought a lot of people thought the numbers were good, but to your point, though, at some point the party's got to quiet down, if not come to a complete stop. Maybe at some point, maybe you're just kind of tuning down the music a little bit. Upbeat, but downward pressure on the stock today. Q2 revenue growth of 16%. That's great. Raising full year revenue guidance. That's great. We know one of the big stories for Netflix House has been its increasing embrace of live sports. We have this whole big structural conversation across the industry and how all these major streamers or media distribution giants are positioned in the age of cutting the cord. It's what do you do with live sports? It is still in many ways the crown jewel of the media distribution space, as broken and as fractured as it may be with all of these industry-wide headwinds. So, not a big surprise here to hear Netflix talk a lot about that. And then, of course, talking a lot about Squid Game. Alex, I don't know if you're a big Squid Game fan, but getting that final season, that third season out, interestingly, just days before the earnings call was pretty interesting to me, maybe giving the Netflix executives a little bit more oomph to talk about on the call yesterday. And to your point, despite the fact that on paper, hey, this looks like a great earnings call, yet shares not just under pressure a little bit, but under pressure a lot on this Friday.
I'll see your Netflix and I'll raise you American Express, because I would argue
Amazon still pushing. Okay, Amazon still pushing, looking for a follow through in Amazon, looking for a break through this area. If the Amazon can make it through this area, should see a move towards 227.
Revenue for the quarter, EPS at 408 and adjusted EPS up 17% year over year. A few key announcements that I thought were interesting, maybe not really top of mind for investors to help push the stock higher, but updates announced for U.S. consumer and business platinum card. We talked about that with our colleague Diane King Hall throughout the morning. And then launching Coinbase One Card on the Amex network, part of a much broader conversation, which is also appropriate for a week like this, Alex, with a lot of focus and a lot of attention on the cryptocurrency space, easing those pathways of regulations, and to what degree would the biggest financial institutions in the world look to increasingly adopt cryptocurrency in one capacity or another onto its railways. And we saw that announcement from Amex, and of course a continued focus on the premium card market leadership component of the business, but still we're seeing the stock under pressure. The 1-year price target on average is up to 322 on the stock, even though we're seeing it down at around 307 today.
All things considered, if you would have given the performance for to investors for Amazon, Netflix from the lows. I think that most investors would be happy. We're through the earnings now. That risk is something that's not on the calendar anymore. But two names that absolutely, seemingly every day make a headline will close out this segment for us. Let's talk Nvidia. Now the stock continues to chart records, but it is taking a step back after doing so earlier. Stock touched 174.25 just after the open.
Looking for Amazon to push through this area. Keep an eye on the S&P. Looking for it to turn back up. Okay, Apple. Watching Apple flow here. Waiting for it to redisplay. Okay, so we had a little fade from the high. 1245. Let's look at SPY. SPY, the flows are still making lower highs and lower lows. Okay, watching Google. Let's see what Google does here. Google looking for this flow to turn up on Google. Been making lower highs and lower lows. Most stocks have been following this pattern today. So there's no edge. We saw that at the open, there were no buy order blocks at the open. No buy order blocks. There were sell orders instead. So if you look at any of these stocks, most of them had sell orders at the open, and that remains resistance for now. Here's a sell order on Meta, most likely. Okay, there's your sell order overhead. Okay, not a buy order, but a sell order. So that's telling you pretty much everything I'm seeing has the same pattern. Coinbase. Coinbase sell orders overhead. Coinbase still pulling back. All right, we're starting to hit an area of liquidity. Coin hitting an area of liquidity now. Okay, Coinbase. Okay, we're out of the area of liquidity, watching for a bounce. Okay. Okay, being patient, waiting for this to turn 410 is the put wall. Note the 410 put wall. We're on top of the 410 put wall. Okay, I'm probably going to start to scale in a little bit here. Let's see what's going on. I don't need to because it's been a good week. I could wait until next week and see if this pulls back some more, which is probably the smarter thing to do. We're at an area of liquidity. Let's see if we get any kind of buying activity. And keep an eye on dealer hedge flow. Let's take a look at dealer hedge flow for Coinbase. Coinbase. Okay, watching the hedge flow. Okay, hedging. If this starts to turn up, we'll see it pretty quickly. Price is at the 410 put wall. Price action is at the 410 put wall. Watching to see if the dealers do anything here. Okay, Microsoft turning the corner. Amazon at highs. Looking for Apple to make another stab at the high, maybe 212.50. Okay, watching Coinbase. Still drifting lower. It's sitting on top of 410 put wall. Don't feel like cowboying this. It does look like it could turn though. Bitcoin, watch for Bitcoin to turn. If that turns, that'd be good. So the president's supposed to sign this Genius Act sometime this evening, right?
We'll be right back.
Okay, watching Coinbase. All right, not much to do. All right. Amazon, Apple trying to make another higher high, making a higher low right now. Apple looking for a buy signal. Google turning up a B pivot, really at just a higher low. Google. Okay, look for. I'd like to see Netflix catch a bit. Watch the S&P starting to turn up. S&P turning. S&P's turning here. Okay, can we get Coinbase? Okay, Coinbase. I'm going to buy some CONL here. I'll put a stop right underneath this this put wall. Okay, bought some CONL. Let's see if this does anything. Put a stop underneath 410. Okay, watching the flow here. This is Coinbase. Coinbase.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help, access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Okay, watching Coin here. Coin.
Trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Believe me, when it comes to investing, you'll love Carl's Way. Take a left here, please. But there's a Carl's Way is the best way.
Okay, MP. I like that, Mondo. Thank you. I like that. MP. Maybe worth an options trade, right? MP. Okay. Worth an options trade. MP. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Can MP make it to 70 or so? 70. Okay. Buy a vertical. I'm going to buy some 70s and sell some 75 maybe. Okay, $1.10. What about the 80? Sell a 80. Do they have 80s? Okay. 80. $1.73.
Friday, Rick. Let's take a look at some of these big time names in cybersecurity.
We'll start with crowd.
Coinbase looking for that to turn up. Coinbase.
Made a little bit of a retreat the last several trading sessions. So talk to me about big picture. Obviously, we all remember a year ago, basically to the day, this stock plunged, but it's been a nice recovery since.
Yeah, for sure. A bit of a retreat, but not really waving the white flag or anything like that so far. What I mean by that is you can see that we had a notable high here near the 455 level, our green line here. From there, price made a pretty nice push to the upside here. We formed this white upward sloping channel between our two trend lines here. For the most part, price found support at the yellow 21-day exponential moving average repeatedly. These moving averages can be short-term resistance during uptrends, support during uptrends, resistance during downtrends here. But then we can see at this point, we crossed below.
All right, I sold to 80 to make it a vertical. 75-cent stop.
21 trading days in a month for the exponential moving average. That's why it's kind of a strange sounding number. 21 days in a month, 63 and a quarter, 251 in a year, 252, etc. So we can also see that.
Okay, 410 is continuing to move lower. Coinbase continuing to move lower. All right, coin. It's testing this level right here. All right.
Right around 460. So a notable downside level to watch here, 460 to 455.
Like those little highs as well.
Exactly. Yeah. So that would be the point to consider there.
Yeah, I would only sell a put credit spread on a pullback.
Seeing a similar breakdown price here, a symmetrical triangle type shape here, compressing momentum.
Low ticker at minus 800.
Eventually, we did get the breakdown. We are below the 50 midline now. But as I said, not really a big collapse or anything yet. It's common for stocks to give back a little bit after a notable rally here. They pull back to support, then continue on to the upside is the hope of the bulls, at least. Certainly not a guarantee.
Yeah, looking just on quantity of volume, nothing seemed to stick out other than, hey, it pops around earnings. It had some big volume last year with all that stuff going on with the outages. Let's add some more stuff to this chart, look a little bit more in depth. Maybe there's some trading volume at different levels that are sticking out on your risk or your volume profile here, or other things that you look at as we zoom in on some of this price action.
All right.
But you're right, though. We can look at our volume profile study.
Okay, MP.
The conventional volume study that goes along the bottom of the screen that tells us more when the trading happened. And really a ton of standout levels. Our explosive volume during that situation a year ago, that kind of throws things off a little too. But now volume profile shows us where. So it's when versus where. In this case, we can see a standout level is right about where we are now. This volume node near about 475 or so, that's centered around that area. This is a potential congestion point where the trade would need to work itself through this region. This is the heavy trading area. So then if we were to move lower, if we did get that breakdown below 455 or so, like we were talking earlier, there's another volume node here, a smaller one. This is more around the 435 level or so. So if we do start to break down, that could be an area to monitor. We can also see, to give even further confluence here to this level, that this is also our yearly linear regression line, our line of best fit based on closing prices here. So some traders consider that an idea of fair value. Lines up very closely with our 21-day EMA and the edge of that volume node. So perhaps around
low ticker at minus 800.
Okay, no follow through yet. No follow through. Coinbase trying to turn. If coin catches a bid, I'm going to buy some CONL.
It might get there, but the majority of it is on the way. And in these areas, you can see it here, it's in these areas on the way to the extreme. So the extremes can be interesting in the chart, but really you should be looking at it more from a situation of these areas near.
Yeah, lots of ways to trade.
Let's look at the longer term view because this stock has been on an impressive run. It weathered a serious period of volatility last year where it lost about half its value. Not only did it recover that in short order, it's went on to new heights.
Yeah, for sure. And to piggyback off your point there, the volume node point of these other areas that you were mentioning are just.
Okay, so all of the New York Fangs are all looking good. The New York Fangs are looking bullish here, folks. I'll send you a copy of this so you see what I'm looking at. Okay, all of these, note these are all turning up. Pivot lows, turning up. Yeah, there goes Meta.
The extreme prices and the volume notes typically don't match up. If you zoom out and kind of give yourself a little more room, you can see that sometimes they are highlighted in the same area here. In this case, once the volume starts to pick up again around 400, we see a real 375 to 400 could be a point to watch.
And this is interesting too, because this is each little line on that, because the scale is bigger, is going to be more of a range. It's not quite as precise. You start to see that go. Good look, and I like that longer term. Look, puts a perspective.
Okay, no, we got all of these are making new highs, or rather they are turning. We got a bid. Okay. Okay, so that's good. Okay, looking for Coinbase to turn here. Watch Coinbase. If it starts to turn, I'm going to buy some CONL. Maybe a 50% retracement.
Elongated Z risk profile stayed below 485 going after the August 1st expiration. No earnings to contend with, but plenty of market catalysts along the way. Rick, let's
430. 415.
Probably a pretty similar looking chart, but from my
420. 420. I'm looking for a 50% retracement in Coinbase. Let's see if we can get this. We're starting to get a hammer now. Okay, Coinbase. Starting to see a hammer. Okay. Okay, so you can see what we're looking at now. 50% retracement would be about 427. Coinbase. Sorry, I keep clearing my throat in your ear. I don't even realize I'm doing it. A little congested. Slept with the window open last night. AC was on. Would be a good end to the week for sure.
That's usually a more significant thing. There's an old saying, amateurs trade at the open, professionals trade at the close. Maybe not super nice. I never heard that one. Yeah, that's an old one I've heard of. And kind of the thinking is just the news of the day is shaking. That's where the big guys come in, and that's where they try to, establish positions or what have you. So in this case, though, rising wedge type shape, two trend lines pointing upward, converging toward each other. More of a bearish pattern.
Okay. Nice rally the last 4 weeks. So we had an off week last week. Hopefully we can close at the highs today. That'd be nice. Watching Coinbase here. Watching Coinbase.
So perhaps the ship can be right itself.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of those other metrics we look at, volume profile and such. Obviously, it's more sideways chart, but maybe a little bit more supportive volume on this one.
New York Fangs are turning. Amazon high of the day.
The extreme prices, the stopping points, they don't always line up. The volume profile point of control is right. Started to stabilize near 187. Then we got our bounce. Now we're stuck in this volume.
Higher lows. All of these.
To about 196 or so. We've got our moving averages there as well. So a push above that level, that would open the door to retesting those old highs. That lines up with our +1 channel as well, our standard deviation channel. So, those are some.
Let's go Coinbase. All right, so we waited patiently for this to pull back. Let's see if this follows through. All right, goes Tesla turning back up. Tesla turning back up. Let's go see what's going on over here. Coinbase. All right, Coinbase, you can see the turn. Coin.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to say you should ignore it, but it's more like
Coin. Been waiting for it to get down to 410, the call wall.
Nevertheless, though, our nodes come in on our longer term look here around 190 or so, and around 170 are the standout levels.
Good stuff, Rick Ducat. Quick example trade for Palo Alto Networks. Going with the longer term trend being bullish. Look at a bullish example. Looking for a test to 200. It's the 195 200 call vertical. Same August 1st expiration. Looking to spend half the width of the strikes. That's $2.50 when it's a $5 wide spread. It's 250. Chance to make 250. Break even 197.5. Pretty close to where we're trading now. This is pretty straightforward. Risk 1 to make 1, risk 250 to make 250. Looking for the stock to go higher, get above 200 by that August 1st expiration. Rick, thanks again. We're going to take a short break. We get back. It is time for FOMO. We're going to look at Dell, one of the AI winners of the last few years. Stick around. You won't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim. Putting your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop.
All right, so can we get a bid here? All right, so be really nice to finish off the week at the highs on everything. Okay, watching Coinbase. Okay, what's Amazon? Amazon looking really good. Amazon. Nice move on Amazon. Okay, needs to pop through this little area right here.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full service wealth management skills.
NVIDIA turning up higher lows, higher highs. NVIDIA starting to catch a bid. NVIDIA looking good. Don't forget to check your in the money options. Today is the 18th. So July 18th expiration. Okay, so NVIDIA looking a little better here. NVIDIA.
A modern approach to wealth management. Accelerated market knowledge.
Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Okay, we got a nice little bid in the markets for now. Okay.
Marley, good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us. Let's talk some Dell. A couple positive analyst moves here today. Get the stock on the move.
Good afternoon to you too, Alex. Yes, some 3 positive analyst notes.
Coinbase, looking for that to run back up. Coinbase, at least to 50% maybe, if we're lucky.
Kept their buy rating, but the big headline of this was that BofA thinks that Dell's earnings could double by 2030. So a pretty substantial move that would indicate for them. They're saying that IT hardware companies like Dell will continue to benefit from the growth of enterprise sovereign AI over the next decade. Because of that, they've also raised fiscal year 26 revenue estimates up to 106.8 billion from 105. EPS forecast up to 949 from 940. They're also saying the company's likely to generate over 12% revenue growth over the next 5 years versus 2% over the prior 5. JP Morgan also feeling bullish here. They upped their price target to 145 from 125, kept an overweight rating on the shares. They adjusted price targets in hardware and networking, saying that expect upside in the second half of 25 from robust cloud spending. They did have a however in there. They have an underlying end market drivers that customer verticals remain a watch point for them as they exhibit
bit more sensitivity to the macro environment. So they did have a flag in there. Goldman Sachs was positive. They'll raise their price target to 140 from 130, maintain their buy rating. And they specifically cited that Dell's AI lab is undergoing some infrastructure changes that they felt it needed to adapt to the latest needs, and said it, quote, indicates the team's agility in response to the rapid pace of innovation in AI. They also cited their AI server orders of
Okay, Microsoft turning back up. Let's see what I have on Microsoft. Let's see here. Did a pretty good job of taking, gradually taking profits off into strength over the last 4 weeks. Last week, quite a bit as well. Netflix. Okay, Netflix is looking very handsome. I bought some 11.55s, 12.55s at the low. Earlier, it dipped a little bit more. Now it's turning back up. I have put credit spreads that are going to do well. Put credit spreads. Okay, those are looking good. They expire in about 28 days.
You know, 6 months, they're up 20%. So in a wider range there, but, having a strong year overall, though, for the year on the whole, not as big a move. They're within that 5% range. So, it's interesting to see such a response, but my assumption is
Over a higher low in Coinbase. Okay.
Likely led to the bigger pop we're seeing today. I think you tend to see less when they all cite the same reason. These are three distinctly different reasons, all for an increase.
Marley Caden, appreciate the update. What a move for Dell. It's just another example of one of these legacy names that has found a niche and has transitioned very, very nicely here in this AI age. Marley Caden, make sure to check that show out later on this afternoon, Market on Close with Marley. JD, your point, it's on the move here again. I think of Oracle. I think of Cisco. I think of IBM. I think of all these names that were almost forgotten that have made themselves relevant. How critical
Palantir turning up a little bit.
for a company like Dell to take advantage of these opportunities when they arise.
Tesla.
I think it's absolutely crucial.
CUNL. Nvidia. Okay, S&P looking for it to follow through. S&P looking for it to follow through and push a bit higher. Nvidia, same thing. Okay, Coinbase, no follow through yet. S&P. S&P still sitting here at the low. Flow is still sitting here at the low. Need to see this shoot back up in the other direction, maybe. Amazon's okay. Snowflake's okay. Tesla. Netflix. Let's see what Netflix is starting to look like. Netflix survey says Netflix looking for flow to be turning up. Okay, it's still just sitting here at the low. Okay, we've got about, it's only 1:30. I was thinking it was much later. Got 2 hours and 24 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Hope you're having a good day. I'm going to take the headset off and just put my feet up for a few minutes. Just watch the markets. Forget anything that jumps out on the screen. Looking for the S&P to move higher. I'll jump back on, and I'm not going anywhere. I'll just be right here, taking a little bit of a break.
It just needs to get, to 140 over the next couple of weeks, which is still a big ask, but it's certainly not impossible when it's making 6% jumps in a single session by August 8th. This could be max profit. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll be joined by Winston Justice for a fun interview about how he took his lessons from playing in the NFL to managing money and controlling finances. What a method. We'll be right back.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
I'm Nicole Petalides, live from New York Stock Exchange. Catch me on Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, any device, for free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to the show. This is Next Gen Investing. Diane King Hall, the host of Morning Movers, joins me now here at the New York Stock Exchange to take a closer look at 3M. It has pulled back a fair bit today from 3-year highs, despite really strong earnings and raising guidance. Minnesota Mining and Manufacturing. Love 3M, classic company. What do we say?
It is. I mean, you know, well, from household items like Post-it notes, tape, and whatnot, but it obviously has more than that, and that isn't where the strength came. In fact, that was just marginally higher. But it was one of those quarters that you would like to see, a beat and raise kind of quarter, especially when you think about what the setup is for this earnings cycle compared to the previous earnings cycle. Because you already have early reports where companies are lowering guidance. That wasn't the case here with 3M, but the stock is facing some pressure, and we can get into that later. In terms of the second quarter, they reported adjusted EPS of $2.16 a share. Street was looking for 201. Revenue was $6.34 billion. That was better than expected. So both the top and bottom line better than expected. Operating margin 24.5%. Also better than expected, and it's just a sign of improving execution there. Among their business segments, safety and industrial sales, that rose more than 2.5%. That accounted for $2.86 billion in revenue. So that was the leading strength there. That was followed by transportation and electronic sales. That rose 1%. So a single digit advance there to $1.94 billion. So still some strength there. Consumer sales did inch higher, up 0.3% to just above $1.25 billion. So again, there is some softness in the consumer segment, but it's more than made up for by safety and industrial sales, by transportation and electronic sales, JD. So some growth there. And then in terms of the raise, right? You led into this being pointing out that it's a beat and raise kind of quarter. The full year forecast, they're forecasting 2025 adjusted EPS to come in between $7.75 to $8. That was up from their prior guidance, right? And it even includes the tariff impact, because you recall in their previous quarter, they were worried about tariffs, the impact, as many companies were, right? And the guidance is more bullish than what had been the previous tape, right? And it shows that they have managed and are managing around tariffs.
May you love looking at stock charts just to see how these things have historically moved. This is a wild stock chart. If you really take a step back and you don't just look at how it's done year to date of the last 52 weeks, but really zoom out for like a 5-year chart. Man, it's been a quite wild ride. I'm curious what you've seen out of the analysts, which are obviously they can often be, not always, movement on the stock. What have we heard as of late?
Yeah, so we did have some reaction to, the what could be a headwind from the analyst community. So Edward Jones saying this, it's the legal liability that is an overhang for that, and that increasing the risk there because they have to set aside some cash to address those liabilities. They already had one that they've had to address with regard to New Jersey and the PFAs there, so they're paying out on that. They talked about that on the earnings call, right? And really quickly, just to give this context from Edward Jones, they said, quote, if 3M receives a negative ruling from its ongoing litigation, there could be significant downside for the stock. On the earnings call, UBS asked about that, right? They pointed out that there had been a settlement with the state of New Jersey, and they point out that there are dozens more states still pending, 30 more states they point out still pending. And then, so what the plan is there, 3M responding saying they're taking each situation on a case-by-case basis, and they pointed out the plan that they are executing with regard to New Jersey. So that could certainly be one of the headwinds. But you point out the chart has been outperforming.
Yeah, absolutely. It's how about the worst performer of the Dow 30 components today.
Yes.
And a little bit of weighted names in the Dow, given that the shares are about 150 or so a piece, but a little less sticky today, but some downward action regardless. Have a terrific weekend. My good friend Diane King Hall, thanks for being here. I now want to welcome back my co-host Alex Coffey, as well as our next guest, Winston Justice, former NFL offensive tackle, CEO of SageSpring Private. Well, it is great to have you. Alex, welcome back. Winston, great privilege to talk with you. Let's get a sense on your journey, my friend. For anyone watching who may have been familiar with your time in the NFL, but what did it look like for you to really make that transition into the financial world?
It was exciting and it was inspiring. With the NFL, nothing's promised to you. Nothing's given to you. You need to fight and claw for whatever you have, and then on top of that, you need to set goals. And you need to have a measurement with those goals. And with leading a wealth management business, that's what we tell our advisors, and that's also what we tell our clients, right? Building wealth and protecting wealth and stewarding wealth is about fighting for that wealth, protecting that wealth, because nothing is promised to you, nothing's going to be given to you, and people aren't just going to give it to you. In my situation, just because you played in the NFL. And then you need to set goals, and you need to have a measurement to those goals.
Winston, talk to us a little bit about that protection element. Obviously, as an offensive tackle, your job is to protect the quarterback, but nowadays, young athletes, NIL, big college deals, they're swimming in cash at a really young age. What are the conversations like, whether it's early pros, potentially college athletes and their families, or anybody who comes to success very quickly about how to protect that nest egg as it enters form?
Yeah. So if you're a player, also if you're an entrepreneur or if you're a business owner, you have to treat every season like it's your last. Treat every business like it's your last, because that mindset really built discipline. You're always going to have people watch the sport or your business, and you need to grow from that. And it's not really about buying cars or houses that really get athletes in trouble. It's really people, right? It's
Low ticker minus 800.
People taking advantage of you. It's about people stealing. It's about people convincing you to invest in a bad idea. And so your community or the people that you surround yourself with is extremely important.
Listen, I'm always really interested with stories of athletes, especially when they first get into the league. They're learning the rules of the game, not just for how it's played at the highest levels, but also a lot of the money component that they are learning for the first time. When you look back at your career in the National Football League, what key money lessons do you wish you had learned sooner that you would want first-time draft picks in the NFL to learn?
Well, one thing, I realize that money is deeply personal, right? It's tied to identity, it's tied to family, it's tied is tied to legacy. Money gives you the ability to really express your values and also what matters to you. So to my younger self, I would say that you're not invincible. Your career won't last forever, and you need to start planning now. I would always say, and I say this to our advisors, I say this to our team, I say this to athletes that we work with. Ask as much questions as you can. Stay curious. Be comfortable with being uncomfortable, especially in rooms where you don't necessarily have all of the answers yet.
Winston, talk to us about calculated risk. Obviously, play design, you're always going to have that one accounted for guy as the quarterback's going to, have someone on him or whatever it may be. The same goes for investing. Nothing's without risk. But how do you talk to clients about taking that calculated risk and looking for returns on the money that they do have?
Well, you wanna take an assessment on your core capital. Hey, how much money do I need to sustain the life that I want, and also sustain the life my family has been accustomed to. And so when we work with athletes, we're working with business owners, and what we do when we coach our advisors is that we want to create a portfolio that has minimal risk that could meet the spend of that family. And anything above that is something we call surplus capital. Now, no one really has surplus capital, but that's capital that you could actually use for philanthropy, for things that are more riskier. But we definitely make sure that we have our core capital in place.
Winston, I saw you were a USC Trojan as well. Welcome to the Big Ten, former Nebraska Cornhusker. So we welcome you to the Big Ten. Looking forward to the matchups going forward. You have a great weekend. We appreciate it so much. CEO of Sage Spring Private Wealth and former NFL offensive tackle Winston Justice. We're going to take our final break of the program. When we get back, time for a discussion on the state of the U.S. consumer. We'll be joined by the co-founder of Category Pirates, Eddie Yoon, back on the program right after this.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network. Download the Schwab Network app and join in on the latest market trends. Anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. Honest Coffee alongside JD Durkin here on this Friday as we welcome in Eddie Yoon, partner at Gray Space and the co-founder of Category Pirates, to help us get an idea of the state of the U.S. consumer. Sentiment we had this morning, slight uptick. Eddie, welcome back to the program. What'd you make of this most recent drop from the University of Michigan?
Well, thanks for having me on. I think consumers certainly slightly feeling better, but they're still very cautious, and it's clearly understandable. When you see the big picture, what you're going to see is that a couple things are true. AI is inevitable.
You can just see the flow is just sitting here doing nothing.
And have some turbulence along the way. One of the things in the print that I noticed.
Let's see what Netflix is doing. Netflix is starting to turn.
Hungry animals for when it comes to electricity. Our power grid is not keeping up, so we can just expect the cost of power is going to go up until we catch up with supply.
Okay, we're starting to see a turn. Netflix is starting to turn.
The other impact that AI technology broadly is having is auto insurance, which is up 94% over 10 years, well ahead of inflation. And And that's largely because cars are now computers on wheels.
12,
So when you get into an accident, it's one thing to replace a
65.
motherboard, it's another thing to replace a motherboard entirely. So that's going to go up. You're seeing some other major shifts in the news today. Both Netflix, is doing great with their ads.
Netflix is turning.
So ad dollars are shifting away
I'm going to
from
add to those
media. We saw that
1265s.
and it's less of a indication on him necessarily, but the category itself of late night talk shows and legacy TV. They have a staff of about 200. I think Joe podcasts has a staff of about 2 or 3. It's just unsustainable.
Coinbase, that's not doing anything. UNH.
Or is it more of an issue of, reports of my demise are greatly exaggerated and it's a little soon, still a bit too soon to tell?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a slow march and a slow death, unfortunately. And unless a couple things are true. One is that they leverage tools like AI to reduce their cost structure and get more productivity out of the people that they have. And B, that they use kind of AI to pivot to other forms of media. They can still produce it the way that they are doing it, but when you just kind of look at
Coinbase is not working. Okay, all these stocks are starting to show more profit taking. Apple, no follow through. Tesla looks like it might want to go. Tesla. Okay, watch the Netflix flow starting to turn up.
Considering other transitions, we're watching AI really impact automation as well.
Netflix. Let's see what Netflix is going to do here. Netflix.
How concerned should workers be about having their job replaced by a robot here?
I think workers should have a healthy amount of concern. And you said Amazon is a great example. There are about 1 million robots in place now. It's a 1-to-1.
Well, I think the best entity and best person to answer that is the FICO CEO. What I can tell you is that VantageScore includes that data and uses much more modern analytics techniques.
Okay, it's hanging out at the 50-day Netflix.
Versus our competitor score, we capture 11% more delinquencies and defaults. Our score is actually substantially more predictive, which is why, of course, the FHFA made this decision. But then you add to that the element of competition. Competition is what makes markets great. Additional data is also a key part of competition.
Let's see.
The law was signed in 2018 by the president, had strong bipartisan support. They decided to bring competition to this marketplace, and we applaud the FHFA director for finally implementing the law.
Do you have an estimate of, so I guess market share wise, I would imagine FICO still has huge share. You guys are newer, obviously been around for forever, but do you have a sense of if you started to gain share amid all of this? And I'd love to know if there's like price competitiveness stuff here as well. How many more
Netflix, more short covering. Can we get a little rally here?
if these become a viable option for lenders?
That's the most important point. Bringing innovation and technology to the mortgage credit score market, that opens up home ownership to more credit-worthy consumers. To answer your question quickly, it's over $1 trillion in incremental mortgage volume that is potentially available through the implementation of VantageScore 4. That is because we score 33 million more Americans than our competitors. Of that group, approximately 13 million would have a VantageScore of 620 or above. And within that group, approximately 5 million would be eligible for a mortgage, which translates at 1.83 persons per household to about $1 trillion in incremental mortgage volume. That is a big, big number. And it's important at a time where, quite frankly, it's so difficult to purchase a home. So this is about including more people that are actually creditworthy into the ecosystem with modern technology.
Well, Silvio, we appreciate you coming on. Again, a lot of stuff happening fast and furious at the FHFA, so it's important to break it down for people, talk about what's at stake here, and then see what the implications will be. Silvio Tavares, CEO of VantageScore.
Thanks, Billy.
And before we go, let's get a quick check on the commodities complex. As the market has been weakening today, WTI, Brent crude, and gold are all on track to post their first negative week in 3.
Copper could see its first negative week in 5. Of course, it spiked on news that the president would be applying tariffs there. We also watch for economic reasons. And before we go, quick look at some of the earnings, companies reporting earnings next week. We'll hear from NXPI, Verizon, Domino's on Monday, Coke on Tuesday, which will be a biggie after all the Maha stuff over syrup versus sugar. Also, Texas Instruments. Alphabet and Tesla report on Wednesday. That'll be a big day for big tech. I also get IBM and Southwest. Then Intel comes on Thursday. We'll hear from more airlines from Blackstone as well. That's it for us. Thanks for watching The Exchange, and I'll join Brian Sullivan for Power Lunch right after this break.
Netflix looking for a turn. Netflix looking for a turn. And for it to hold the 50 today. Netflix. Okay, looking for it to push higher. Not much going on right now. Markets are just kind of like, feels like the street is trading, not institutions. The volume is just really light.
Welcome to Power Lunch alongside Kelly Evans, who you just saw. I'm Brian Sullivan. Knew it too. The market was at session lows. It may now be about ready to turn higher. Kelly, I think I speak for everybody when I say you're welcome.
Well, we had some new news on the trade front, trying to digest that as always. Plus, the future of digital currencies just got some more clarity. Landmark legislation passing in the House, heading to the president's desk. We'll have more on that in a minute.
Yeah, we got some big legal news in oil and gas. Chevron has won a major court case against ExxonMobil. An arbitration panel.
Okay, there goes Tesla's on the move. All right, let's see what Tesla's doing. Tesla's on the move. Looking for the flow to be turning up. It's pretty much mirroring what we're seeing in price action. Pretty much mirroring price. Let's see what next week's options look like. Next expiration. Is that moving? Okay, pretty much the same thing. Okay, Amazon bouncing. Amazon. There goes Tesla. Amazon, Tesla. Amazon and Tesla are popping.
it does show that even if the two sides do strike a deal, there is going to be some significant level of tariff likely remaining in place. And that, of course, would match the pattern that we have seen in these early framework deals struck so far with the UK, Indonesia, Vietnam, still waiting on more details on most of them, but they've all maintained tariffs of between 10 and 20%. And the FT also did report, and I can confirm this part, the president is not likely to lower the 25% sectoral tariff on cars and car parts for Brussels. That's something the EU had hoped to see as part of this deal. And just a reminder, guys, the president has had quite strong words publicly for the EU in recent weeks, calling them brutal and tougher than China when it comes to trade. He said earlier this week he could possibly make a deal with Brussels, and not for now that they want a deal, they're, quote, being very
Yep.
nice. Okay.
He had said 30% in the recent weeks, right? This would be kind of lower than that, but still a blanket tariff. So I don't know.
That's exactly. Oh, it's that. As of April
Yeah, John, didn't you have a goatee at one time? I thought you did. There goes Tesla. All right, so the New York Fangs are starting to see some short covering end of day. Okay, we can see, starting to see Tesla turning up. Tesla turning up. Tesla flows.
It's not surprising because we do believe that even as part of these deals, some level of tariff is going to remain because the EU as a bloc is their largest trading partner.
Dealer hedge flows are turning up on Tesla. Let's see what Palantir. Palantir is okay. What's Amazon look like? Amazon. Hedge flows on Amazon. Okay, not really mirroring what we're seeing. Snowflake starting to go. Tesla's looking good though. Tesla looking good. Watch Tesla. You have next week's calls on Tesla. Okay, I sold those. Okay, I sold those already. Netflix. Okay, looking for Netflix to pop up a little bit more. Yeah, true. That's true, Corey. Hard to short this market.
It's frankly a testament to individuals like Senator Haggerty, who I first met many years ago, and let the
Coinbase.
pulling this over the table and
Coin.
the president's desk, and frankly also a testament to the administration, who's
Uh,
the errors of the past and previous administration.
Why does that keep happening? Coin. Coinbase.
Does it make you nervous, or do you kind of go, I know what's coming? When Charles Schwab was on our air earlier today saying, yeah.
Okay, Tesla following through. Watch Tesla.
Yeah, well, this is actually from our standpoint, me personally, one of the biggest benefits. This brings about more clarity, so now we can have many more businesses that previously were uncertain, unsure about what the regulatory environment was to move into the cryptocurrency industry.
Tesla. Tesla.
Traditional financial services firms, all the big banks, all the big brokers, they have teams that are getting ready to bring crypto to their customers.
Above the 50 and the 200 day now, so that's a big change.
Products, infrastructure to help power those various companies to bring crypto to their customers.
Dave, can you help the audience understand, and by audience I also mean me, understand the significance of this bill? I understand what a stable coin is. I understand what this bill does, but there's a part of me that doesn't understand why people can't just put good old-fashioned cash or short-term T-bills or whatever it might be
14.
and sort of replace the stable coin.
Oh,
Why is
6.
this bill so meaningful to your industry?
Well, I think the key piece here is the following. So, cryptocurrency is a fantastic new innovation. It allows for faster, cheaper, more secure, better payment systems. People are already using crypto.
Tesla's starting to go. There goes Tesla. Figures I would have sold all my Tesla calls earlier. We did dip. Okay, so Tesla. What do I want to do? It's late Friday. Do I want to do anything on Tesla? It's above the 200 day. Tesla and the 50 day. Tesla. Looks like it's going to go here. Tesla. Let me go out. Oh, when is Tesla earnings anyway? Tesla. TSLA Tesla. Earnings are survey says July 23rd next week. Tesla. Maybe we get a little ramp here, and next week we'll sell some covered calls probably, or some call credit spreads, or maybe an iron condor. Okay, so next week I don't need August. Let me go to 25th. 25th. Okay, Tesla. Maybe a 40 delta. Let's see what happens here. Buy. Vertical. Tesla going.
Okay, do you remember what a video game arcade was? That's why I'm asking. I did. I grew up going to the video arcade after the.
Okay, I bought a few 340s on Tesla. That's a 40 delta.
Fantastic. I'm asking for a reason because it sounds like the stable coin here is in a very, very more sophisticated way, kind of becoming the arcade token. Remember that? You put the money in and you get the tokens out, and the tokens would be used to play all the video games. It was a way to kind of ease the currency backlog or jam, whatever, at the arcade. In a very basic way, is that what this is doing for the US dollar and crypto? You know, I think the analogy
340,
I don't think there's like a drastic difference. You know, for what it's worth, in the arcade, you know, those tokens can only be used within the arcade. But when you actually create a stable coin, they can be used in many more places. Effectively, anywhere individuals accept the dollar, they might want to accept the stable coin, US dollar stable coin. So I think that's kind of the key difference, is that we actually see the stable coin being
Tesla. Let's see if this rises some more. Tesla or not.
already used for peer-to-peer payments, and I think that's kind of the key distinction here. Well,
210 on the East Coast. 210.
It's been a long week. Dave Ripley, Crackett, thank you very much. Putting it in plain English. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so now let's kind of broaden this out, talk more about crypto, talk more about the markets. One of our favorite guests, Jan Van Eck, CEO of Van Eck Associates. I don't know if the arcade thing worked. It was the best I could do, Jan. Good to have you on. As an asset manager yourself, do you read this bill as a way to broadly expand the industry in a one day that, if it hasn't already, is going to affect Van Eck's clients?
It's affecting a lot of parts of the market. If you just look at what's happened this week so far, we started off with bank earnings. It's earnings season. And the bank CEOs, what are they talking about? They're talking about bringing out stable coins. So you don't really need to know what a stable coin is. I agree that, but it can be behind the scenes, but it will be affecting all the brand name companies that are part of the industry. So not just banks, but you see Uber talking about using stable coins. They're going to use it to lower costs. Because right now the credit card system, which is what a lot of people use, is expensive for people.
So this is like the running theme. Remember when Drew Mattis yesterday talked about how the 3% surcharge fees aren't included in CPI and how not everyone's getting it, everyone's using cash? The argument many are making for stable coins is that they'll disintermediate. So you don't have to pay the 3% to be
Tesla looking for this to follow through. Let's see what happens with Tesla.
You know what I'm saying? But I don't know exactly how that all
Tesla.
I'd love to think, oh yeah, just use stable coins. You don't have to pay the 3%.
All right, Tesla. The flows are starting to run this expiration.
If there's money there, fraudsters will try to find it, and that's one of the big costs of the banking system and the check ID and all that. But
Tesla. Let's see what big trades we have today. Tesla. Top notional gamma 3.6 billion.
Low tickle at -800.
Maybe we can show shares of Visa and MasterCard, which again, go back to the 2010s, like great duopoly, I don't want to use that word, but incredibly well-performing stocks. Now it's interesting because you look, they go, okay, they're kind of grinding, but the traditional financial stocks have absolutely broken out this year and have done spectacularly. A lot of different reasons for that, but they don't seem scared about anything happening on the crypto front that's going to come in and take their business.
It's going to be very hard. Kelly, it'll be several quarters before it'll impact earnings, either to the positive or to the negative. But stocks are kind of moving in anticipation of that.
Looking for Netflix to turn up.
And you see the incumbents, right? Ethereum has had a great run.
Netflix is working perfectly.
One public stablecoin company's had a great run since its IPO. So, the market's getting ahead of it, but those are just the incumbents. The point that they've made, there'll be a lot of competitors coming into the space.
So right now, I want to buy, let's say I want to buy the oil, right? Oil and gas.
I try to forget it, yeah.
Yes, no. Well, investors have lately, but it was hot for a while. I put money, actual cash, into say Schwab or Fidelity or TD Ameritrade or whatever it is. I buy that. They transfer the cash over to you or your firm. They buy the equity. Is that going to happen then, to Kelly's point, with stablecoins? I now can kind of replace the cash aspect of it with some kind of crypto holding.
The gating factor now is you always have to touch first base, and the first base is your bank account. And you won't have to do that necessarily going forward if you have digital dollars. So there'll be other ways of moving money. But listen,
Do that kill banks? I'm trying to figure out what this, to Kelly's point, you mentioned disintermediation with Visa and MasterCard. Trying to understand why we need this. And if we do, what it's going to kill, because it's going to hurt something.
it's having a minor impact. It will have a minor impact in our view on banks in the U.S. But lots of things already work pretty well.
Yeah.
But in other countries, right, where the banking systems are less trustworthy, consumers are going to love an alternative. And you've already seen this over the last 5 years.
And that's why everyone's saying this helps the dollar, because now all of these other, investors or consumers are basically going to be happy to transact with something that's effective to a dollar that does. But you don't think they're going to get in there and still try to take a cut?
Oh, they are. They're going to want. But Trump has moved so fast. This legislation has moved so fast. It's really kind of amazing, right? And it's bipartisan. So now companies that are looking to get into that.
Okay, Tesla. All right, so probably works maybe into next week. Looking for Coinbase is starting to bounce a little bit more higher low. They did make a low below the 410 put wall, so we'll see if that does anything. Apple and Amazon trying to do something. Snowflake turning back up. All of these caught a bid. Shorts covering off the low.
I think it'll be minor. Things will be a little bit cheaper. Shopify and Uber companies that can leverage.
Low tick alert -800.
Will we notice that? Maybe not so much. I think what's going to be really dramatic is AI. That's what's going to change your shopping. It's good, and it's happening now. So I would say if you had to say AI and crypto, I'd say crypto is kind of down here.
Okay, let's see.
Business, the average consumer
Tesla.
need to worry about it. I would say that would even be
Tesla.
to move your stable coins around. All they ever would be.
No, I'd be out.
No, thank you.
We tried
Or a USB key that you're acting like it's thrown out and spend the next 5 years looking in the landfill.
It was like a 16-word password or something. Anyway.
It's like the war games.
Yeah.
16-digit code.
Tesla.
Don't lose that.
Watching Microsoft, that should get going too. Broadcom coming off the low. Broadcom. Apple fading, unfortunately.
CEO of SLB joins us live after this quick break. Also on the menu, restaurant stocks reporting next week, and we'll talk more about how beef prices might impact them. And has Netflix set the bar too high? We're also awaiting President Trump signing the Genius Act into law. Much more coming up.
Crypto Watch is sponsored by Crypto.com.
We saw one of the stocks go through those ranges yesterday, all pretty much in where you would have expected. The growth stocks, the space stocks, the quantum physics stocks, obviously NVIDIA and the AI stocks, and then a couple of other interesting stocks like General Electric, for example, and Caterpillar. But what's happened today is that the S&P and the NASDAQ, which also was starting to take out that range, is now turned down. So now what's interesting about that is exactly what happened in January as we got into February. Everybody got super bullish at the highs, and then it turned down. And even though we had a couple of gyrations in between, we saw the trough finally in April. So it's possible that we could see the same thing. I wouldn't get too negative, but I would certainly keep my eye now on these July highs. We have to really convincingly take them out, I think, to think, oh my goodness, we're going to go for another leg higher. We could chop around here for a while. So that's the first thing. Yeah, understood. I mean, and you said, look, inflation could rise and bond yields, will they fall? Well, certainly, this has been a year where you cannot dismiss the headlines that come out of the Trump administration, particularly when they are relentless. And so some of those headlines, like, for example, cryptocurrency, we just saw the Genius Act pass. We see tokenization becoming more and more a thing. This is what the Trump administration wanted. We see tariffs, even though he has sort of modified his stance somewhat, we're still seeing tariffs. The big, beautiful bill, he wanted it, he got it. So now what does he want? Over and over and over again, if you look at X like I do all day long, what you see is headlines coming out from the Trump administration, lower the rates, lower the rates, lower the rates. So I don't think it takes a genius to figure out that one way or another, those rates are going to come down. And that's why I'm watching the long bonds in particular so carefully. They measure a lot of things. Where inflation's going, risk off, risk on, essentially what would happen to the consumer in the areas that have been stymied, like housing, et cetera, and what happens to inflation. So it's interesting. So rates come down. And is that favorable, I guess, in some ways for certain things, obviously? How do you get that too for investors? The one, I know you have some stocks here that you like. Tell me the kinds of stocks you like in this environment. Well, for one, if the rates come down and the dollar is coming down, that really does help commodities. And commodities have been all over the map, very volatile this year. Obviously, the inflation numbers versus what we're seeing in terms of it's bottomed, looks like maybe it has bottomed. There's a lot of pressure now on prices potentially to go up. And I'm not even going to blame tariffs for that. That's just the way of the world with supply and demand, particularly if we're talking about energy stocks. They've been undervalued. I would still look there. I think you have to look at the underlying. Obviously, we're looking at oil. Oil right now, especially we had a big announcement by British Petroleum that they're basically scrapping clean energy and looking back at the old-fashioned oil and gas. Well, oil has to get through $68 a barrel. Natural gas, I'd like to see get through like $3.70. And I think that could mean energy would take a nice lead here after being behind. And also, I mean, obviously we've seen an amazing move in uranium, but solar and wind have gotten so beat up because of the headlines, but you cannot necessarily have an energy grid working efficiently without, as you mentioned, I saw at the top of the show, all hands on deck in terms of energy. So that would be one thing. But I also look at the softs, right? Sugar, which now, by the way, cane sugar and Coca-Cola potentially, which may raise the price of Coca-Cola, also puts a lot more demand on sugar that has been in higher demand during bad times, right? People reach for it. So I think we have to watch the sugar. Right up to 17 cents a pound. If it gets through there, again, the rates coming down would only boost all of that. But that's one area. The other area, of course, would be for the consumer. The consumer has lagged this whole rally. Core XRT, my brand retail, is stuck in the middle of the July range, not really wowing anything. Obviously, the consumer today came out optimistic, but we're not really seeing that in the price. So I think that could get a boost. And of course, some of the real estate areas could get a boost too, as mortgage rates are pretty darn high right now.
I got to mute you guys for a sec.
You like dating apps, you have Bumble,
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
All right. I got a few minutes left to go. We've got an hour and 35 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, the 18th. All right, markets, not a big trend day today for many stocks. We're currently looking at 230 stocks, 235 stocks advancing on the S&P 500. Out of 500, we got 50, basically 50 on the Qs, and only about 380 on the IWM. So not much follow through. All right, Tesla's pulling back in a little bit. Not much in the way of follow through for today. S&P 500. Let's go take a look at that. S&P spiders. Trend and consolidate. It's still gradual trend along the 9 EMA. It's not selling off, not giving us any signals. Junk bonds, if you're worried about the markets going into next week, junk bonds are doji. It's above the 21-day. So this would need to be back down here below the 21-day to be bearish, basically. Currently neutral to slightly bullish. High yield corporate debt, same thing. High yield corporates above the 20-day. Bollinger Bands are consolidating. That's key. That's key to understanding what the markets are doing. Risk on markets are kind of just consolidating. We're expecting with these Bollinger Bands for price to stay between the Bollinger Bands. 98%, 97% of price action stays inside the Bollinger Bands by design. Okay, the midpoint is the 20-day, right in the middle. So we're on the upper half, and we're consolidating. Bollinger Bands coming together. No big deal. RSI above 50. Not much to look at here, folks. Not a big trend day. That's the only thing that's missing, really. We've had a really nice 4 weeks, really. Last week was a doji, but the previous 2 weeks were pretty bullish. Number of stocks above the 20-day, drifting a bit lower. That's okay. This is actually setting up the next leg, okay? We can see the beginning of the week, that turned upward. Beginning of the week, Monday through Thursday, was pretty strong. The week has been pretty good. Let's take a look at this on the weekly time frame. S&P equal weight. Okay, so we've had 3 bullish weeks. This first one over here 5 weeks ago wasn't that great, but on the breakout above the previous high, we had 2 bullish weeks. Almost got back up to all-time highs. 2 weeks consolidating with a big doji or a leg on this, wick on this. So we could follow through tomorrow, next week. Number of stocks above the 50-day, not giving us a bearish signal, only neutral for now. The number of stocks trading, ARCA Institutional Index, these 75 stocks institutions hold, bullish, neutral, bullish. Okay, that looks okay. Advanced decline percent, that was kind of taking a break. Not surprising, the number of stocks moving higher, slowing down. So going into the weekend, would be nice to see us hold the high, S&P. It would be nice to see us hold this level. High of the week, you know. This is the S&P 500. I mean, does that look bearish to you? It doesn't to me. Okay, Microsoft. Let's look at some of the key players. Microsoft, grinding higher for the last 12, 13 weeks. Just keeps going. Apple turning the corner, but taking its time. Been consolidating for 3 weeks, above the 50-day, below the 200-day. Amazon It has a fair value of $311, so that's got a long way to go. Google, trending. Meta, turning up right now, Meta, you can see the doji wick on this candle, telling me there's buyers down here. You see that zigzag, that straight line, that dotted purple line there? The next leg up is going to start soon, looks like. If you turn, let's see, let's go here, 2050 day. Okay, let's enable zigzag, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Oops, zigzag. Oh, that's over here. Zigzag. Zigzag. Okay, zigzag. Okay, you see that? Zigzag. Trend up, trend down. We're getting ready for the next trend up, the next leg. Let's see if we get it on Meta. Snowflake. Back to the 20-day. Snowflake back to the 20-day. Tesla above the 50 and the 200-day now. So this looks good. Tesla looking much better. NVIDIA just trending. NVIDIA trending like Microsoft, just trending. I really don't see anything to worry about. Axon, body cams, Axon, body cams and police paraphernalia, security. Axon. Datadog. Just looking at the top 20 on the NASDAQ composite. NASDAQ 100, sorry. NASDAQ 100, Datadog, trending. Kind of looks like Coinbase chart. Coinbase. You got that trend along the 9 EMA. Coinbase, is it bouncing yet? Coinbase. Okay, Coinbase is back above 412. Coinbase back above 412. Meta, looking good. Meta. We talked about Meta. Okay. Team Atlassian. DoorDash. Marvell, looking good. Micron. Semiconductors, SMH, trending. All right, let's look at sectors. I don't see anything worth getting concerned about on the long term. Short term, I've been taking profits off in the strength. So once we get an idea of what the last few days of July are going to be like into August, we can start to position maybe some rotation. Okay, IBB, biotechs. Okay, that's the one signal that's not super bullish or confirming. Biotechs you want to see moving higher. That's a risk-on asset. We just kind of sat here for 2 weeks at the 200-day. Real estate, it's flat. Transports, flat, but above the 21-day. Semiconductors, trending since the end of May. Realistically, since it got back above the 20-day back in the late April reversal, the late last weeks of April reversal, we got above the 21-day, and we just kind of been running ever since. XPI, biotechs, oil and gas services, equipment services, materials turning up. Watch your Freeport McMorans and MP Materials and companies like that. MP Materials striking up a deal with the U.S. Communication services at the 20-day, but bullish. bullish trend. Could be very well bounced next week. Energy kind of like slacking off. Energy. Financials bouncing after a little fade for 2 weeks. Now we're bouncing. Probably keeps going. Check your favorites. Mine happens to be JP Morgan. Looking for that to follow through. Industrials, Caterpillar. What's that doing? Caterpillar. Industrials, trending. Okay, that looks good. Industrials look strong. Financials, industrials, energy. Okay. Tech is trending. Does that look bearish to you? Well, the one concern I have is that maybe some of the calls will be wiped out today. The call skew is elevated. Puts are very inexpensive. Calls are expensive. So people have been chasing. So there are going to be some people up here probably soon. They're going to be disappointed if they bought the highs. Consumer staples, nothing. Flat. Not expecting much here. Utilities are taking off to the upside. That's interesting. These people will most likely go after utilities for the yield that they provide, given the 10-year pulling back, 10-year yield pulling back. Okay, a little bit. Still range bound. 10 years just range bound. It's at the 50-day. That's fair value. It's not extended above the 50-day, overvalued, or below the 50-day, undervalued. It's right at fair value. So look at the range. No real worry here showing up in the 10-year yield. Okay. Healthcare, that's been one lagging sector. That's pulling back. So healthcare and energy are lagging. Healthcare and energy are lagging. Consumer discretionary, you want to pay attention to this because if you're in a bullish condition, the markets are in a bullish trend or bullish bias, you want to see consumer discretionary outperforming. Now, Tesla and Amazon are the top two stocks on the consumer discretionary. They make up almost 50% of the weight of consumer discretionary since the last time I checked it. Amazon's at the highs right now. Tesla's just off the highs of the evening session. So consumer discretionary looks good. You got retail, which has been performing okay. What's really important, I would guess, is that we're not in a defensive posture like we were back in 22 when the bear market started. This is not turned down. This looks nothing like 22 or February of this year where this turned down. This is turned up, just the opposite. You can see the momentum in the blue boxes have turned bullish. Momentum in the red boxes turned bearish. That's not what we're looking at right now. So if you're concerned about the markets, I would say, unless something happens over the weekend or, there's some catalyst out there that we could drop 2-3% in a day if a catalyst hit the news wires, but I don't see that happening right now. It's the doldrums of the summer. So really not much news to look at. Volume is slow today. And with that, I'm going to take another 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
We also don't know if the rate's going to be high enough to really impact manufacturing domestically. And then ultimately, we don't know where it will end, where the tariffs, how that will impact inflation and how that will flow through. So I think the tariffs are still driving a fair amount of the market and amount of the uncertainty. But the AI story is still out there 100%. That's driving valuations. AI stocks are still doing well. And that's still the biggest theme in the market as far as how to invest.
Well, and look, that's probably why you think the Fed is waiting, right? We don't expect the Fed to cut this month. Do you think the Fed is correct in waiting to see should they cut or not cut?
Yeah, the Fed's 100% correct. They need to wait. The inflation report for June released last week, it showed, appliances were up, apparel was up. So that's kind of indicating that maybe the tariffs are affecting inflation. But, last month apparel was down in May. It was down. So
you have to see a little more of a pattern. So the Fed should be holding off. There's going to be no rate cut this month. There's probably one coming in September. The market thinks there'll be two by the end of the year, which I think makes sense, and that's probably smart thinking.
Okay, so 2 cuts. You know, it's hard to say. So if you're a believer that inflation will rear its head because of tariffs, then how do people think there'll be rate cuts?
Well, there's a slowing economy. The job growth is slow this year, and we have higher interest rates than people are used to, and that's going to affect spending. And so you do need rate cuts to balance that impact. You know, it could be that the economy slows enough that that sort of reduces inflationary pressure. That's offset by tariff inflationary pressure, and you get kind of an even keel there, which might be a best case scenario.
Let's get to some of your stock picks. People love to know what they should be putting in their portfolio. I see you have some Mag 7 names, so you have Google, Alphabet in there. Why that's a good one now.
Yeah, Alphabet's been it's pulled back this year. There is a threat. ChatGPT is a threat. It's impacting the paid clicks growth. That's slowed pretty significantly in the first quarter. You know, down to 2%. Usually, it's in the mid-single digits. They're also dealing with legal issues. The big case is the Department of Justice accusing them of a monopoly in search. And that case has not played out. It's, you know, are they going to have to divest of their Chrome browser? Are they going to be restricted from paying Apple and Samsung to be the default search engine? So those issues are causing the valuation to come down. But I think you got to look at what Alphabet's doing elsewhere. YouTube is growing. Advertising on YouTube is growing. Their subscriptions are growing. Their cloud business is definitely, it's not as big as Microsoft's Azure or Amazon Web Services, but it's growing, and it's a strong third player there. And then, of course, Waymo, their autonomous driving. So they have other businesses that are growing nicely, and I think that easily means it presents an opportunity for investment.
Unbelievable. Okay. So, folks actually really think that this is the name that didn't really run up as much as fast as, you know, that there was still room for Alphabet because some of the others have really, I mean, NVIDIA, people still love NVIDIA, but look at how high it's gone. And so they feel that maybe it's the one that may be a little discounted per se. What about Verizon and Alta? You like those names, right?
Yeah, Verizon, it's a kind of a boring name. The wireless market is largely saturated. But there's sort of a convergence going on between cable companies and wireless companies. Verizon's part of that. They acquired Frontier Communications to expand their broadband abilities. But with the broadband and specifically fixed wireless access growth is doing for them is providing an opportunity or an avenue for growth. And that enables them to grow their top line just a little bit, low single digits. But you grow that, they generate enough free cash flow to cover the dividend, so they can keep raising their dividend. And so you buy Verizon, you keep collecting the dividend, and with the revenue growth leads to some earnings per share growth, and we think some multiple expansion as well. So you can get a decent return over the next few years in that company.
Understood. I mean, when we think about Ulta and the Elf and all these beauty type names, is Ulta doing something special? I mean, we always thought that these makeup and skincare and things have a pretty good margin, right? When you're selling them, the companies do make a little extra. Do they still have that pricing power for margin?
It's not pricing power. When I think of Ulta, it's their 45 million loyalty customers. And Ulta's, they own their stores. They're expanding their stores, and physical locations provide an opportunity for existing customers and potential new loyalty customers to come in and try out the products. And those customers, those loyalty customers, drive their revenue growth, and that's a strong opportunity for them. And then they're doing a smart thing. They're expanding into the wellness market. The wellness market is larger than the beauty market. The beauty market's 100 million. Wellness market 400 million. You expand into that, and a lot of consumers consider wellness and beauty sort of, you know, together or complementary. So it's an obvious sort of low-hanging fruit of a new avenue for growth. So it's not so much pricing power; it's just they can continue to grow their top line, and I don't think there's much margin expansion. Operating margin it's in the low teens, but you could get some growth there. And they're a well-operating company. They like stock buybacks, and they can drive up earnings as well.
Yeah. Okay. Good to see you, Benjamin. Thank you. Benjamin, Honor, thank you. Carnegie, appreciate it. Carnegie Invest, good to see you. Still ahead, we're bringing our panel to talk about the key.
All right, an hour and 15 to go, an hour and 15 minutes.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your number one broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the business. Actually, I've seen something from Schwab. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab is a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with one fee.
Tesla's squeezing, looking for follow through.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Okay, buy order block a little while ago. Buy order block on Tesla. Buy order block right there at around 1 o'clock. Looking for a follow through.
Oscillators and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Hey, Dad, I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before he worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me. And my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The two grandchildren planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Welcome back to Watchland. Time to bring it talk all about the market. Focus. Shai Bulur, Chief Market Strategist, the future of the group. David Dietz, Managing Principal, Senior Portfolio Strategist at PPAC Private Wealth Management. Great to see you both. David, I'll start with you. Big picture, how are you feeling about earnings so far? And what are you watching for next week? Is it Tesla?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, so far, I think it's coming up gross this year. We made about 12% of the S&P report, and on average, 84% of those companies have beaten expectations, which is much better than average. On the other hand, of course, with stocks knocking on the door of all-time highs here, we do need to make sure that expectations are kept in check. Perfect example, the calls today, we heard from Amex, Netflix, and 3M that all three beat the street, but the stocks are down today. Partly, I think, because the expectations, the whisper numbers exceeded what was actually delivered.
What does that mean for Tesla for next week? Quickly, David.
Tesla's going to be tough. They're going to be down double digits from a year ago, although slightly up sequentially. And they've got some very intractable problems. Obviously, I think the two key ones is the brand tarnished, given the tango with the president. And of course, another big problem is the BYD over in China, which is beating them to the punch with better performing cars and lower costs in terms of the EV market. And those are two big hurdles that Elon's going to have to discuss in the earnings call.
So, Sean, what do you think about earnings season thus far and Tesla next week?
Yeah, I mean, specifically for Tesla, the narrative is bigger than the actual print. So Tesla's obviously going to report a really tough quarter.
Snowflake back up to the highs. Meta's trying to make new highs as well. Meta.
EPS is supposed to fall around 25%. Honestly, Elon might just skip Q2 guidance altogether, but none of that really matters.
Meta.
If the narrative regains altitude, all eyes are going to be on FSD and Optimus. And we at Future believe that Optimus could be Tesla's second biggest business in the next couple of years. And that market is the biggest TAM of mankind history, where we expect it to be a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity in the next 10 years. And even if the timeline on when the execution is the variable in the calculus of whether or not to invest in Tesla, we do think the inevitability of that happening has to be factored into your decision, because Elon always delivers. The timeline is a little iffy, but we do believe that using conservative assumptions, Optimus could just be a $500-600 billion opportunity. And right now, Tesla's trading at a $1 trillion market cap. So we do think there's some room. However, this is not an earnings story anymore. And I do believe that Elon's going to kind of shine light on what the future company is going to be like, not what the company was.
What do you like for next week, Sean, that you think might be a buy?
Yeah, I believe Intel is an interesting name to monitor, because I think street expectations are near a rock bottom. Flat EPS and punch revenue decline. Intel already proved last quarter it can surprise. And the new CEO has been very aggressive on his cost cutting and operational discipline that might show up again next week. However, how Intel fits the new digital economy relies entirely on their foundry pitch via 18A delivery. So I think that it's not going to just be about 18A performance. It's going to be about trust. Panther Lake will be the make it or break it eternal use case. If it performs, customers will take notice and we might see some order flow. If it doesn't, Intel might remain its own best customer again. But I do want to add additional color that the big, beautiful bill that Trump was able to pass, Intel could see tax credits increasing up to 35%. That might offset a lot of the lagging margins in their business right now. That is something that might be priced in next week's print.
So we have GE Vernova. I mean, we saw last round this week, we saw GE Aerospace at 25-year highs. Came out with some good numbers. I know it sold off afterwards, and we talked about the whisper numbers and some high expectations, but the stock's done so well. And then for GE Vernova, you see that this stock in 1 year is at 216%, hovering around highs. David, what do you think about this one? What does it need to move higher? Will it move higher? I see a $620 target from at least one analyst.
Yeah, well, so they're in the sweet spot of what's going on in this country, where because of the need for these AI data centers, we need more and more electricity. They're helping bring out the grid. They're in the wind. They're in the electrification. But this has not gone unnoticed by the street. As you point out, the stock has tripled in the last year. The earnings per share now is, the PE is now at 77 times. So
All right, market's just sitting here stalling at the high. No follow through. Best to take some profits off. Got an hour and 7 minutes to go.
We just think it's gone too far too quickly, so we'd be very cautious on this name at this point.
What other names? Do you like Intel, by the way, David?
So, I agree with our other guests. I mean, the stock is down by about 33% in the last 12 months. We do have a new CEO there who I think has thrown the immediate Claire results under the bus to set himself up for success going forward here. They are lagging in terms of the AI competition with, of course, Taiwan Semi and, of course, NVIDIA. But, from a valuation point of view, you got to give it some credit. So it's trading at about $100 million versus $4 trillion for NVIDIA. In other words, NVIDIA is 40 times more expensive. Gee, you would think that NVIDIA could put something like Intel right into its pocket. Antitrust concerns left alone. So I think there is a chance for a positive surprise there. Plus, we've seen big short interest in Intel. So if they do beat the street, then a lot of investors are going to go in and cover those shorts, and you can get a really nice pop in that stock.
We have GM, Coca-Cola, Lockheed Martin, baseball names to watch here. Shine, pick one. Is there one that you like in that group?
Among that group, I got to go with Lockheed Martin. I do believe that the defense budget will be evolving. That's why one of our favorite
Stocks are starting to lose interest. Traders are starting to lose interest. The stocks are starting to fade. People getting frustrated, most likely just closing positions. OPEX, we could see some volatility pick up in the next hour.
even though we have this sandbox of risk assigned on the tariffs, geopolitical tensions is not going away anytime soon. It might even escalate as time goes on. And we do believe that national security is going to be the biggest rock among this administration. So I do think Lockheed Martin will get some continued flow in that budget as well.
Okay, what do you think get bought for General Motors? What more did I give them right now? David?
Like Lockheed Martin has got a nice pay ratio. In other words, you should see 8 to 10% growth as far as I can foresee. It's only about 17 times earnings, well under the market multiple. And of course, you know, its technology is second to none. And of course, as we know, defense is so important. Of course, 70% of their business does come from the U.S. government, so they're going to twist and turn a little bit as the political winds change. I guess, you know, the safest bet, of course, is Coca-Cola, which just seems to kind of meander along in low single-digit growth. They're going to have a little bit of a tailwind because the dollar has fallen in the last 6 months. But, you know, can that continue? And I think the problem is it's trading at, you know, well over a market multiple for a company that's growing very, very slowly. It's going to be interesting to see what they see as the impact of shifting more of their production to cane sugar from high fructose corn syrup. What's that going to do? And how well will that be embraced by customers? That would be very interesting to hear on the earnings call.
Yes or no? Do we cross 6,500 this year?
Yeah, I do. We got a lot of tailwinds here. I think.
Okay. Do we cross 6,500? Yes or no?
Yes, we do. AI Party is the main event. It's continuing strong.
And David Dietz, I wish I had another hour because I love our conversations. Thank you for being with us and great earnings preview too. That's the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides. Thanks for being with us. You can download our Schwab Network app. It's available in the Apple App Store. Tune in 24/7, schwabnetworks.com. Thanks for being with me every day here at 9 a.m. 2 o'clock, right here on Schwab Network. And market.
All right, market's stalling. Let's see what Tesla's going to do here. Tesla.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our
Tesla watching.
cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
It's time to look forward.
Find the next trend.
From every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next trend investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Ford. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers, only on Schwab Network. It's 3 p.m. on Wall Street, and this is Market on Close. I'm Marley Caden. With an hour left in the trading day, let's take a look at where the markets stand right now. A lot of red on our major indexes as we take a look. The S&P is down about 0.1% at 62.92.97. The Nasdaq not down by much more, 23,046 right now. The Dow down 0.4% at 44,306.84, and the Russell 2000, our loser on the day, down 0.7% at 2238.40. As we take a look at some of our futures products here, the dollar down on the day, 0.25%. Gold up on the day, though, about 0.4% at 33.57.60 a troy ounce. Crude oil just below the flat line at 66.16, and Bitcoin down about 1%, trading under that $118,000 mark. Now we'll kick things off on today's show with a look at our action in the markets today with Schwab Network contributor JD Durkin. JD, thanks for being with us. I'd love to start just with your general takeaways from the day and the week as well as we close out this Friday.
Yeah, it's a bit of a lazy Friday here, kind of the dog days of summer, at least down here at the NYSE so far. As we're looking at about 500 million shares, which is pretty light into the close. We usually see that volume do pick up, Marley, in the last 30 to 60 minutes or so of the session. But I think as we've been seeing throughout the day here at Schwab Network right now, it's a market kind of in search of an identity after a few all-time highs earlier in the week. Some really notable analyst notes on some key stocks that are moving equities in different directions here. What was really interesting to me this week was that moment where we saw markets dip intraday before very quickly reversing, somewhat communicating to market participants how much the financial instruments believe in Fed independence. And we'll be circling this question about President Trump, Fed Chair Jerome Powell, others who may be waiting in the wings who want Jerome Powell's job, I expect. It may not be foremost on our focus on Friday afternoon, but it was earlier this week. It may again be the case next week. As for next week, we get a sense here that a little light on the data front, but obviously corporate earnings season in full swing, Marley, and I expect that to really drive a lot of the price action, especially middle of next week. But for now, somewhat muted reaction, pretty quiet into the close.
Yeah, it's been a pretty quiet Friday. We did sort of get a testing of the waters of how the market might react when we got those potential rumors about Trump firing Jerome Powell. He did shut those down, and the market did do a course correction. But I, like you, was surprised to see that response, that sort of wild day that we had, followed by a quieter day. So let's talk earnings. We did have some big companies. We got Netflix out after the close yesterday, and a strong earnings and a raised full year outlook, but the street just wasn't happy enough, JD.
Yeah, good, but maybe not good enough. Pretty modest in terms of Q2 being here overall for the company, but for such a highly anticipated name, Marley, that we were eagerly listening to on that call after the bell yesterday, checking a lot of the boxes, but maybe investors simply wanting a little bit more for a stock that has had an incredible run-up so far throughout much of 2025. So obviously seeing shares pressure for shares of NFLX under pressure here Friday into the close here. Several Wall Street analysts, though, are actually raising their price targets on the day despite the downward pressure on the stock. For the current quarter, forecast earnings for the company would be up if those forecasts hold that we heard yesterday, 27% year over year. But the company's bullish approach, and I think what the company is projecting and what analysts are receiving, is our expectations for a really big second half of the year. New shows, live events, splashy fan favorite titles they expect to come back. That includes Stranger Things, the second season of Wednesday, movies like Happy Gilmore 2. I guess we're old enough where now we are in the iteration of sequels now like that. So these are big profile ticket items for the company. And I think Wall Street analysts feel that bullish optimism that the last 6 months of 2025 could really outperform.
Yeah, and I want to move on to another company that reported their earnings and also saw a drop, not hugely significant one, almost exactly the same as Netflix, 3M.
Yeah, ironically, very similar to Netflix, even despite a pretty good solid earnings report, all things considered, investors had their mind on a little bit of a different set of priorities on this quiet Friday here. Beat expectations, however, they did beat on an adjusted basis, as you see there on the side of your screen, even raising, not just reiterating, but raising its full year profit forecast. However, reporting negative operating cash flow for the quarter, and our colleague Diane Hall and I were talking about the 1 o'clock hour, these litigation costs that the company has been tied up in for several high-profile lawsuits. They did reach a settlement for a few of them, including one with Public Water Systems. But any lingering worries about tariff pressure, I expect, would continue to be a part of the narrative for 3M. But not like a lot of the other stocks we've been talking about all day today. Farley has had a really impressive run so far year to date, checking a lot of those boxes in the earnings call. Maybe not quite enough to satiate some of those long-running concerns from investors, at least today.
Yeah, and interestingly, we've seen, I feel like in this Q2, even though, we've only seen about, 60 or so of the companies in the S&P 500 report already, a lot of legal issues weighing down or legal issue concerns of ongoing lawsuits. I was covering Domino's earlier, and they also have a whole bunch of ongoing lawsuits. So, certainly something weighing that I think is generally not expected. But I do want to close up our chat on a stock that is getting a boost today, not on its earnings. We have to wait for those. But Dell had some really bullish notes come out today, 3 of them, in fact, but one particularly strong one.
Yeah, that's right. We'll take a look at a bullish note here. This comes from analysts at Bank of America, sort of underscoring that long-term outlook as being more bullish than anything else, raising its price target to 165 from 155. BofA analysts also reiterating their ongoing buy rating for the stock, expecting Dell, like a lot of other companies in the space, of course, to benefit from increased CapEx spend and a renewed focus on artificial intelligence over the course of the next decade or so. BofA projects Dell earnings per share could double to better than $19. That's by the year of 2030. So really giving that long-term horizon, long-term gauge on what the company could do in the next few years. Overall profitability, according to BofA, is viewed in much more favorable terms. And we also have praise from JP Morgan, which now sees the stock going up with a 1-year price target at 145. So Dell not quite in the same category as the 3Ms and the Netflixes of the world. So it's nice to have some green on the big board. Not for a whole bunch of the big stocks that we love to follow, Marley, but at least some good news here for Dell.
Some good news for Dell. They're up 5.75% right now, so certainly going to put in a nice week for them.
Don't follow through yet. Just sitting here watching stocks.
As we come into next week, a little lighter on the economic front, you said, but is there anything specific you're keeping an eye on, JD?
Earnings number 1, earnings number 2, earnings number 3. Don't get me wrong, we will have durable goods, get some crucial housing information as we continue to watch and kind of the impact.
We have any earnings tonight, by the way? Anything tonight?
Coca-Cola, Chipotle, Tesla, Google really start to get into the heart of at least a few of the Mag 7 companies. We can expect a lot of price action, a lot of interesting narrative shifts. I think Wednesday into the close really sets the stage for Thursday morning, where the conversation might be wildly different once we hear from a few of those
Earnings from Monday. Steel Dynamics on Monday.
Thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. I'd love to just get your thoughts on this week's action and our relatively quiet Friday.
Hi, Marla. Thanks for having me on today. So, I think as JD said, it's really kind of earnings.
Okay.
market's looking for some signals for more direction. We're already trading at roughly 22 times forward earnings. The 30-year average is 17. So before anything can push higher, we want to get a sense of sort of what's to come in Q2 and Q3 and beyond.
And what are your expectations for Q2, Q3, and beyond for the second half of the year?
Well, you've seen some lowering just in general of the full year 25 estimates, which isn't unusual as you kind of go through a calendar year. But I'd be surprised if you don't see some of the tariffs that have been discussed. I mean, we're still in a lot of negotiation mode, but I wouldn't be surprised if you start seeing both consumers and companies facing higher prices, not only having to budget that for production, but also consumption purposes.
So with those tariffs, and as we're getting really our first quarter where we might potentially see some of the impact, but certainly get some information in terms of guidance and outlook and how they may impact the bottom line and the consumer as well. You know, I know we don't have a great deal of certainty because we're still waiting for that August 1st date, but how many companies do you think are going to put, you know, concrete numbers into their guidance and outlook of potential tariff impacts versus, you know, pushing it down into Q3?
Okay, Meta trying to make a new high.
You have to be confident if you're going to actually put forth exact guidance or what the tariff impact could be. For those brave enough to do it, they can certainly be rewarded if the tariff impact is minimal. Other those that you see in terms of the retailer side want to give kind of investors a broad range of what the outcomes could be to show how impactful.
Okay, Meta's trying to do something here, Meta. Let's go see what Meta's doing.
And, you know, hopefully they don't ignite inflation or maybe prevent or even slow Fed rate cuts. Consumers don't want to see higher prices because they can respond by simply reducing consumption. Certainly we don't want to see the economy shrink facing these
Meta's trying to go.
prices. So I think if you're brave, you'll probably submit a little bit more concrete guidance. But if not, you're not going to be rewarded for it. Maybe you just kind of focus on what you can control.
Certainly good advice. Focus on what you can control. Now, I'd love to get your perspective on the inflation data that we got this week with CPI and then PPI. There seems to be some disagreement about how inflationary tariffs might be, and if that data did reflect inflation itself. You know, what was your takeaway from CPI? Do you see inflation in the fact that we saw the prices of, you know, many things that we import, toys, appliances, apparel, etc., seeing higher prices, or
Tesla trying to go.
the thought that tariffs are not going to be particularly inflationary?
I think I'm going to thought of the former camp at this point. Inflation ticked up 2 to 2.7. I think you're looking at first evidence of some higher prices actually being seen in the marketplace. So as we push through, and again, I wouldn't say it's anyone's guess, but you know, you haven't had perfect concrete guidance because a lot of these are still being negotiated, not only through this month, but perhaps into August as well. I am in the camp that certainly you have to see these higher prices and believe that they're going to remain for quite some time if your consumption behavior will change. If you think you can just postpone spending for a little while and then prices go back to former levels, you won't change consumption. But if you get a sense that these are the new price levels, you may see some of those effects as we push into Q3 and Q4, which certainly aren't going to rear up their heads during the Q2 reporting season underway.
So, Carl, I really asked you that question because I want to now ask you about, I'm not sure if you heard Fed Governor Waller speak earlier today, but he said that he favors a rate cut now at the July meeting because he feels that tariffs are likely to have a very limited impact on inflation. The markets have all priced out any possibility of a July increase rate cut. Do you think that there's a possibility we could see one before September?
You're right. The markets have priced in only a very minute chance of a July. I think I saw it less than 5%. So I really think September is probably the more likely time that you will see the Fed actually join together, perhaps get their next quarter.
Okay, Tesla's trying to go here. Tesla got a little liquidity grab right there. Buy order block came in around 1 o'clock. Buy order block. Okay, Meta is pushing a bit higher. Meta is pushing a bit higher. Meta. Meta new high of the day.
Sure, I have a follow-up about McCormick. I was doing some research when I saw your picks. You know, they source ingredients from about 90 different countries, so their supply chain is far more globally exposed than many other food manufacturers. Are there any tariff concerns on your end there?
Not as much. They have such a broad base and such a wide supply chain, as you mentioned. They're not really facing the same sense, and because this is usually such a fraction of somebody's overall food cost, whether it's personal or restaurant, you don't mind paying a slightly higher price for a spice than you would for a full course meal.
Yeah, certainly. You need that to make that meal taste delicious. Absolutely. Now, your next one, TJX. I know they're a highly defensible.
Okay, Meta's on the move.
Sure. So the business model they have allows rapid response to changing consumer preferences, really under any macro scenario. So if they have weakness, it allows them to buy inventory from full price retailers at discount prices, allowing the retailers to clear out their inventory chains, which results in better margins for TJX and a good value proposition for their customers. Management is committed to predictability, which lends support to the relatively high multiple. But we still feel the growth prospects, which are fueled by international expansion, also their whole business, which doesn't get a lot of attention yet, but it's a high margin area where it has exposure to the home building cycle. Should we start taking off when the new housing starts recovery begins?
So when I looked at their chart, I was surprised to see that year to date they're only up 1%. In the last 12 months, up 8%, despite the fact that they have that really adaptable business model. What do you think is going to be the catalyst that gives them that upward tick that they need?
I think seeing some of the proof that they can actually do well in all macro environments. Again, say that things actually don't get worse in terms of tariffs. I think you may see some of the results for consistency and report of what the management strategy, which has been, is really just to deliver the consistency. And certainly that's been the focus for the team in place.
And your last one, Copart was not a company that I was familiar with, but they're in the car auction and salvage space.
Correct. So they're actually the leader in the car auction salvage space. They're still benefiting from secular tailwinds, including really ever-increasing total loss rates from the insurance groups, which is a function of more complex cars, more miles driven, and average higher costs associated with repairs. So
All right, Meta's on the move.
in that space, they continue to kind of grow and grow and grow. Their non-insurance and international opportunities can also be additional legs up. It's off about 20% year to date, so it's got a relatively attractive valuation to where it was trading. Short-term issue, they have a little bit of a shift in volumes between Geico and Progressive. Not really worried about their long-term market share, as they really operate in a duopoly, where about 80% of the space is in two players, with Copart having over half the market. They're offering significantly better results than the number two player, larger global buyer base, higher selling prices, and better recovery rates from the insurance companies. So we feel this is a good logistics name to own. And I can't say anything's necessarily recession-proof, but we certainly like where they're positioned. And all three of these companies do not have to necessarily, depending on Mag 7 or tariffs.
Well, Carl, we appreciate it. Thank you for those picks and for the broader discussion as well. That's Carl Farmer from Rockland Trust. We'll wrap up this week's crypto action. We'll discuss the new all-time highs for Bitcoin, the crypto laws that passed the House, President Trump signing the Genius Act as I speak to you right now, and more next on Market on Close.
Download the Schwab Network app and join in on the latest market trends. Anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Hey, Dad, I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor Jennifer, she's with me.
Joe Biden took the most
Helping
secure
with the
border in my
estates.
lifetime.
The two grandchildren, planning for their college education.
The first president in history of
Something
the
will be there.
state came in office with unsecured border on purpose.
Meta still camping higher. Looking good. Microsoft is grinding along. Microsoft.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all,
Okay, here goes the futures.
it's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Marley Caden. It's time to wrap up this week's crypto action and welcome in Les Borsay, the co-founder of Wave Digital Assets. Now, Les, what a time to have you on. In our break, I was just watching our president hold the signing ceremony for the Genius Act. But before we get to that, I want to talk first about Bitcoin. We saw that new all-time high on Monday. We've had crypto week. You know, what are your overall thoughts on the week?
Meta's still going.
There's a lot of energy in the space right now. I happen to be in Washington, D.C. over the last couple of days, and the excitement is palpable, even though they have had a couple of stumbling blocks to get here. So yeah, he signed it today, and it's incredibly exciting. And I think as soon as we see more institutional adoption, everything's going to be headed in the right direction with this asset class.
And what do you think the Genius Act means for the cryptocurrency sector?
I mean, I think it means a lot.
Meta's still ripping here. Meta.
It means a lot for the dollar. If you know about stable
Meta going.
to the dollar or a treasury, so there is a reserve that is connected to them. But it's also good for stable coins are good for cross-border payments. They're very fast settlements, and it's really taking technology and financial instruments and updating them. And the more they're used globally, the better it is for the dollar.
And with these new regulations that we're starting to see come into place and the other bills going to the Senate now for passage, do you think that we're going to see more at the state level happening in terms of adoption of crypto?
It's funny you should say that. I'm sitting in New Hampshire right now with, which is an incredibly innovative state. They're the first one in the country to adopt legislation for a digital reserve and using these assets for kind of good purposes. So yes, I think the states are coming next. I think there's going to be a race to new innovative products. The president also announced crypto, as a class that you can take exposure in for retirement plans yesterday. That was a really big piece of news. So I think it's going to happen simultaneously at the state level as well as the federal level.
So outside of the state and federal level, do you think that other countries will start to follow suit now that the U.S. is passing regulation and legislation involving crypto assets? Are we going to see this become even more globally adopted?
Yeah, well, reverse it just a little bit. The other countries were a little bit ahead of us when Gensler and his administration were in office. And a lot of innovation left the country. So we saw regulation with Nika and other countries really accelerated. But once this president opened up the United States for business, everything came back. And I think we are the leader in the space that continue to be because it's being embraced. And really, it's the institutional companies like BlackRock and Fidelity. We're really going to see the asset class explode.
And with those info deal, we're constantly talking about BlackRock's. Do you think with the regulation and seeing more regulation in the crypto space, we're going to see an uptick in that institutional capital deployment?
Yeah, I think we're going to see two things. It's not just going to see an uptick in the deployment disappointment, but we're going to see an uptick in product offerings. If you look at traditional financial products, there are so many variations. MicroStrategies, preferred regulation. This institution follow. We're going to see that every level it's going to be squeeze at the versus asset.
All right, markets just continue to ramp up a little bit. Most of these stocks aren't moving very much.
I'd like to say it taken already is, but quite there yet. I think when we take a look at a lot of these digital reserves, it's quite difficult to asset, but we can start figuring out ways to create liquidity around these reserves so these assets can generate revenues for good purposes. And I think the market is finally taking off for a long time. These assets were bad. So I still think we have ways to go, but it's an asset that has global adoption. And that's what's going to make it really good.
And the markets responded really well to this week, to crypto week itself. We saw Bitcoin hit its all-time high. We saw the valuation of all cryptocurrencies top $4 trillion today before falling back just slightly. Bitcoin at 70% of that total market value. Do you think that investor demand and uptick we're seeing is going to continue? If so, what will be the driver behind it?
I think there's always this asset class. More it's out there. The administration talks about it, more people learn about it. So you have this element of FOMO, people who get going early, but we're really just learning. And I think between the education that's out there and the ability to educate consumers now and not thinking some sort of scam product. For instance, retirement plans, retirement plans, investing in asset class create trust. I mean, trust is the big word here with the consumer, and I think more products we see that the consumers trust, the more they learn about it, they will continue to purchase.
I'd love to get your thoughts. Les, we had a guest on the show on Tuesday who said that by the end of the year, he thought that Bitcoin would be worth $500 million. What do you think about that?
Very well could be just based on the scarcity of the asset. 2140 might be more of these 21 billion. And if the rate is going on, it's been increasing 100% for more year.
All right, we're starting to fade. We got Microsoft, Nvidia, Netflix starting to fade a little bit more.
Clarity bill could potentially open the door for crypto firms to own banks or holding companies and create a generation of too big to fail institutions. Do you have any concerns there?
Concerns there, but it is obvious that I think the existing economic industry might say, what said that fees and it's here and it's 24 hours. So I can also make that be concerns.
Les, we appreciate it. Thank you so much for the insight. Certainly an exciting week to be in crypto. That's led force hopefully digital assets.
Palantir trying to come off the low a little bit. Okay. Pretty slow day today. We got 30 minutes to go, 32 minutes to go. Come on, Meta, let's go. There's just no momentum, folks. No momentum.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time building. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live.
Tesla's still fading.
Head over to schwab.com/.
All right, people taking profits off. They're calling it a day, calling it a week.
With the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere on any device. Schwab Network. Welcome back to Market on Close. It's time for Options Corner. Joining us now is Rick Ducat, our lead market technician here on the Schwab Network. Rick, thanks for being with us. Now we're looking at NXP Semiconductors, which reports earnings on Monday. Tell us what you're watching.
Right. So, earnings season kicks off with the big banks and the big financials. Seems like mostly upbeat results so far. But there's another standout sector during this time here. That's semiconductors. Obviously, a big area to watch in the news in general. The exploding prominence of AI is driving great demand for chips and semiconductors in general, but also other sectors in energy, infrastructure, data storage, whatever. So NXPI kicks off next week. We also have Texas Instruments and Intel Tuesday and Thursday, respectively, both after the post market in that case here. But we also hit Taiwan Semi and ASML this week. Taiwan Semi is the biggest by far. NXPI is the smallest. Kind of mixed results, too, for this, because on one hand, Taiwan Semi gave a positive outlook based on the AI demand. ASML, on the other hand, more negative, blaming macroeconomics and geopolitical developments and what have you. They said they couldn't confirm growth at all for 2026. So if we were to look at how NXPI stacks up against its sector more broadly here, we can pull up our first chart here. A bit of underperformance here. You can see trailing the semiconductors as well as the S&P. Those are both mostly in line with each other for the past year here. But, NXP looking for 255 earnings estimate versus 320 1 year ago. So about 17% down. But nevertheless, price target raises from Stifel, Deutsche Bank, TD Cowen. So perhaps some upside there. If we were to look at the broader sector too, this SMH sector, we can see that for the most part, a lot of the trading is centered between about 240 to 255 or so, that shaded area. Our volume profile study there. Price has been traveling pretty swiftly to the upside in a rising wedge type shape there. Typically a more bearish pattern, but really it can go either way. Be on the lookout for the breakdown below that trend line, below that 21-day EMA yellow there, and below that volume node, kind of below 275, be kind of the danger area there.
It's interesting looking at this chart and then also hearing about the analyst opinions about this stock, because we've seen mixed results from semiconductors when the sector as a whole has been performing well, but NXP Semiconductors got out ahead of it and said that their performance is likely going to have been really negatively impacted, predicting pretty substantial declines in both EPS and in revenue. So, do you think most of the focus for a potential upward move here is going to be on guidance, and if they're seeing any inventory corrections or less weakness in the automotive and communication infrastructure end markets?
All right.
It's possible. I mean, it sounds like the weak guidance is why ASML struggled so much. And for perspective too, Oppenheimer gave a note on July 15th. They said they expect modest upside for NXPI, and they did mention that auto and industrial segments as being sources of potential strength, but kind of like the ASML situation.
Meta flow continues to rise. Meta into the close. Meta flow is continuing to rise.
We had a bit of a rejection at that volume node just below, here about 230. Other standout areas, 220 to the downside, 255 to the upside there.
And as you look at volume, is this being more heavily traded going into earnings, or is this a more lightly traded stock?
The sizzle is a bit higher, and this is not a very active name here. About 3,000 contracts today. 58% calls or so, monthly options only too. In terms of the volume activity, calls mostly between 230 to 250 for the next month, kind of just across the board. Puts 200 to 230 was the range that we could look at there. Open interest though, so if we look at that, the July expiration, not too much help for us there because it's today here. So this is September. That's the most active one, much more active than August actually in terms of open interest here. So if we were to look there, our range, generally speaking, where most of the activity for open interest is 180 to about 260 on the call side. Our expected move is plus minus 18% or so. So about 184 to about 267 around that general area there. On the put side, then, we can see the 220 level is the higher end of that put open interest there for our next chart there. And we can see the lower end, 135. That is not only the highest level, but that's where all the activity pretty much dries up below that afterward there. So some general ranges to consider if you're planning a trade going forward, perhaps.
And for NXP or for the sector as a whole, did you notice any big trades that stood out?
So, I mean, as I said, NXP is a more lightly traded name. That doesn't mean there's not interesting trades, but in terms of the quantity and scale that really stand out more, SMH had some much bigger numbers here. One trade, for example, plus 1,000, September 19th, 25 strike.
Coming into the close, market's pretty tired after a very awesome week. People closing trades. Looks like we're just going to sit here at the low. Okay, the flow just continues to taper off. Market's moving sideways. Not much to do. No trend, just sideways.
Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me too.
Let's move on, shall we? No can do.
Look at it.
Where are you going?
Schwab. Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Binge watch the market with the Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com and on all of your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Binge watch the market with the Schwab Network.
All right, let's take a look at a few of these. Melly stocks at the top of the. Okay, nice move on Melly. Booking. Constellation Energy. Still squeezing. Constellation Energy. Tesla having a pretty good day. It's above the 50 and the 200 day. So next week we'll look for Tesla to follow through, hopefully. CrowdStrike, all of the security stocks that pulled back to the 50 day, looking for that to bounce. CrowdStrike, Zscaler, the Cyber ETF, all of those bouncing. Been a pretty good week. The nukes like Oklo breaking higher. Oklo finally starts to get a move on. Oklo, SMR near the highs of the session. And Nanonuclear still squeezing. Nanonuclear should break higher next week, I would think. And Lightbridge making nuclear energy more efficient. Lightbridge pushing a bit higher. So the nukes look good. Dell, nice pop on Dell today. Okay, Dell and TSSI are associated with each other. TSSI turning. Supermicro, looking for a bounce in Supermicro.
Well, you mentioned, some of the Fed speakers, so I would love to get your thoughts on Governor Waller spoke this morning saying.
Okay, we've got about 18 minutes to go.
Which I think was an idea that most in the market had moved away from. It's almost, priced down under 5% right now. And it said that he feels the tariffs are likely to have limited impact on inflation despite this week's CPI data.
So the way that I presented it.
Okay, Palantir starting to turn. Palantir, I did manage to get back into some Palantir. Small for now, looking for the trend to continue. Palantir coming off the low now.
Hey, when New Year's comes around, everyone's got this, I'm going to stop, I'm going to start working out, I'm going to cut some bad habits and things like that. Why put off what you could do today, and wait till, a year out to do it? Just cut rates now. That's all he's got to do.
So you're viewing it more like the New Year's resolution person who said, oh yeah, it's going to be my New Year's resolution, and why wait till Jan 1 when we can just do it right now? Okay, interesting perspective. Do you think there's any chance then that they actually cut a rate in July?
So it's possible because you're going to start to see a few different things really.
Palantir.
Start to see, one, we have
Starting to move up. Palantir. We got 17 minutes to go. Palantir.
We do anticipate that the labor market will start to deteriorate. You have a number of different things. I mean, these tariffs, yes, they're in place. Yes, they cause some volatility, but we've been experiencing through them so much. We've been trained on it. We're ready to go run the marathon and stay with these tariffs wherever they may land. We will have the economic data come out. The jobs report should show signs of deterioration. So the Federal Reserve realistically should anticipate this, even though they only look in the rearview mirror, and just cut rates. Just get it done with.
So how many rate cuts do you have as your base case for the year?
okay, how many do I want and how many are we probably going to get?
I'll take both answers, please.
Yeah, we'll probably get 1 to 2. I realistically want to see 3. And me being a gold bull, I want to see 4 and 5 and 6. But, you know, I can only take what the market's going to give us and things like that.
Palantir starting to turn. Palantir end of day.
I think it's probably 1 in September. Well, maybe
Palantir.
1 in September and 1 in December. If you're lucky, you're going to get 3 spread out.
All right, I want to move into oil now. Talk about crude futures. We did see them pop on these EU sanctions. Now they're holding pretty steady. You know, as we continue to wait to see if there'll be any U.S. implications for Russia in the next 50 days. You know, concerning what's happening in Ukraine. But you know, what's your responses to this? I'm surprised they corrected.
Right. So technically it is signaling a big higher low. So if you connect the May lows, the June lows, and the July
Amazon hanging on to the high of the day. Amazon at the high of the day, squeezing.
Dan White, the head of our energy research, he put out a note on energy indicating that we saw this bullish EIA report on Wednesday. The drawdown in crude oil inventories pushed supply levels back to 10-year seasonal lows. We had the Iraqi drone strike. They lost 200,000 barrels of production. You got the OPEC supply demand estimates. Basically, they're positive for the near and long-term demand prospects. They're saying that they've got to raise production in order to meet increasing demand. So because of that, we think that the downside's somewhat limited, 65 to 64. That's kind of your support zone. And if we get stretched to the upside at 68 to 70. So we give specifics on the ranges in our tactical ranges product, but I think that that's kind of the trading range you want to see. If it deviates to the upside or downside, you want to reassess some changing dynamics.
And if we do get any
Amazon,
commentary from the president,
Palantir.
any sort of Russian sanctions coming from the U.S., what do you think that's going to do to prices?
Well, it's been difficult for them to curb this because the reality is that Iran sells much of their oil to China and Russia has been selling their oil to China. I don't want to make speculation that they're cheating and moving things around and stuff like that, but you could see prices. You know, the reality is that when they've had the conflict with Ukraine, what did Russia do? They flooded the market with oil because that's how they funded it. That's what Iran needs to do. They need to export as much as possible to build up, their economy and things like that back. So it's really poor, it's poor dynamics, but the supply demand fundamentals should keep oil prices in an elevated stance, regardless of whether we see these further sanctions be in place.
And as we wrap up this week and head into a busy week next week, what specifically are you watching?
Powell, the price action, earnings coming out, preparation for that end of month, the tariff deadline, the economic indicators like the jobs report, the upcoming Federal Reserve meeting. So a lot of it, I think that price action is going to dictate everything.
13 minutes to go. Got Palantir trying to go green on the day.
The S&P 500 trying to break out today. Failed that breakout. Look like we're coming back into the trading range we're seeing. So a lot of these markets are on the cusp of making a move, like gold at 33.65. Looks like it wants to run back up, but we're going to need some dynamics next week to put us there.
Well, Phil Strebel from Blue Line Futures, thank you as always for breaking all of that down for us. We appreciate you being with us on this Friday afternoon. And coming up, we'll close out our market section. We'll get the big picture from our team at Charles Schwab. Stay with us.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide. No overdraft.
All right, Palantir, let's go green on the day.
Features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds.
MicroStrategy. Okay, let me take a look. MicroStrategy.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking. Built for investors.
MSTR. Definitely looks like we could see a move back to the 50-day or consolidation, probably base. Okay, looking at MicroStrategy, it's been trending, pushed up there. Probably gonna, I don't know. This is a pullback to breakout.
All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Yeah. Yep. About to right here. Yeah, Andrew, I believe I agree with you. It's about to go right. It's trying to go right now. Amazon, AMZN. Amazon looks good. I have at least a 300 fair value 300. It's undervalued right now. So Amazon's most likely going to continue. It's a leader in cloud as well as robot use. So yeah, I can see Amazon much higher. Sometimes things are slow and you don't get what you're looking for immediately, So problem is with traders, a lot of times you want immediate gratification. Sometimes you don't get it. Look at Supermicro. We've been holding on to Supermicro for months and months and months. It's gradually trending. It hasn't given us a reason to sell. We're definitely in a profit, but just waiting for that big pop. Okay, there goes Apple. Apple with 9 minutes to go, popping up. Okay. Amazon.
Yeah, that's right. Japan has an election in the upper house of parliament this weekend, and
Let's see what we got here. Let's see. Let's go to Andrew. Andrew. Okay, Palantir continues to turn upward. Palantir, looking for Amazon to continue. Yeah, Andrew, I have a target somewhere up in the 300s. Yep. Okay. Okay, here we go. Palantir is on the move. Palantir is green on the day, huh? No, not yet. Not yet. Got a little. Okay, we got a little bit more to go. Maybe we close green. Palantir moving higher.
GT. Okay, Meta's going. Meta's a bit higher. We got 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes to go. I hope everyone's had a good day. Kind of slow from about noon into the evening hour. People just take off. I mean, what are you going to do? There goes the S&P. S&P. Great thing about trading the S&P big cap cash index is that you can't get assigned the index. Let's say you're not paying attention and you got 4 minutes to go and the S&P is in the money and you're worried about getting assigned. You can't get assigned an index. The SPXW, you cannot get assigned. You'll get $100 per contract per point above your strike. So looking at S&P, so that's a great thing. Now SPY, not so good. You get assigned SPY, you got 10 calls and you're not paying attention, you get assigned 1,000 shares of SPY. That'll definitely wake you up. Same thing with the Qs. So you always got to pay attention. You got 3 minutes to go for the close. Let's see. I'll make sure I don't have anything closing in the money here that I want to get assigned. Apple, no. Okay, all of these are no. These are a no, no, no. All right. So I did manage to take a few things off. I did reduce my exposure in SMR. I do think it's going to follow through, but I'm probably going to do some sort of other structured trade around SMR and the nukes. Maybe I'll buy some Oklo next week. I know some of you like Alyssa. We're talking about Oklo, thinking about that. Those should follow through next week. Oklo, Nanonuclear, Lightbridge, LTBR. I took some IREN off, IREN. It didn't move today. I'll look at it next week. I just reduced my exposure. Coinbase, we took profits at the highs. Coinbase is back to 420. Okay, we got back to 420. Okay. Coin. Okay, look for it to get back to 420. And in fact, that's exactly what it did. Oh boy, look at that. Look at that. All right, we got minutes, 2 minutes to go, 2 minutes to go. Looking good. Okay, Coinbase, nice move on Coinbase. Okay, Coinbase, 410 did hold. Okay, 410 did hold. Okay, coin. Let's see, where's Coinbase? Okay, going into the close, Coinbase
Tesla, Coinbase, nice rally. Okay, Coinbase. Okay, so Coinbase did hold the low. And that's a wrap. Okay, let me just post a couple of things here. Coinbase held. Okay, Coinbase had a good one. Nice little bounce. Coin. All right, so right at the close there, Coinbase. 410 put wall held. Nice reversal at 2. Okay, and we know that we had the 210 put wall was what we were looking for. Where are you? Desktop. Okay. Listen, have a great weekend. The weekend video, as usual, will be out around 2 p.m. On Sunday, so be sure to look for that. Otherwise, have a great weekend, folks. It's been a good week. We've had 4 good weeks. Last week was a doji. We didn't really give anything back. Closed right in the middle of the range. And today we expanded the range a little bit more. So let's take a look at the S&P at the close. S&P at the close. Oops. All right, so this is where we look. Okay, so we're closing up here near the highs. We're closing at just below 6,300. Okay, so I don't see any reason to get worried about the markets unless something happens over the weekend, which I really doubt. The market's not pricing it in. The VIX is at the low. Okay, junk bonds are above the 921 day, 50 day. High yield corporate looks good. Breath looks good. Backed off a little bit today, but that's okay. With that backing off, stocks below the 20-day, stocks above the 20-day backing off, that's giving us energy for next week. So looking forward to some rotation so I can take some of this 75% cash that I have in my trading account. I'm 25% invested. I did take some things off today. Netflix, I'm okay with Netflix. That should be fine. I took the call side off of Netflix, made about $150 per contract times 5. The call side of that Iron Condor that I took late yesterday. The put side's fine. I did buy some calls. Those will probably do fine by next week. Coinbase did bounce. All right, so the president's supposed to sign into law the Genius Act, which is going to affect stablecoin and Bitcoin and everything else. So have a great one. Take care. I've enjoyed being here with you, giving the play-by-play and my thoughts on the market. So hopefully you made a little money. If not, next week we'll try a little harder for you. Lose as little as possible. Just remember one thing. If you're not buying the dip in a bullish market, but you're buying the high of the day, you're running the risk of prices moving against you, like we saw today with Coinbase. All right, so you don't want to buy the high of the day. You don't want to get excited. You don't want to get excited and be part of the crowd that holds all the way through the pullback. All right, so we hit the high of the day today. Okay, we sold into that strength. Okay, we saw dealer hedge flows starting to turn before this turned down. Now we bounced right at the 410 put wall. I posted that in the trading room a couple minutes ago. Right at the 410 put wall, we held exactly where we should, and now we're going to start going. Okay, so have a great weekend. Take care. We'll see you then. Ciao.